So I think the first thing we ought to do is perhaps we should start with Dhyana Mantra for Mother Kali. We'll meditate on Mother Kali. Mainly, I want to walk you through a bunch of resources that we already have available for worshipping Mother Kali, and we'll see. We'll think of Kali in every possible way as pure non-dual consciousness, as the intellect which discerns and which delimits and which cognizes and which projects and which devours. So you can think of her from a Shakta Upaya point of view also. But of course, mainly I'm going to focus, all the time that we have tonight, we'll focus mainly on puja, the ritualistic invocation and subsequent worship of Mother Kali. And I'll suggest a few different ways to approach that, just so that when we have Kali Puja this coming weekend, especially on Monday night, we'll have as many resources and tools as possible to equip us each according to our own capacity, interest, and proclivity for the worship of Mother Kali. Okay, so but first, I think before we can do any of that, before we look at the resources, before we think about Kali from a Shambhava, Shakta, or Anava Upaya point of view, and I'll explain what all of those mean in just a moment, let's first start with a meditation mantra. And a meditation mantra, this dhyanam, which we're going to do now, this meditation mantra from Agama Vagisha Ji's Tantra Sara, it can be understood as a Shambhava Upaya kind of thing too. We can just use it to like access pure non-dual consciousness, which is when we look beyond the words, between the words, we look through the image, as it were, to that reality, to that ground in which all images appear and disappear. So just the sound, just the pure vibration of the Sanskrit invocation, you can just focus on that without at all conceptualizing anything. You don't have to think about what does it mean. You don't have to visualize what's being described. I will loosely translate as we go. Or I'll probably chant the whole thing and then I'll loosely translate afterwards. But you don't have to like do the visualization. Instead you could just relax or rest in that ground of conscious being in which all these sounds appear, in which all these images appear and disappear. So there's a way to approach this in a very restful kind of Shambhava Upaya way. And I'll explain that in a bit. There's another way to approach this, which is where as I narrate the imagery of Mother Kali, you philosophically inquire into what that imagery means. So you might think, oh, she's wearing a garland of heads. Why? And then you might recall from a different lecture that she has 49 or 50 heads representing the 50 matrikas, the 50 phonemes in the Sanskrit alphabet. And then you might think, oh, but Mother Saraswati or Paradevi, she was also described as being that goddess whose body is pervaded by the 50 distinct sounds of the Sanskrit syllabary. Pancha Shali Bhibhiri Bhakta Mukadopan Madhya Vaksha Stalam Basvan Maulini Baddha Chandra Shakalam Apina Tungstanim. We heard in that mantra that her body is made of the mantras. So you might connect the two. In what sense is Paravach, the supreme speech? In what sense is she connected to Kali? And we know Abhinava Gupta in chapter 4 of his Tantra Loka and Tantra Sara, in both places he says Paravach or Vani, which are both names for Saraswati. He says Paravach, Vani, these are also names for that which you call Kali or Chandi. So you can do that kind of inquiry. What does it mean for all these names to be pointing at the same reality when in fact all these names are quite different from one another? So you can think, okay, what is the Mula mantra? And you might think, okay, what is the Mundamala? What is the Mula mantra? What is the color black signifying? Why is her skin like the color of a storm cloud? Maybe she's like the sky. From a distance it looks like it has color, but when you go closer it appears to be colorless. Does this point to a formless nature? You might think, why the jackals? Why the impurity? Why the smashana? You can do this kind of philosophical work with what we're going to chant. But I think many will be inclined to simply fall in love with the image that's going to be described. So without doing any kind of philosophical contemplation, without doing any kind of non-conceptual meditation on pure non-dual consciousness, one can simply visualize what's about to be narrated and then just marvel at the beauty of this image, become entranced with the mystery and poetry without trying to decipher what it means. That's, you could argue, the Anava Upaya approach. And here we think this is Kali, who we're thinking of. This is the body of the Divine Mother. This is how she looks. This is her true form as she has revealed herself to so many different sages all throughout history. This is the vision of Mother Kali. So as we visualize her, you could say today's visualization is tomorrow's vision. You can feel like you are seeing her. Like as you close your eyes and look into your heart, see her with your mind's eye. And then feel that her living presence is there in your heart, within you and before you. You can even imagine she's appearing before you or something. And then as you see her, really trying your best to make this visualization as concrete and as tangible as possible, you can merely lose yourself in the joy of that. Feel the outpouring of love for that image that appears before you. the dualistic mode is, in many cases, our preferred mode. Even with all the Advaita, even with all the non-dual understanding, we argue the sweetest mode in which consciousness relates to itself is as a bhakta, as a devotee to her ideal, Kali. So you can think of her as being a dualistic other, and then as you visualize her, feel like you're looking at her and loving on her. These are all different ways to approach the Dhyana mantra, but we'll start with the Dhyana mantra. In fact, maybe you can chant it along with me. Usually I just chant it, and then we just kind of loosely translate it. But today, let me see if I can pull it up for you. And then that way we can look at it together and chant it together. And I'll do my best to chant it slowly. And that way we can practice the dhyana mantra, the meditation mantra from Mother Kali, which is arguably one of the most important moments. Please discount the translation here. It's not really mine, and I would rather just do a loose translation. It's just you're gonna see some translation. Just ignore it. Okay. We'll just focus on the transliterated Sanskrit. Okay. Can you see this? So here we go. The meditation mantra and Mother Kali. It's appearing on your screen. Yes? Okay, let's start. Karālavadanām ghorām muktakeshīn chaturbhujām Kālikām dakshinām divyām mundamala vibhushitam sadyaschina shira kadga vāmadhordva karambujam abhayam varadam chaiva dakshinordvadha panikam mahamegha prabham shyamam tatha chaiva digambarim Kantavasaktamundali Galadhrudira Charchitam Karnavatam Sataneta Shavayugma Bhayanakam Ghoradangstrang Karalasyam Pino Natapayodharam Shravanam Karasanghathai Kritakanchim Hasanmukhim Srikka Dvaya Galadrakta Dhara Vispuritananam Ghorarava Maharodrim Smashana Layavasinim Balarkamandalakara Lochana Tritayanvitam Danduram Dakshina Vyapi Mukta Lambika Chochayam Shavarupa Mahadeva Hridayo Parisamsthitam Shivabhir Ghoraravabhish Chaturdikshu Samanvitam Mahakalena Chasamam Viparitaratāturam Sukha Prasanna Vadanam Smera Nana Sarurvam Evam Sanjintayet Kalim Dharma Kamartha Mokshadam. Or alternatively, Evam Sanchintayet Kalim Dharma Kamartha Siddhidam. Now, having chanted that, we'll visualize in our mind's eye the image of Mother Kali as per the dhyana. Karala Vadanam Ghoram. I praise that terrifying and awful goddess, Karala, fierce, or Ghora, terrifying, Karala Vadanam Ghora, whose hair is wild and free, Muktakeshi, who has 4 arms, Chaturbhujam. Her name is Kali, and she is that southward-facing, boon-giving goddess who conquers death, who is garlanded in heads. Kalikam Divyam, Kalikam Dakshinam Divyam, Mundamala Vibhushitam. Sadyaschina Shira Kadga Vama Dhordva Karambujam. In her lotus-like left hands, her ambuja, her lotus-like karas, in those left hands she is holding a sword, kadga, as well as the severed head of a human. In her two lotus-like right hands, Abhaya Varadam Chaiva Dakshinodvada Panikam. She is assuring fearlessness. Pani, her right hands are assuring fearlessness, Abhaya Mudra, and offering boons, Vara Mudra. Maha Megha Prabham Śyāmām Tatha Chaiva Digambarim. Her skin is black, the color of a splendorous storm cloud. Maha Megha. Megha means cloud. Maha, great cloud. Maha Megha. Prabha, glorious great cloud. Maha Megha. Prabha. Śyāmā. Her color is Śyāmā, like a blue, grey, black kind of color. Maha Megha. Prabha Śyāmām. Tatha Chaiva Digambarim. Chaeva Digambari. And she is verily clad in only the 10 directions. She is utterly naked in all her power, innocence, and ferocity. Kanta Vasakta Mundali Galadruti Racharchitam. Her neck, Kanta, and her body are both stained red with the blood dripping from her garland. Kanta Vasakta Mundali Galadruti Racharchitam. Karnavatam Satanita Shavayugma Bhayanakam. Her 2 earrings are made of the corpses of infants. Ghora Damstram Karalasya Binonata Payodharam. Her 2 fangs are terrifying, but her 2 breasts are comely. Shavanam Karasanghata Kritakanchim Hasan Mukhim. A belt of dead man's hands adorns her waist, her shapely waist, and she smiles, displaying her joy. She is full of mirth and intoxication. Hasan Mukhi. She's smiling. Sikka Dvaya Galadrakta Dhara Vispuritananam. Her 2 lips are stained red as she smiles, and blood trickles down from the corners of her lips, framing her beautiful face. She roars, Ghora Rava Maharaudrim Smashana Laya Vasinim. She displays her anger by roaring. She is the great terror, the angry one who dwells in the cremation ground. Her 3rd eye resembles the mandala of the freshly risen sun. Her long hair falls to her right side, presumably because she's stepping over to her left. She's stepping on the chest of Mahadeva, who is in the form of a corpse. Technically, Upari means on top of. So she established, Upari Samstita, she's established on top of that corpse, who is her husband Mahadeva. Female jackals, importantly Shivabi. So female jackals are all around her, howling, filling the 4 corners with their dreadful shouts. She is ever desirous of sexual union with her lord Mahakala in the reverse position. Her smiling face is pleasant. I praise that sweet, peaceful mother. One should meditate upon Kali in this way for the attainment of righteousness, pleasure, wealth, and spiritual empowerment, as well as liberation. Om Mahamaye Jagan Matha Kalike Ghora Dakshine Grihana Vandanam Devi Namaste Parameshwari. Please accept my prayer. You are the sovereign of the whole universe. You are the confoundress and the sorceress, the deluder of all. You are the supreme mother that holds this universe within you. I praise that southward facing terrifying Kali. Grihana Vandanam Mata Sada Vijaya Vardhanihi Pada Padmam Sada Vande Sthanam Dehi Padambuje Ma Sthanam Dehi Padambuje. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Mother, please accept my prayer. You are always victorious. Grihana Vandana Mata Sada Vijaya Vardhanihi Pada Padmam Sada Vande. I am always praying to your lotus feet. Sthanam Dehi Padambuje. Keep me forever at thy lotus feet. Om. Peace, peace, peace. Ithagner Dahika Shakti Rama Krishne Stithahya Sarva Vidya Swarupam Tam Saradam Padavamyo. Om. Jai Ma Sarada. Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma. Om. So the Dhyana mantra for Mother Kali. Krameshwari Devi, I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you so much. Nice to see your face, Ma. Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma. Asha Ma, Jai Ma. We'll be missing you both here for Kali Puja, but of course, I was gonna say, I was saying to Asha, like, your absence will be felt, but that's not strictly speaking true, because of course you're present in a much more real sense. So Kali Puja, as you know, is coming up. It's Monday, so this new moon, this Amavasya right after Navaratri, or right after Lakshmi Puja, Lakshmi Purnima, is known as Kali Puja, or if you're in Bengal, Kali Pujo. And it's the day otherwise known as Diwali or Deepavali in other parts of India. And of course, Kali is worshipped specifically on this day with great fervor and festivity. As you know, there are 3 new moons in the calendar year, in the Vedic calendar year, that are very, very sacred for Mother Kali. Every new moon is sacred for her. Obviously, every day is sacred for her. She is time itself. But of the new moons that we have in the Vedic calendar year, 3, for various reasons, maybe astrological mainly, are specifically important for her. The first, I guess you could say, is the Ratanti Kali Puja. I mean, first in the Gregorian calendar sense, which happens in January or February, like that, in the month of Pausha. Then we have the next one, which is in the summer, so June, July, May, June, July, like that. I don't know what it is in the Gregorian calendar year, but that's called the Phalaharani Kali Puja. And then now we have this one, the Śyāmā Kālī Pūjā. And each Kali Puja, of course, because it takes place in different seasons, has a different kind of energy. And so the Śyāmā Kālī Pūjā, the word Śyāmā means dark or black, like we heard in the Dhyana mantra. It refers to the color of mother's skin, but specifically it refers to the form of Kali that is associated maybe to darkness. So of course we have in mind like Smashana Kali or Vama Kali, the idea of worshipping Kali in the cremation ground. That becomes very important during this particular night and during these next few months as we get into the dark half of the year, if you will. So I guess in one sense you could say this is the winter mother. This is Kali in her terrifying aspect, in her devouring aspect, which is very important, of course, for practitioners of Ma, because we're attempting to see the divine in all modes and manifestations of mother. So not just the protectress, but also that which we need protecting from. We're trying to recognize mother even in darkness. And of course she's a light that illumines darkness, but she's that very darkness in which that light comes and ultimately is devoured. So thinking of Kali in this way, that's the specific thing that we do in Śyāmā Kālī Pūjā. And naturally then, because it's a puja, because it's the worship of Mother Kali, the first thing we have to do as a community, of course, is think about what resources we have available to us to do our own worship of Mother Kali wherever we might be in the world. So that's what I want to use this time for. I want to point you to the resources that we already have available. They're all just freely available for anyone to access, and I just want to guide you to them so that you'll have a few things. And of course, there are different levels to this. So some people maybe want to worship for 5 hours, all night long you might want to worship, and so you might need a slightly longer puja. Other people, maybe this is your first time or you're new to puja, so a big 5 hour or all night puja might be pretty intimidating, because that of course presupposes a lot of vocational ability, or you could say manual ability. There should be a lot of I guess you could say preparation for something like that. You have to know how to make the koshakushi and do all the various things that you would otherwise do with your hands. You need to learn how to do that. So it can be very intimidating to get a puja manual, a ritual, almost like a recipe book actually, that has all these instructions that make no sense. And then you can't really get into that. So what we wanted to do was make simpler, more accessible versions, but on different levels. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to present a few different padhatis, each one with a slightly increasing level of difficulty. Hopefully that will meet the needs of everyone wherever they might be in their puja journey. And I want to talk about puja, of course, on 3 levels: on the Shambhava Upaya level, on the Shakta Upaya level, and of course on the Anava Upaya level, which is where I mainly want to spend most of our time. But I'll start with the Shambhava Upaya stuff, if you don't mind, because that's the subtlest stuff, and maybe in one sense the most encouraging, because the Shambhava Upaya level, and I'll explain what that means in just a few moments, totally dismisses the role of external rituals. In the Vijnana Bhairava, it says puja is not at all offering flowers and things like that at the altar. Puja is rather when the mind dissolves into the heart, which is the great void of consciousness. So just becoming restfully established in consciousness, that's what puja means according to the Vijnana Bhairava. So from this point of view, we get a much more maybe you could say even Dzogchen or Mahamudra approach to Mother Kali, where she's understood to be not a deity in a pantheon or a particular presence that can be related to in a dualistic fashion, but the ground of reality itself, which is what you fundamentally are. And so you don't need any ritual paraphernalia in order to be able to access what you already are. As Abhinavagupta points out in the 2nd chapter of Tantra Loka and Tantra Sara especially, he says, what can any of this practice really do for you? He makes a joke. He says, can a pot ever reveal the sun? Notice, the pot doesn't reveal the sun. Gata. Gata means pot. The pot is an object. It doesn't reveal the sun. The sun is a special kind of object which illumines the pot. So when the sun rises, you see the pot by the light of the sun. But can the pot do anything for the sun? Not really. The pot doesn't illumine the sun. The sun illumines the pot. Similarly, Abhinavagupta points to the various practices that we do in spiritual life. They might involve waving lamps or offering flowers or saying mantras or thinking certain thoughts or visualizing certain images. Notice, those are all objects, like a pot, which appear in your experience. So you, importantly, the subject, are like the sun, the light of consciousness, illumining the various thoughts and emotions that arise within your conscious experience. Can any of these thoughts illumine you? No, rather you illumine them. And you can use Greg Good's experiment here. You can hold your hand up like this and you can ask yourself, who's looking at who? Am I looking at my hand or is my hand looking at me? Notice, like we learn in the Drigdishya Viveka of Vidyaranya Swami, I am always on the side of the subject, never on the side of the object. So I am looking at my hand, which appears to me as an object. So this very body, in which I can, practice so many things. Of course, the body is the microcosm in which one encounters all the forces of the universe. Make no mistake, how profound it might be, that doesn't change that it's an object. It's still something that appears to me, like my hand. I'm looking at my hand. Or like this mug. I'm looking at the mug. So the mug is an object and I am the subject. And like the sunlight illumines a pot, the light of consciousness, which I am, illumines all thoughts, emotions, sensations in this body and beyond. And that's an important point because almost all forms of practice will involve something in the world, like a lamp at the very least, or like some flowers or some kind of ritual paraphernalia. It will involve this body. Maybe I'm doing hatha yoga poses or I'm holding mudras or something like that. When you learn Dhenu mudra, isn't that on the level of the body? It's something that you are aware of. And even the more subtle practices like visualization or inner mantra recitation, and arguably even the intellectual inquiry that we do as part of our Shakta Upaya journey, the Vikalpa Samskara, to use Abhinava Gupta's phrase, all of that, the most refined thought even, all of that is just an object. It appears to me. Can any object reveal the subject? Can the pot reveal the sun? No, it is the sun that reveals the pot. Similarly, I am the one who am revealing all of my practices. And the point here is very interesting. Abhinavagupta points to practices as a kind of net. He calls them upaya jala. The jala meaning the net of upayas, the net of modalities and means. And often you get caught up in all of them. We become so anxious, I guess, to practice correctly, to do everything right. Like we have to place all the skulls in the right place. I mean, of course, if you have a Panchamundi asana and you have all the various skulls of all the animals, you're like, where does the fox skull go? And where does the human skull go? And like that's important actually on the Anava Upaya level, and soon we'll get to the Anava Upaya level. It is important where you put the different skulls, and like what direction are you facing? It is important that you look north, maybe, as we see in the various puja manuals that we're gonna like encounter in the next few hours or so. So like all of that's important from an anava upaya point of view, but from this point of view, it can actually be a hindrance to having an immediate felt sense of reality because you're obsessed with the forms, so to speak. In other words, you become objectified, or we could say even externalized. Even when you pay attention exclusively to a very refined and subtle thought, even that is a kind of externalization with regards to consciousness. So consciousness, I, the subject, which is an immediate, indubitable felt sense, I become, as it were, externalized in my thoughts, in my emotions, in my sensations, and in my ritual paraphernalia. That's why the Vijnana Bhairava, towards the end, says puja is not offering flowers. Puja, real worship, it argues, is when you dissolve into the great void within the heart. Then coming to meditation, the Vijnana Bhairava has, of course, a very radical reframing of meditation. There it would say, Dhyanam hi nischala buddhim nirakara nirashraya. Natu dhyanam sharira kalpa mukha hastadi kalpana. Vijnana Bhairava tells us that meditation, he is verily, dhyanam hi, nischala buddhim is when the mind is made nischala, without movement, meaning fixed and firm. On what? This is important. It then says, Natu dhyana, meditation is not fixing the mind on an image or a visualization. Kalpana here means imagination. So the kalpana would be of something with the body, sharira, hasta, with hands, with mukha, with aksha, with eyes, and with weapons, and etc., etc. So the word adi here in the phrase means with all the various accoutrements that you would expect to find in a gross form of a god, like Shiva would have his trident and his jata, or Kali might have a garland of skulls or heads with her sword and various things. Like all of that is not what we should be meditating on, according to the Vijnana Bhairava, which is speaking from, in this place, a Shambhava Upaya point of view. What is meditation? Keeping the mind fixed in nirakara, nirashraya. So without any support whatsoever, including a vision of Mother Kali or even her yantra, without even thinking about her sacred geometry, meditation is keeping the intellect fixed in that formless, that indivisible reality, nirakara. without any support. And so you could say Nirashraya has a dual purpose in this verse. It refers to the supports of meditation, which we typically use to focus the mind, whether that's a mantra or a picture of Kali, a yantra, or an image. Also, Gilbertji, it's good to see you today, actually. Jaima. I appreciate that. So nice to see you, Jaima. So it could be a yantra, it could be a vision of Kali, or it could even be a subtle mantra which you're repeating. All of those things are called ashrayas or dhyayam. Dhyaya means the thing meditated upon. Dhyana means meditation. Dhyaya means the thing meditated on. And that's what you use for support. Focus, you could say. And this verse is telling us we should have no focus. We don't need to meditate on anything in particular, but rather we should stay fixed and established in that indivisible, formless ground of being. So it's very much like open awareness type techniques, or a kind of, maybe you can even see this in Dzogchen Mahamudra, even Zen tradition, where you're just focusing on space, on the wall, not anything in particular. Thoughts might come and go, but we're staying established in that which doesn't move with the thought. It's a very formless type of meditation. That void, which is the indivisible ground of reality, is called Kali. And what meditation is not visualizing Kali as having hands or weapons. It's about staying established in that ground. Then Homa, which is the fire ceremony, which is very important for that night. Homa is redefined as using the ladle of the mind to offer all sensory and mental experiences to the fire of consciousness, which again is described as the great void. So, like, we'll get into that practice a little more. It's a very subtle practice, actually. But of dissolving everything into consciousness, again, you're getting the same flavor. Whether you call it puja, or whether you call it homa, or whether you call it meditation, doesn't matter at all. All of these are just various words to describe interacting with the divine. And here on the Shambhava Upaya level, there's no interaction per se. There's no action that you can perform on the level of the body. There's no thought you could think on the level of the mind. Because Shambhava Upaya, the way of Shiva, we argue, is prior to the body and mind. Can the pot illumine the sun? Never. It is the sun that illumines the pot. Namely, can any of the vast networks of practices ever help you realize Shiva? No. One intuits their essence nature as Shiva. And for such a one, grace descends immediately and they're perpetually liberated. For such a broad-minded disciple, Abhinavagupta says, for someone who can interact with spirituality on this level, you could say, not to hierarchicalize any of it, and we won't, we'll flip it in just a bit. But Abhinava points out in chapter 2, speaking from this point of view, that like you don't need to do anything. You are already that which you are trying to worship. So then he goes on to say, like, is there any veil that could veil it, that needs to be removed? No, nothing but it exists. So given that it is the one reality, and by the way, if we define God in the most absolute theism, absolute theistic terms, there's no room for duality. Nothing but God could exist. Because if even one thing other than God existed, that thing would be a limit to God's all-pervasive nature. Like now God is everything but that thing. So you can't propose a veil. And so no veil other than Kali exists to conceal Kali. Imagine Kali is holding up a screen to hide herself from you. For that screen to be an actual veil, it must be something other than Kali, which you can use in order to hide herself from you. But there is no veil, because the very veil that she's using to veil herself is herself. And therefore, even when you're looking at the veil, you're looking at Kali. And so therefore no veil exists apart from Kali, which could hide her. And then the argument is that nothing exists apart from Kali. So like, is there anything to attain? There can't be, because you're not separate from it. So you can't attain what is already yours. Can you enter it? Can you become one with it? No. How can you enter something that is not separate from you? How can you merge with or become one with what you already are? What can you attain here when it is already your very own nature, which we're talking about? So all of these are all things that Abhinavagupta says in chapter 2 of Tantra Sara to point you to this fact that you already are that which you are worshipping. And I always tell you that anecdote. One Navaratri, I approached my Gurudeva and I asked him, okay, Maharaj, how will I worship Ma this Navaratri? And he said, and this was his instruction to me, which of course is a very exalted instruction. He said, when the puja, the worship, he said, when the pujari, which is me, the worshipper, and the puja, the worshipped, the object of my devotion, which is here Ma, and the puja, which is the act of worshipping, when they all three become one, then only have you worshipped the Divine Mother. In other words, samadhi. Only when I lose myself in Ma, and only when Ma loses herself in puja, and when puja dissolves into this present moment, only then can we say we are performing worship. This is from a Shambhava Upaya point of view. And of course, you can see this idea is the central idea in Bhuta Shuddhi and things like that. I am that which I am worshipping. And therefore, do I even need puja? And the whole argument of the Vijnana Bhairava is that like, no, You don't need a specific kind of ritual in order to realize that which is ubiquitously present. And because of that, now this is the kind of interesting thing. Because of that, everything becomes a ritual. Because I don't need a specific ritual for it, literally anything and everything becomes the ritual for it. So if I'm drinking tea, I am drinking Kali. I can recognize Kali in the very act of drinking the tea. And while I'm drinking the tea, I can experience the consciousness in which the taste of tea arises, the warmth of the tea, the flavor of the tea, all of my emotional and intellectual ideas about the tea, all of that resonates within the space of consciousness. What resonates within that space is Kali, and that space itself in which it all resonates is Kali. So the nada, the space, and the bindu, the arrangement of resonance within that space, both are considered to be Kali. And therefore, at no point am I not interfacing with Kali, interacting with Kali. So this is where Swami Vivekananda would say something like, don't seek God, see her. Or he would say something like, never approach anything except as God. Or he would say something like, you've never seen anything but God. That recognition, that pratyabhigya, that what I'm looking at is Kali, that's called Shambhava Upaya. So let's just stay with this for a few moments, and then we'll get into the Shakta Upaya and finally the Anava Upaya stuff. Let's see how Kali is defined on this level. Abhinavagupta gives a very profound definition of Kali. Naturally, because I'm going to use language now, right? I'm going to take us into Shakta Upaya. Shakta Upaya is anytime we use the intellect or when we use language in order to enter into a direct absorption. And I guess I should back up and be very technically precise here. According to the tradition, each of these ways don't necessarily lead to the same outcome. I think a way to misunderstand this is to say Anava Upaya, which is ritualistic embodied practice, leads to an intellectual clarity, which then leads to a direct, immediate absorption in Ma. I think that's fine. Like you can think of them hierarchically as one leading to another. And it's true that Sri Ramakrishna sometimes speaks in this way too. So, for instance, the very first teaching that we get in the Katamrita, or rather in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, is this. M, the recorder of the Gospel, is walking into the room and he sees Sri Ramakrishna seated on the cot and he's so stunned. He's like, oh my God, it's like all the sacred rivers of India have gathered in one place. It's like Shukadeva narrating the Bhagavatam. It's like Chaitanya dancing with ecstasy in Vrindavan. Like, oh my God, he's so excited. And then he hears the teaching, the first teaching that Sri Ramakrishna ever gives in the Katamrita, at least for us, those who are reading the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Does anybody recall the teaching? The first thing that Sri Ramakrishna teaches M in that little scene. You know, M is like standing there at the door, transfixed because he sees this holy man, very simple, just sitting on the bed, talking to a group of people seated on the floor. Do you recall the teaching? It's quite a profound teaching, actually. It's a lovely explanation of the phases of spiritual life. So the teaching goes like this. He says he's talking about the Sandhya Arati. Like the Arati means what just happened. The sun just set. It's called Sandhya. Sandhya means a gap, or what do you call it? Liminal space, or a conjunct between two moments. So day just became night, and the conjunct between day and night, twilight, that's called Sandhya. And there's something you do, especially as a Brahmana, as a Brahmin in Indian society. When the sun sets, at that time you perform something called Sandhya Vandana. And of course, Vandana means prayer, so you're praying to the twilight. It involves mainly the Gayatri Mantra. There's a japa, repetition of the Gayatri Mantra, which most Brahmins were initiated into when they were very young. So at age 9, you get a sacred thread, and part of that Upanaya ceremony, part of your like coming of age, as it were, is you get initiated, usually by your parent or by some elder in your community, into this Gayatri Mantra, and eventually you are taught to perform the Sandhya Vandana. A lot of sipping of water, and it's like pouring water, and you can, like, they're all mudras now, there's very tantricized versions of this, but it's a worship of like whatever, you say Keshavaya Namaha, you worship a lot of different deities, but mainly you're worshipping the sun, and the sun is Savitri, and so you chant the Gayatri Mantra for Savitri, the Maha Gayatri or the Savitri Gayatri Mantra. So anyway, there's a whole ritual around it, but the main thing is the Gayatri Mantra. Now, the ritual itself is called the Vandanam, Sandhya Vandanam. And Sri Ramakrishna says the ritual, the Vandanam, dissolves into the Gayatri. And then the Gayatri dissolves into Om. And then Om dissolves into silence. Isn't that beautiful? So he's describing a process of interiorization. And then he goes on to say, therefore, one should not stop doing rituals. The rituals will fall away of their own accord. But one should continue doing rituals so long as they are valuable. When do you stop doing rituals? And then he even gives criteria. He says, when the name of God is so profound that to hear it once, your very hairs stand on end, then you know you've outgrown rituals. Basically saying when you are able to yourself attain the direct, immediate felt sense of God's presence, or even just like ecstatic fervor for God without any rituals, then what use is there of a fan if the Malaya breeze is blowing? when the wind is blowing, you don't need any fan or something like that. So there's a time and place for rituals, but you can even look at it this way: they fall away. Though rituals may pursue him close, they will never ultimately overtake him. Because one, like that's from a song, but a person who's really, really devoted to God, they no longer need a fan anymore to feel the breeze. You can think of rituals in that way. They're kind of like a handheld fan. But then when you have the breeze blowing, what use is there of the fan? You can throw the fan away. So there is a sense in which Anava Upaya, ritualistic devotion to Mother Kali, it goes away after a while. You don't need it anymore. But Sri Ramakrishna's claim here is that you do need it for as long as you do need it. For as long as you're not feeling a direct, immediate felt sense of God. But the teaching here is of interiorization, where you're going from something very, I guess you could say, peripheral, very like physical and very tangible, Anava Upaya maybe, into something that's subtler, into the mantra itself, the Gayatri. But even that mantra dissolves into just Om. But more importantly, even that Om dissolves into silence. In that silence, one recognizes Kali as pure void. So you can think of them in this kind of hierarchical way where you do rituals on the Anava level, which helps clarify your intellect, and then you can interact with a lot of these things in a very refined way. And then after doing all of these rituals, and after intellectually inquiring, one is actually meaningfully able to dissolve into non-dual consciousness. There's avesha, it's called samavesha. So that whole thing can be considered a hierarchy. But there's another way of looking at all of this, and I think this is the Malini Vijaya Uttara's like preferred way. And it's this: it's not that these things are hierarchy. It's not that one leads to the other. Rather, they're all three of them individual separate paths that lead to different absorptions in the one totally illimitable and unlimited Kali. So if you go the Anava Upaya route, you get a way of interacting with her, which is true and real and spiritually fulfilling, but it feels different, as it were, to when you do it through Shakta Upaya, and that feels different in turn to when you do it through Shambhava Upaya, and all three are valid. And this comes closer, I think, to Sri Ramakrishna's bhava. So here he's saying that all the religions in the world are true, but we must be careful. When he says all the religions in the world are true, he doesn't mean to say, I don't think, that they all lead to the same place. That would be a subtle form of inclusivism. That's like saying, okay, there is one God, her name is Kali. Whatever religion you practice, it will lead you to Kali, and you will all eventually have to have my experience. I've experienced Kali through this way. This is the highest experience that's possible, and everyone else will eventually have to have that experience. But don't worry, they can do it through their own individual ways. That's like still kind of hierarchical and inclusivist because it still privileges my experience as being the ultimate experience. But the claim here is that different people can experience God differently and all still say that they have experienced God. But that doesn't mean the differences aren't there. So, for instance, somebody going on the path of Islam will experience God in like that way. And that would be a legit experience of God. Someone else practicing Christianity, a particular form of Christianity, would experience God as that. And that would also be a legit experience of God. And so when you think of all the religions in the world being paths to God, it makes a point about God, actually, not about those religions, that God is actually so infinitely variegated. She is the absolute reality, but that absolute reality is actually maximally relative to the one who approaches her. She can be felt and experienced in all these different ways. And the same thing is being said. Of course, in Sri Ramakrishna's time, it's being said with reference to all the different religions that are present, like Islam and Christianity and all the different kinds of Hinduism. But in the Malini Vijaya Uttara Tantra, it's being said, I think, in an even subtler way, I would argue. It doesn't have to do with the religions, it has to do with some meta religion. So now we're talking about religion, but not specific religions. We're talking about modes or approaches in religion. Many religions can be called Anava Upaya, many can be called Shakta Upaya, many can be called Shambhava Upaya. These are like different ways of doing religion. One can do it ritualistically, one can do it intellectually, and one can, of course, do it in a non-conceptual, non-cognitive, direct kind of way. All of these, though, although each and every one of them is uniquely a valid path, they will each lead to different kinds of absorption. So avesha, meaning possession or meaning absorption. There's Shakta Vesha, where you're absorbed through the Shakta Upaya, the path of Shakti. There's Anava Vesha, where you're dissolving through the embodied means, which is how you do like puja and then get the outcome of puja. Then importantly, there is this Shambha Vesha, like when you dissolve through this path, which we're now talking about. And they might all feel different and they might all be equally valid. So arguably, a person who's versed in the tradition might have mastered one of these paths, but ideally they are like agile and they're able to benefit from all of them. So while you're doing puja, you might have moments of Shambhava Vesha, maybe, where you're approaching Kali in this pure non-dual direct way. Or you might do like Shakta Upaya, kind of like intellectual inquiry, and you might have that kind of Avesha. which I think is an exciting idea, that there are infinite ways to experience Kali, and meta religiously speaking, I'm trying to find a word for it, but like in a meta sense, at least we can think of her in these three ways, and they're all valid. And the first way, which we're exploring now, is called Shambhava Upaya. So now we'll use words to describe her in this way. So necessarily it's going to be kind of Shakta Upaya flavored, but it should lead to a more Shambhava Upaya approach. So here's how it goes. Kali, defined in this tradition, in the Shambhava Upaya way, is as follows. Kshepo Jnanam cha Sankyam Gatinada iti Kramat. So once we say the word Krama, already we have in mind a particular approach to Kali, the 12 Kalis or the 13 Kalis of the Bharata or the Krama system. This is a very subtle, very difficult teaching, and difficult because it's so obvious and so immediate. So bear with me. There are 12 Kalis, we argue. And the 12 Kalis are ceaselessly involved in the project of projecting the universe, maintaining the universe, and then dissolving the universe. That's what they do. They go out, as it were, to project a seeming externality. They relish that externality. They enjoy what's being created, and then ultimately they devour what's being created. And the reason there are 12 of them, just like there are 12 solar houses, is because it points to a sequence. So there's actually only one. There's a 13th Kali, which is the one who emanates the 12. Just like one sun might emanate 12 rays, or like one Jesus might have 12 disciples. Like that idea is like it's one. The emanations are all coming from a central source. But the reason there are 12 of them is because they are understood sequentially. So the first Kali, this Shrishti Kali, is the one who creates externality, as it were. And then that externality is savored by the second Kali. Technically, it's just the same Kali in a different phase. You could say, like, say a person gets up in the morning, and the first thing they do is they go to the kitchen in order to, like, make a cup of coffee, but they're still dressed in their pajamas. You can call that person number one. Then they get in the shower, and they put on some, like, clothes which they would wear to the office, and then they go to the office. That's person number two. Then at the office, they're doing all this work. They're still person number two, but then when they finish, they might loosen their tie or take their jacket off or something. That's person number three. And then they'll get to the bar, and by the time they're 4 or 5 drinks in, they're on the table whirling the jacket over their head, and the shirt's all the way unbuttoned. And like you could say, oh, that's person number 4 or something like that. But notice, it's the same person being observed at different points, as it were, different moments in that person's day. And so that gives you like 4 different images where there's only really one person. Similarly, there are 12 Kalis, but it's just the same Kali. If you can imagine, I mean, you can't freeze the ever dynamic Kali, but if you can imagine like a movie and then you're freezing the frames, you would get maybe 12 archetypical moments in Kali's expression. And these are the 12 Kalis. So when we say the word krama, sequence, we're referring to Kali's 12 phases. We don't need to get into all 12 of them now, but the basic idea is that they're sets of 4. So there are 3 sets of 4. The first set of 4, the first of the 3 sets, is related to creation. So, Shrishti Kali, Rakta Kali, Sthitinasha Kali, and Yama Kali, these all have to do with projecting a world in order to like experience the world. So they have more to do with objectivity, the prameya, the physical world of objects, which include the body and the mind. So literally, if I think any thought whatsoever, these are the first 4 Kalis: projecting, relishing, and then eventually wanting to devour. Once they start devouring, this brings attention to the next set of Kalis, the next 4. These will have to do with the perceiving. So the first set of 4 had to do with the perceived object, like in this case, it's some thought. And the second set of 4 has to do with the perceiving itself, which is the mind itself in which that thought is cognized. And finally, the cognizer. So the item that was cognized, namely a thought, the act of cognition, which is happening in the mind and the instruments, and the one to whom the mind is attributed, meaning the cognizer, the subject. The last 4 have to do with the subject. And these are exceedingly difficult to talk about because now we're talking beyond even the mind. And those 4 Kalis will devour, ultimately they will devour even my sense of self, leaving only the void behind. The Mahabhairava, the unnameable Mahachanda Ghora Kali, like that final Kali, she devours even the most expanded sense of self that goes beyond even the individualized Purusha form. So all that's very subtle philosophy, but all of that is only to say that Kali is that energy which creates, maintains, and destroys, and that which is created only within consciousness. So this is where we get a very somewhat idealistic claim that anything at all ever experienced in this universe is only ever experienced in consciousness. So at no point do I step out of consciousness in order to experience a world. There is no world as such apart from the conscious experience of that world. So therefore, it's in consciousness. It's within I don't want to say mind, but maybe mind in the Buddhist sense of the word. Within that mind only appears this world. In fact, even the mind appears within consciousness. That appearance, the act of projecting, the act of creating something rather than nothing, is Kali. So the first definition that Abhinava Gupta gives us about Kali is that she's Shepa. She's the one that throws the world. Kshipet, one should throw. To throw means to project. So this whole world is a projection upon the canvas of consciousness. But we don't project it. I think that's an important point. We often think that, oh, it's my superimposition. As per the Advaita Vedanta tradition, it is the ignorant jiva who superimposes a false snake on a real rope. So I look at Kali, but instead of saying Kali, I say, oh, look, trees, or look, a road, or there's some other person, or here's a birthday cake or something. So these are all superimpositions. And in the Advaita Vedanta tradition, they're projections because of me. I, in my ignorance, have projected a birthday cake and trees and roads and other people where there is only the formless Nirakara, Nirashraya Brahman. But here, the claim is different. It's not me, the individual, that does it. It's Kali. And Kali here is defined as that capacity of consciousness to project a world. And then more importantly, to relish the world. So the next phrase here is dhyanam. So once the world is projected, there must be someone who is aware of it, who cognizes it. So jnanam. Jnanam means to hold the world. So having projected the world, now she knows it, as it were, meaning she holds it as a totality of cognitions within her. But then in order to like make, I don't want to say make sense of it, that's not what essentially is happening, but in order to hold it, I guess you could say, there's some delimitation that occurs within that world. And that delimitation is called Sankhya. So Sankhya means to count or to delimit or to define. So when Kali holds the world, she then takes her sword and goes to town and chops it all up. So now what would otherwise be a discrete, homogeneous mass of blissful consciousness appears to be, sorry, an indeterminate, indiscrete mass of blissful consciousness now appears to be discrete objects, all differentiated from one another. So here we hear about Kali. Here we hear about Kali. Sorry. Here we encounter Kali in one of her most terrifying forms, that which cuts things up, which divides things up. And this is where she's Mahamayi. So arguably in the beginning, she's Janani, because she creates the world. She's Mata, she's the mother that creates the world. And you could say she's Parameshwari because she holds the world. Jagadatri, she's the one who holds the world, Jagadatri. But here, she's properly speaking Kali, because Kali is that one who cuts and who divides and who delimits. So this is a terrifying act because the one becomes the many. This is Set dismembering Osiris, if you will. So there are many myths like this in many of the mythic structures of the world. Even here, you get the Sudarshana of Sri Vishnu chopping up Mother Sati when Lord Shiva is grieving in that particular Purana. You get many myths of dismemberment, of coming apart, and that's the world becoming fragmented. This is so important. It is in consciousness that a world is projected as a homogeneous, non-dual mass of blissful, shining consciousness, but it is also in consciousness that that same world is then seen as another and shining mutually as mutually different from consciousness, but within that world as mutually different from one another too. So this is a very complex idea that first the world appears to be separate from me, and then within that world also the entities that appear in that quote unquote separate world appear to be separate from one another. So here we get an important metaphor of the mirror. Imagine there is a city reflected in a mirror, like in the Dakshinamurti Stotram. Now, the mirror is all just one substance. It's all just reflective glass. But within that mirror appears an entire city. Now, the city is not different from the mirror, actually. And actually, everything within that city is the same as everything else within that city because they're all made of the same reflective surface. However, the image presents a very different story. Like in the image, the tree doesn't look like the cow, and the cow doesn't look like the birthday cake, and the birthday cake doesn't look like the spouse, which in turn is different from the house, which in turn is different from the mouse. Like they're all different. I'm able to notice that. I'm able to say, this is a house, and this is a mouse, and this is a spouse. And I understand they all have different like roles to play. So they have a nama, name, because arguably the nama is my act of differentiating the world. When I give something a name, I'm saying it is X and it is different from not X. So the moment I say house, it cannot be a spouse or a mouse because a spouse and mouse, those are different categories, you see. The different things are referred to when I say the word spouse or mouse. So nama, in one way, is like prior to rupa. Rupa means form. But the two go together. It's very rare that I will say a name and not have an associated form that goes with the name. So Nama Rupa. And because there are distinct Nama Rupas, distinct names and distinct shapes, there's also different uses, Vyavahara. So for instance, the mouse might be like, I don't know, what do you use a mouse for? In some parts of the world, you cook it. You put it on a skewer, cook it, and you eat it. So the mouse is for eating, let's say. Then the house is something you like go inside and live in to take shelter from the storm. And then the spouse is someone that you also share the house with and then share your mouse dinner with. But like you don't mix them up. Hopefully you won't cook and eat your spouse. And hopefully you don't try to live in the mouse. And hopefully you don't try to eat the house. Like they all have different functions, you see. And the reason I'm able to interact with them differently, use them differently, if you will, is because I recognize they all have different forms. And I know that because they all have different names. So being able to name something and being able to recognize its formal differences is an important way like to interact with the world. The hat goes on the head and the shoes go on the feet, as it were. This is the nose and this is the ear, and like that babies play this game where the parents teach them, and then like that they build a body in their mind by saying, oh, this is my nose, and my nose is different from my ear, and my ear is different from my hair, and my hair is different from my teeth, like that. So this action of naming and distinguishing and differentiating, that's Kali actually. So Kali is defined as that which divides, as that which cuts up, as that which diversifies, if you will. That's called Sankhya. Sankhya meaning to count, right? Sankhya is the adjectival form of Sankhya meaning to count. Then we have the idea of resonance. She is nada. She's pure sound, the vibration. For this, you need look no further than your own gospel. In the book of John, there the word was with God, the word is God, etc. So same idea of like throb, pulse, sound. But then importantly, gati. Gati means that which goes, meaning dynamic, like moving. So she's a dynamic aspect of God, which is pure resonance, and she is sequentiality as these 12 kalis. But she's also importantly the non-sequential reality in which the sequence occurs. So the 13th Kali is automatically posited by the 12. And so in this Kali, this 13th Kali, this whole thing is projected, Kalanam. Therefore, she is Kali, who ultimately, and this is most important, you could say, Abhidhiyate. She is called Kali because she devours, Sankarshini. Okay, so now I want to make a very important point, right? No visual depiction of Kali will ever describe what I'm saying right now. This is very important. So please be careful. Speaking from a Shambhava Upaya point of view, you can't visually depict this because anything that you depict, any form of Kali that you show was projected by Kali, delimited by Kali, and ultimately consumed by Kali. So think of Sri Ramakrishna taking his sword and cutting Kali in half. Can you imagine? That happened. Sri Ramakrishna described this experience where he's sitting in meditation and Kali appears. And in order to experience the formless Kali, the void Kali, he has to cut his beloved image of Kali in half with the sword of discernment. So be careful. This Kali that I'm speaking of, from the Shambhava Upaya point of view, cannot be seen or objectified because the moment you do that, you've abstracted away from the Kali that I'm talking about. This Kali is you in the sense that it is pure consciousness which projects, which holds, which delimits, which arguably savors and enjoys and experiences, but which ultimately also devours. So that final aspect, Kali Kala Sankarshini, I know this is very subtle. Like I'm gonna come to the Anavapaya point of view in just a few moments, but what we're talking about now, this is like the secrets of the Kali tradition. This is like the most, arguably the most esoteric way of talking about Kali or thinking about Kali. She who is Matrika, who is sound, but also the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, which allow us to do this Nama Rupa Vyavahara, this delimiting. Okay, so bear with me. Now we can get a practice from this. So with this very refined idea of Kali, the practice becomes very simple. Literally any cognition will be the way to do it. So like any cognition will be as good as any other cognition for the practice that I'm going to suggest. So for fun, let's just take the taste of tea. It's an experience, the taste of tea. And as a taste, without any conceptual overlay, it is a raw, immediate felt sense of like taste, like you don't have to say it's sweet. It is sweet. I could use my mind and discern that this is sweetness. I could say, oh, it's milk. There's milk and there's sugar and it's black tea and it's my favorite kind of black tea. It's red label, the Indian red label. So I can like say, okay, like all these things are conceptual overlay, thoughts or stories that I can tell about my experience. But here, let's focus primarily on the experience of tea itself without even needing to call it tea, just as an experience. And again, anything will do. the pain of a piercing, as the Vijnana Bhairava gives us, or the taste of tea, or the experience of an orgasm, or like a grief, a feeling of grief or something. Anything will do, literally any cognition. Therefore, life itself becomes the puja, because life is nothing but a series of experiences. So now an experience arises. This is the, like, let's just call it the first Kali. Actually, it's the first four Kalis, but let's the first Kali, or Kali in her first act, as it were. This is a play in four parts. A tragedy in five parts? No, it's a play in three parts or four parts. So part one, Kali projects the experience. That's obvious because otherwise, I wouldn't be having an experience. So once I have the experience, the recognition that, this experience is projected by Kali is the first way that I interact with Kali. Just by recognizing itself that this experience comes from Kali, that's already interacting with the first Kali. But importantly, who is that Kali? Me. This experience appears in consciousness, projected from consciousness. Now, that might not be clear in the beginning, but hopefully it will become clear in the end. So now comes the second act. So we call this the second Kali, but really, like, you could say, like, there's so many ways of thinking about this, but the second act is where I experience it. So the first part is where the experience arises. The second part is when I actually experience it. And it's a sad fact. Very few of us are able to actually experience the things that arise. We usually abstract away from it. So when I'm sipping the tea, I'm never actually tasting the tea. I'm thinking about what I'm going to say to you while I'm sipping the tea. It's like it's not an actual experience of the tea. So this experience of the tea, like the primeval, like primordial tea-ness, is beyond any thought I could have about it. So this implies a certain level of, I guess you could say, mindfulness or presence, or at least surrender. I think surrender is a very important word here, because to experience something fully is to surrender fully to the energy of that experience as it vibrates in my being. So here, of course, one might close the eyes if it's not a visual experience. One might enter into the tongue and just feel the warmth of it, taste the flavor of it. And then staying with it, we notice that it's actually kind of persistent. As in, it takes a while actually before the flavor totally dissolves. There's some like fading, and after a while, what's left is maybe not the sensation of the tea, but the memory or the impression left over after the sensation is gone. That too is part of the sensation, so you have to stay with that. So usually the reason why we don't do this practice is because the moment we take a sip of tea, before we've even experienced it in its subtlest form, we've already taken the next sip. So one of the obstacles in this practice is rushing into the next experience even before we have fully completed, if I can use that phrase, with this one. So as we experience the tea, we stay with it, and now comes act three. So this is the hardest moment, right? Like act one and act two, that's kind of common to us all. Act one, we all do. I mean, Kali does, because everyone has experiences. Act two, experiencing that emotion or that taste fully, that takes her grace. She has to give us the stickability, if you will, to stay with it. But then Act 3 specifically requires her grace. In Act 3, the taste physically dissolves, but also psychically, the impression left over, the samskara left over from the tea, even that dissolves. So you could say here, we are watching the final dissolution of the flavor. Like, where does it go? The question is, where did it go? Who came and gave me the experience? Well, it arrived, it just came in me. Where was it experienced? Outside? No. At no point have I ever experienced anything outside of myself, so it must have been experienced within me. And then if it didn't come from outside of me, if it didn't appear outside of me, finally I have to conclude that it dissolves within me. From the place it arose, it returns. So that moment when it fades, one should catch it. So here we focus on the taste until it dissolves, and then we focus, as it were, on that into which it dissolved. And here we realize that's Kali. So Act 3 is following Kali in her Sankarshini, devouring form, where she devours all the experiences that I have. And in this moment, Act 4 is when I recognize the most important thing that anybody could ever recognize. And in this, the whole world was created within me. I myself, as consciousness, projected this world into existence. In me, the world is experienced. I myself savor it, the totality of it. All the richness of the world is held within me, within consciousness. Not within Nish, by the way. Like Nish, this body, this mind, this person that is speaking to you now is like one fragrance in the perfumer's shop. But I am not a fragrance. I am the perfumer in whose shop all the fragrances are experienced. But more importantly, Into me it all dissolves. And if one can have that recognition, this fourth Kali, which, by the way, this fourth Kali can appear in any of the first three, or it can be a fourth, like totally different Kali, which is that moment when I abide in my true essence nature without any universe. So you can think of this fourth Kali as maybe Samadhi, or you can then project a fifth Kali, which is then now it's an act of five parts, so it's a proper tragedy. But the fifth Kali is the one that actually is a recognition of Kali in all four states. So Kali as the creation, Kali as the maintenance, Kali as the destruction, and specifically, I'm speaking of not the abstract poetic idea of the world being created, maintained, and destroyed in some mythological time by some mythological deity. I'm talking about the direct and immediate experience of my life here and now, which is experience after experience coming, staying for a while, and dissolving. Meditating on that process, on the process of it coming, vibrating and dissolving, coming, vibrating and dissolving, coming, vibrating and dissolving, is Kali worship because it's the worship of the 12 Kalis as per the Maharta or the Krama system. So notice what we're trying to say on the Shambhava level using Shakta Upaya language here is this, that when you recognize consciousness as Kali, which is essentially what Abhinava Gupta means by Kali, Anakya means that consciousness, we recognize that consciousness is dynamic. It vibrates, and part of its vibration is to project a world, maintain a world, and dissolve a world. So the dynamism of Kali is sensed, is intuited, is immediately accessed in life itself, in every possible experience. That's why Shankara can say, where can I go that is not a circumambulation of thy temple? How can I lie down without prostrating before you? What can I say to praise you when you are the very words that I use to praise you? Tava chakacha, um, tava, नासुतिरंबिके सकल शब्द मयि किल ते तनु निखिल मूर्तिषु मे भवदन्नयो मानसिजासु बहिष्प्रसरासु च iti vichintya shive shamita shive. So Abhinava is saying, I can't praise you. The very words that I use to praise you are you. So whatever I say, whether it's a prayer or the most worldly talk, in truth, it's nothing but a hymn to you because you are present in the worldliest of conversations. And he says, what can I encounter in the universe, whether internal or external, that is not you? So in truth, I'm always interfacing with you no matter what, whether I'm in the temple or whether I'm like at the nightclub. In truth, I'm only ever coming in contact with you. That recognition that everything I see is Kali, and the space in which it is seen is Kali, and the space in which it dissolves is Kali, that is Kali Puja. Arguably Kali Puja in a very subtle sense. So, TLDR of all of this, Kali is consciousness and you are consciousness. You are it. So everything that you do to the Murti, like when we're going to come to that in just a few moments, all the rituals that you do in order to connect to Kali's presence in the Murti is also happening in Kali, who is you. So the first point I want to make, the most important point arguably we could make in all of this is that you are the very thing that you're trying to worship. And this is not like for some people when they hear this, it's the shallowest thing they ever heard. They're like, okay, yeah, whatever. I know that. It's like some kind of self-helpy thing where it's like, okay, like I'm Kali. And often they think that means me, the ego. Like Nishant is not Kali. I could not stress that more. This is not what I mean. I'm not saying I, Nishant, am Kali because I have the qualities of Kali having worshipped her. Look, I'm not talking from that point of view, from a Jungian, maybe like archetypical point of view. There's something that people tend to do with our tradition. And it's fine. Again, the tradition is very tolerant of it. You treat all of our gods like tarot cards, like major arcana deities or something. Like they're all supposed to show you something about yourself. Hare, I mean, yes, you can use them in that way. But they're not meant to be, I think, depictions of your psychology. Rather, they're all representations of that which is beyond psychology, beyond the mind. But of course, being articulated in the mind, they're going to have a particular flavor. And therefore, I think it is somewhat valuable to think of them as archetypes and from a Jungian point of view, try to see yourself in Kali or see yourself in Lakshmi, insofar as what you mean by that is you're trying to articulate a sense of psychological sense of self based on Kali's fearlessness and wildness. You say, I'm wild and fearless like Kali. That's fine and that's valid, but that's not what I'm talking about now. Again, I'm not invalidating this. I'm pointing out that what we're saying now is far subtler than that. And not to say it's better than that, it's just different from that. So when you say I am Lakshmi because I am elegant and beautiful, that's good, that's fine, but that's not what we mean. The I that I'm talking about here is the one which cognizes even the psychological I. So Nishant, the personality called Nishant, is itself an object to me. And that I is the same I in all beings. It's a one I. So it's not a claim like I am Kali, because look, this Kali, and that's why I'm resisting any visual depiction of Kali here, is prior to any qualities you could assign to her. So when you say Kali, you think, oh, wild and free and fearless and beyond all notions of pure and impure. At this level, that's all nonsense. At this level, that is assigning attributes to the one in which all attributes are contained. So we have to use some strong language here to prevent a very likely error that will occur in this Shambhava Upaya practice, where we appropriate to the small sense of I that reality which is being described on the highest sense of I, which I actually truly authentically am, but fail to recognize because of my externalization, because of my obsession with this small I. So when a person is very identified with this body, with this mind, with this person, then this kind of language either won't work, or it will sound very difficult to understand, or the worst case scenario, which is also fine, by the way, is part of Mahamaya, part of Avidya Shakti, is that it will be misunderstood. So it'll be misappropriated to the ego. So I say, you are the goddess that you're worshipping. I'm speaking in the most refined way, like the consciousness in which you, the pujari, which is, by the way, distinct from Kali, and Kali, the puja, the one who is being worshipped, and the act itself, where the pujari or pujarini is doing something to connect to the puja, that's called puja. It's the one, this Kali, which I'm speaking of, is the one in which those three appear for a little while anyway, and then ultimately are dissolved. And that one, that Kali, that formless projector, maintainer, devourer of all things, that Kali is what you truly are, beyond any kind of mind-based idea about who Kali is or what Kali is. That's why we could say, Swarupam Twadiyam Navindanti Devaha. Even the gods don't understand your nature. You can put this in a devotional sense, like, oh, she's so great. She's full of infinite qualities that even someone like a Sura, like someone like God, like Indra, could never understand her. Yes, you can understand it that way. But we can put it in more precise terms by saying the reason you can never understand anything about her is because, and this is very clear, not to speak in hand-wavy mystical terms here, but the reason we can never understand her is because she's not an object to be understood. She's not a thought or a vision or an image or a being. She's being in and of itself. And therefore, she can never be understood in the way that we understand, say, mathematics, which is an object in the mind. You can understand only objects, but Kali is not an object. You cannot objectify her. So, on this level, we become mad. All we want to do is destroy every depiction of Kali. We want to break all the statues. We want to drown all the murtis. We want to make a big fire and throw everything into it. And most importantly, we want to put out that fire also. Here we want void, we want darkness, we want the dissolution of all forms. Ultimately, we want the dissolution of all thoughts. So I would say Shambhava Upaya is consciousness in a particular mood, which is the mood of being indrawn, withdrawing into itself. It's Kali's in-breath, you could say, if you want. So Shambhava Upaya. It's like Janae's screen, you could say. That idea. So Kali's blackness becomes very important. So Sri Ramakrishna would say, like, from a distance, she appears to be with arms and with, she said, like, Sri Ramakrishna, she would describe Kali in this way. She would say, like, it's like ocean. From a distance, the ocean looks like it has some color, green or blue. I think the Aegean Sea, the Greeks used to have a nickname for it. I think they called it the Great Green or something like that, right? Because it appeared green. So the color of the sea is affected by refraction patterns of light, etc. But when you actually get to the sea and you scoop up the water in your hand, what color is it? It's colorless. So too with the sky. From a distance, it appears that there's blue or there's purple. But then when you, like, if an airplane were to go into the sky, would it come back blue? It's not like the sky is blue such that its blueness is then, inherited by the airplane. It's not blue. It's just atmosphere. But it appears blue from a distance, though. So similarly, Kali appears to have forms. She appears to have hands and arms and whatnot from a distance. But then when we enter into her, we dissolve into her, then she loses all qualities and she becomes pure void. So this is practice number one. The first way of worshipping Kali is just pratyabhikya. Just recognize you are already that. And by you here, I mean pure consciousness. And then you can appreciate this by closing your eyes and letting experiences arise and dissolve and fade away. Yeah. And Avi, in just a few moments, I'll speak in a register that I think will hopefully tally with the devotional sentiment a little more, I think. The idea of Kali as protectress, to think of her and be obsessed with her and be in love with her. That's one of my favorite modes, of course. But in this place, we become so obsessed with her, so in love with her, that we lose ourself in her. There is no me left to be scared or alone. In fact, it's the ultimate form of aloneness, because it's the aloneness in the sense of all oneness. This is Kali who has devoured her husband, you know. It's like, I love you so much, I just want to eat you. So this is where I eat my mother. Here's what I want to do. I want to go to Kali and I want to kill her. And then I want to chop her up. And then I want to put her in a big pot and cook her, then eat her. This is the mood that we're in when we talk about Shambhava Upaya. I'm going to eat Kali. That's what I'm going to do. And there's a Ram Prasad song, you know, where he says this. He says, a person who is, I was born under an inauspicious star. Nakshatram. I was born under Ardha Nakshatra. So it's considered a Rudra kind of star. So you could say, oh mother, I was born under an inauspicious star. If you're not careful, be careful. I mean, like they say the one who is born under this star becomes an eater of his mother. So this is where you look at Kali and you say, yum. I'm going to devour you whole. Because you know what you are, mother? Nothing but a thought in my mind. Where would you dance if not for me? You could say to her with a bit of haughtiness. You could say, you like to dance, you like to create the world, you like to destroy the world. Ha! Where would that world be if you did not have my chest to stand upon? Like, where would you dance if this was not space? And the reason you could speak haughtily like this is because you're not speaking like Nish. Nish is an ant. If he tried to wrestle with Kali, it would be an ant wrestling with an elephant. She would crush him, and she will, no matter what. But I can wrestle with Kali because she's nothing without me. Where will she dance? I am the space in which she can dance. But now we're talking about Kali as that space itself. So this is where Kali is the space, but Kali will devour what's in that space. So you could say Ram Prasad here is taking that view and he's saying, oh mother, I will eat you. Because they say one born under such a star becomes the eater of his mother. So it's a beautiful song, something kabhe, kabhe, I'm gonna eat you, I'm gonna eat you. And then he says something really interesting. He says, you know, also I'll eat you whole, but I won't digest you. I'll eat you and I'll keep you within my stomach so that you'll be inside of me. And then there's almost this like battle of wills where it's like it has either I'm gonna eat you or you're going to eat me. But the outcome, one of it has to happen. Either I eat you or you eat me. So this is the attitude where we destroy all idols, we burn everything, we just be absorbed in Ma, like that. So you could think of Dhumavati or something like Ma eating her own husband or something. So you could say like Shiva will like destroy like this is the idea of Kali eating Shiva maybe. Shiva being the bhakta, Shiva being the husband, like that. So consciousness, pure non-dual consciousness, think of it as a void or like a black hole will consume. So you'll see in like more modern tantras like Mahanirvana Tantra, we ask this question, why is Mother Kali black? And it says, just as black devours all colors, so too does Kali devour all name and form, including whatever artwork you make about her, including whatever attributes you give about her, including all your names about her. Give 1,000 named hymns, and all you've done is presented something new to be burned and shredded. You know, like each name she'll like swallow and swallow and swallow until there are no names left. And when there are no names left, what will you call her? Exactly what Abhinavagupta called her. Anakya. Anakya means she who has no name and cannot be named. Because whatever name you give is necessarily an object to consciousness. And if it's an object, consciousness will devour it in the end, as with all objects. So this is the idea of Kali as that which devours even God. So if you make a god of Kali, if you say Kali is my mother, wait, she will eat your mother. Or if you say Kali is my God, wait, she will eat your God. Or you say Kali is me, she will eat you. Like literally any thought you could have, she will eat. And who is she? Me. I am that Kali who devours all things. So Sri Ramakrishna would say when one worships Kali, eventually one becomes drunk with Kali. And like a drunkard, we say, verily, I am Kali. But the only one who can say, I am Kali is the one who speaks of Kali arguably in this way, in the Shambhava Upaya way. Because that's what you are. Like above all, primordially we are consciousness. And if we speak of Kali as consciousness, as non-dual consciousness, not only do we recognize that she's dynamic, that she can create, maintain, and destroy the world, that she's resonant, but we also discover above all that she is me, for I am consciousness. And you can try to prove it. You can try to prove me wrong. You can't. Like try to prove to me that you are not consciousness. You'll never be able to do it because it's consciousness itself in which that proof or lack thereof occurs. So even he who doubts that he is consciousness, consciousness is the very one which doubts. So therefore, Kali as consciousness is my very own essence nature. And the first way to worship Kali is just by with no other means of ritual or anything, just by recognizing myself, recognizing that I am Kali. And so hopefully this gives you a practice, something you can actually do, where you sit and you drink, hold the tea, and then you let the tea dissolve, and then you just sit. We can call this meditation on nothing. That's Kali Puja. Yeah, I know it is overwhelming, isn't it? Kali Dasi. It's like, what? And it's such a strange thing to think that when you're named Kali Dasi, who are you the Dasi of? When the Dasi of Kali is Kali herself, there's no idea of Dasya, like there's no idea of servitude or devotion even. Like there's no devotion here in one sense because the lover and the beloved are gone. But wait a minute, this is the true sense of devotion. Sri Ramakrishna was defined by Swami Vivekananda as Love personified. So Swami Vivekananda defined God not as the beloved, he defined God as love itself. So he would say that like whenever you see a mother cat nursing its young, stand and pray, for you are in the presence of God. God is love, not lover, not beloved. God is love. So if you love Kali, the Kali that you love is the beloved. That's not what I'm talking about. That's just a projection that will be devoured. The one who loves that Kali also, that doesn't exist. This is why this isn't a solipsistic claim. Because even the one who claims that I am Kali, it's not that one that we previously took ourselves to be. So the lover and the beloved, the devotee and God, both will dissolve into Ishvara, which Swami Vivekananda defined as prema swarupa, love in and of itself. So in one sense, you could say there's bhakti, bhakti being the relationship between the devotee and God. But then you could say there is this. This is bhakti, prema, which is love itself, which doesn't care about me, it doesn't care about God. Who cares about God in the face of this love? I hate God. Fuck Kali in the name of this love. Because this love is Kali, not that Kali which you can draw and speak of, or like talk about, or like pray to. Fuck prayer. Fuck relationships. All of that does not have any currency on this level of Kali. Because now we're talking about Kali as pure love, the love that devours the relationship between the devotee and God. That relationship won't occur because there's no longer a devotee and there's no longer a God that can be bound in any kind of relationship. It's pure relating without relationship, I guess you could say. It's consciousness relating to itself. So here you can be very dramatic. Here you can use the most dramatic of language. Yes, I fucking love you. Jai fucking Ma. Afsane, it's so good to see you, Ma. Jai Ma. I hope you're safely back in Mexico. So sad to have you here in the house last week and now back in Mexico, but then still, where can you be where Kali is not? And so this idea of relationship is so profound because it is ubiquitous, it is unconditional, and it's indubitable. That's my favorite thing about this mode. It's indubitable. You cannot deny it. You can't deny it because it's you. You're the one denying it. So even the act of denying it proves it. So here we speak of God in this way, in this most radical way. That's why you can say things like, and not in the emo boy Nietzsche kind of way, but I think in the Vivekananda way, where he says Vedanta has dethroned God. My guru, is the sweetest man in the whole world. Deva would know. And one of my favorite things is when he gets into this kind of mood. So one time we were just in San Diego, and I was just sitting with my guru Deva, and he's like, "Yeah, we killed God." But you have to know him to like realize how funny it is when he says it, because he's like so sweet and so devotional. So when he just casually drops that we've killed God, like that's kind of like you expect it from some like edgelord emo kid, but like from Guru Deva secretly an edge lord actually. He's like, because he's a Kali Bhakta, so secretly he's mad with love for Ma. So you get every now and then you get statements like this. Once it was so cute. After a big puja, big festival, I was sitting with him in his room and we were talking about like suffering, and he just like casually threw this out there. He was like, "Yes, they suffer because they don't recognize the void nature of all things." I'm just like, bro, just like such a casual way of, and it was just without breaking the stride of the conversation that we were having. But like that, recognizing the void nature of all things, what that means is to see past its thingness, to recognize the reality in which it vibrates, which is Kali. So here we're talking about Kali. And this Kali, Abhinava calls Anakya, but he doesn't mind defining as Shepo Jnanam Chasankyam iti Gatinada iti Kramat. Kalanam Kali Kala Sankarshini iti Abhidhiyate. So she is Kali who devours, who projects, who cognizes, who delimits, in whom the entire world is imagined. So this Kali, of course, refers to consciousness, and naturally in the Krama system, we deify Kali. We call her Samvit Devi. That's another very powerful name for Kali. It's like Kali's true form, Swarupa Jnana, knowledge in and of itself, is Samvit. Samvit is the word of choice in this tradition for consciousness, at least one of the many words for consciousness. So Kali is Samvit, she's Samvit Devi, who projects, maintains, destroys the world. So all of that is speaking from the Shambhava Upaya point of view. Let me transition now. So method number one, yes, to worship Ma Kali is just to recognize that consciousness is Kali and then just be. So I think this should be very hopefully encouraging. So for those of us who are going to be overwhelmed by the rituals that I'm now going to place before you, hopefully you can recognize that actually you don't need them. They're just for fun. All of these rituals are totally for fun. You're just doing it for shits and giggles. Like just like grok that idea that like you don't need any of what I'm going to present after this because you are already in and of yourself complete. And the rest of this is just for fun. It's like think of it as extracurricular, extra credit you don't even need because you've already like got 100% on the test, you know. But then the question then is why do the rituals? Like if you don't need rituals, why do rituals? Of course, the answer is why not? But a deeper answer here is because rituals are an expression of this that hopefully we know that I am Kali. So as Kali, what should we do but worship Kali? You know, have you ever walked past a mirror and not looked into the mirror to like appreciate your own beauty? Even if, and by the way, by the word appreciate, you know, as Kali Bhaktas, we use that word very broadly. So if you walk by the mirror and you look in the mirror, you're like, oh my God, I look terrible today. I'm having a bad hair day. Oh my God, my skin is terrible. What's going on? Should I get some teeth whiter? Like even that is appreciating your own beauty. Do you know what I mean? Like even that's a kind of appreciation because you're looking ha, made you look kind of thing. It's like no matter what you're looking at yourself for, it's still wonderful to look at yourself. Ideally, you look at yourself and you're like, damn, you know, I'm fine. But like even if that's not the case, some people look at themselves without any like you don't even like, oh, I look good today, or oh, like I look horrible. Sometimes you just look at yourself because there you are, right? When you walk by a mirror, I don't know. Yeah, this is the bodybuilder's paradox. Bringing Deva says, yes, he's a bodybuilder, so he knows. Like gyms are full of mirrors, as they should be, because you're like appreciating the body. I have a friend, and he's like, I'm so mad that straight people came to the gym. He's like, it used to be just for us gays. Like, only we cared about developing a perfectly sculpted, statuesque, like athletic, like Greek Roman statue body. And then all these straight people started coming, and like, it just makes he has a really good bit about the gym. He's like, the gym is for the gays. Like, leave it to the like that's his activism. But I mean, this idea of walking by a mirror, like how often is it that you walk by a mirror and don't stop to look at, I mean, like, is it even likely that you will walk by a mirror and not pause and look at yourself for just for a moment? Even if you have no evaluation, just you notice yourself. And there's something to that. So we argue that Kali is Vimarshini. She is that goddess who is always reposing in her own self, which means reflecting herself to herself. She is the medium in which she is reflected. She is the reflection in that reflecting medium, and she is the one to whom the reflection occurs. Which, by the way, I'm speaking entirely about consciousness. Consciousness is reflected in the mirror of the universe, and that reflection is for the sake of consciousness, to delight in its own face. And so, therefore, devotion can be understood in this way, in this non-dual way, where it's just what consciousness does. That's why one of the best ways to live your life is as a bhakta. Because on the level of being an embodied individual, when you are in love with God, you are actually enacting that which God does. Because God is love, who loves itself. God is love both as a noun and as a verb, if you can say. The Kali is the verb, Shiva is the noun, but by Kali I mean both the verb and the noun. So therefore, when we realize we are Kali, when Kali knows that she is Kali, it's really like if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Like if you know that you're Kali, worship Kali. Like what else will you do? So that idea of ritual not as means but as expression is what I want to get into now. So I'm going to present a bunch of things. Hopefully we know nothing. Yes, it are you kidding? Avi, I would go even further. I would say those who are of the LGBTQIA disposition, those who are diagnosed with any kind of like atypical neuroatypical thing, those who are outcast by society because of race, those who are women, those literally create any category right now for me in which there are individuals who struggle to be accepted by society. The LGBTQIA is one of them, but you can add women to that category. You could say women have had a really tough time. You could add minorities. You could add people of various races. You could add neuroatypical people. Like literally anyone in the world that has a hard time in the world, I think especially gravitates towards Kali. You know what's important about the image, the Murti of Mother Kali? Like you cannot make a Murti of Mother Kali, this is by traditional standards, especially in Bengal, without getting some of the dirt or dust from outside a sex worker's house. That's important. Like Mother Kali, this is sometimes hard for people to understand. She is the sex worker deified. Just for a moment, consider that. Like women already have a really hard time, but women who work in that profession have maybe the hardest time. And talk about trans women who work in that profession. I think never was there a more perfect representation of Mother Kali in this world than perhaps the black trans woman who is in the sex trade, who like that's what Kali is. If you think about Ardha Nareshwara, she's like a woman that defies all expectation of being a woman. And she is depicted as having wild hair because that's how you would expect a woman in that profession to be. You could say like, oh, she would in that profession like display the fact that she's a sex worker because she wouldn't bother to bind her hair. She sees clients all throughout the day, so her hair is wild and free and messy. And not only that, a woman in arguably medieval Indian society that didn't bind her hair was seen as a somewhat, I guess you could say, I don't know, like sexually licentious woman or like a libertine or something. I mean, you even think like the Dutch tilted hat in some of Rembrandt's paintings, right? Like you're a true bohemian if you tilted your hat, like you're conveying to others that like, you're hedonist or something. It's like the idea of like having wild hair. I mean, that's important. Mukta Keshi, Elokeshi. And you can't make an image of Mother Kali without the dust from the sex worker's house. In fact, there's a beautiful thing that you should know. Like in India, there was a big protest, I think in the 80s, right? I forget. But there, like, see, it was time in Bengal to make the images. So the image makers, like the Kumar Toli artist, they started to go to the sex worker's house to get the dust. But in India, we know that there's so many problems with the way that they relate to women. It's a society that deeply worships God as a woman, as mother, and it's the same society that then, like, treats women in all these horrible ways. So the sex workers, and especially sex workers, right? And so they protested and they didn't let the image makers come and take the dust from their houses. They're like, there's no way we're going to let you come into our yard, take the dust, make an image of the divine prostitute, and then treat us like this. We who are her living representatives on earth. And I think they had the right idea. So Kali is a sex worker. I think there could never be a better symbol for all marginalized groups than Kali and Shiva. I think that's a very important point. So thank you for asking that, Avi. But I think, yeah, you as a young worshiper of Kali, Avi's 13. I think it's important to remember that, like, yeah, like whatever you are, she accepts. You know. Tarini. Tarini joining the lecture, and Tarini is like the first thing I heard as I joined this lecture is Kali is a sex worker. I like it already. Good. But yeah, it's kind of like it's my job, I think, these days to say the things about Kali that no one else will, because even if they know it, India at this point, I think, is so repressed that it's really hard to like actually be open about these things. Though everyone knows it, and though we worship it, and though it's so subconsciously available. Kali is highly censored in India and of course all over the world. We think of her as like the gentle mother, which she it's not to say she's not that, but we forget all the other things that she is. And so, yeah, and that's the thing. And by the way, to India's credit, this is very interesting. It's a fact. India is one of the first places in the world that, like, as a government, recognized the transgender as like a valid gender, like legally. Like they recognize the third gender. India is one of the first governments to recognize the third gender. And of course, that makes sense because India has had a long history of art and poetry and literature that focuses on such themes. I think very rarely will you find world literature with such a developed trans ethos as in India. Like the Mahabharata, for instance, there we see Arjuna, he becomes Falguni, like he transitions, as it were, or cross dresses, I guess you'd say. I'm not sure what the politically correct word for that would be, but he affects all the mannerisms, showing his gender fluidity. And of course, we have Ardha Nareshwara, we have all sorts of homoerotic themes in the Puranas. Like it's a very, like you can see, poetically rich and mythologically spacious tradition. So it's no surprise to me then that there's like a lot of what do you call it, like trans visibility in India, because when you go to India you'll see a lot of people dressed in saris, like trans people, like in on trains, etc., and they're regarded as goddesses. They'll come and ask for donations sometimes, and I think it's wonderful because when they come and ask for donations, their claim is that, like, I am the goddess. This is the most goddess you can, I mean, this is the most divine you can be in this world. Like to be a trans person, like this Ardha Nareshwara ideal, like, now give me money. They'll come to you as you're in the traffic, and they'll come up to your car and you roll down your window and you give them some money. Why are you donating? This is very interesting. Yes, you can give money to anyone who comes and asks for alms, but sometimes they come with a certain kind of ethos, like this is owed to that. Like they come and they're like, yeah, give me the money. Like I think what's his name? RuPaul would be proud. That kind of they come with some good RuPaul energy because yes, bravado. They have this bravado. But yes, because they are the goddess. They are the highest representation of Ma, and you give them money because you're worshiping the goddess with this dhanam, with this offering of money or whatever. So anyway, this is a rant, but it's an important rant, I think, that Kali and Shiva, they are specifically taking us beyond our notions of right and wrong, of conventional morality, of pure and impure. So we get this idea that somehow we are wrong or bad if X or if Y or if Z. And Kali, arguably as a symbol, now speaking from the Anava Upaya point of view, is reminding us that she lives in the smashan. Who cares actually? Who gives a damn about what society would say about any expression of Kali in this world? Hmm, that's interesting. Thank you, Janae. Janae is saying it reminds me a bit of who Divine the Drag Queen was originally based on. So Divine the Drag Queen was based on a character from Our Lady of the Flowers, who was a trans sex worker worshipped after death. I didn't know that. Our Lady of the Flowers. Yeah, this is interesting. So I think Kali, this is important, brings a lot of visibility to communities that otherwise would, be marginalized. So I think even dacoits, right? Like, I mean, you could say the LGBTQIA, they're not a criminal group. Like they've been criminalized by some societies that are like obviously incredibly transphobic or homophobic, but they don't actually like do criminal activities. Ideally, they don't, right? Like it's very rare that you think of the LGBTQI and you think, oh my God, they're criminals. It's a criminal enterprise. It's like, no, it's like a collection of people who are exhibiting behavior and dress and a way of life that's different from the norm. Okay, but there are groups of criminals, like the dacoits. They're like actual criminals, like they're highway robbers. And Kali is their mother too. Like they worship Kali. They actually go out and kill people and like bring their heads to Mother Kali as part of her puja. You think she doesn't like appear to them? This is an important point that she's there even for criminals. And of course, there are many who would say that if you're trans, you're a criminal just by virtue of being different. I don't mean that. I mean like criminal in the sense of these are people who might be actually violating the maybe more objective moral ethos of like don't harm others. Like gay people are not harming anyone. Like arguably you can't call them criminal on that ground. You can of course criminalize it, but because it's outside of the norm, but you can't call them criminals in that moral, objective moral sense. If you had to like objectify morality, you could say anytime you're doing harm to another person, like actually going out and harming someone, that would be criminal. And the LGBTQIA ethos of like eccentricity is not criminal. Actually, John Stuart Mill pointed out that that's good. Like if you can do that, if you can articulate your own sense of self, that's you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm another individual. So a person is totally free to express their sexuality in whatever way they want because it doesn't harm another individual. But like what about actions that do, like the dacoits? Is Mother Kali angry with them? They worship Mother Kali. Isn't that really interesting? Like in India, even criminals worship Mother Kali. And I love to think of Holy Mother and some of her devotees and some of her disciples. Like hardened criminals. There was this one guy. I mean, people were so terrified because the moment he got out of jail, you know what he did? The first thing he did when he got out of jail was he immediately walked to Holy Mother's house. He stole some pumpkins on the way or something like that from somebody's garden, and then came to Holy Mother and sat in front of her and gave her the pumpkins. And she was alone. Holy Mother, as like a young, I mean, not a young woman, at that time she was a much older woman, but as a woman, alone in the room with this hardened criminal who was a Muslim, mind you, no problem for her. Just like think about her acceptance. So anyway, I'm definitely digressing, but I hope it's an important digression that like the first point we should make is that you don't need to do puja because you already are Kali in the deepest sense of this word Kali, right? But the second point I want to make is that even if you suck at puja and even if you're going to do all of this wrong, look, she loves criminals. Like relax. Do you know what I mean? Like you're trying to worship the divine Mother Kali with sincerity and with love. There are people who are like literally killing others, and Kali loves them. Won't she love you too? And this is an important point. Like, we feel so much shame and guilt about so many things, and not least of all, our puja practice. Like, we feel like we're doing things wrong. And that's good, actually, in one sense, because we love her so much that we want to do things right. And that's good. That should be encouraged. But it shouldn't come from a place of fear. Like, I'm always looking at her, like threatening her. I'm like, you try to leave me. You can't. You're about as obsessed with me as I am with you. So, our relationship, like, it's Stockholm syndrome on both sides. Like it's really like, the eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. They try to like erase each other from each other's minds as much as they can, but they just can't. They're enmeshed. And that's how I feel like our relationship is with Mother Kali. She can't get away from me any more than I could get away from her. Given that, we should relax a little bit. Like we are both obsessed with each other, and there's nothing that you could do that would be so wrong that she would turn away from you. In fact, I even make an inverse argument. Now, I'm not actually endorsing criminal activity, okay? This is my disclaimer. I'm not saying you should go out there and kill people. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, sometimes. No, wait. I know. Wait. I'm not saying you should go out and kill people. I'm just saying that sometimes it's the worst kid that gets mother's attention more. Do you know what I mean? I feel like mother has a special and again, I'm not saying like to win mother's love you should go out and do evil shit. I'm just saying like if you were to be the evilest egg in the bunch, I think you are the most worthy of mother's love. Like it's an inverse sin argument. It's like how God hates the sin but loves the sinner. I'm saying like God is the sin and she loves the sinner. Like the most vile, like the most bent, most crooked, most like evil person in the world. I just feel like mother must love that person the most. Just like how a mother would maybe love. Yeah, I know. It was an unfortunately long pause, I know. But it's just like how mother would love like the child that I think is like the most problematic, or at least she gives so much attention to that child. And maybe that attention comes in the form of like scolding and spanking, and like maybe it's not for the child that attention maybe doesn't like, yeah, maybe people in the world who are doing adharma, maybe mother pays a lot of attention to them, but their experience of it is a lot of suffering, maybe because that's how mother is giving her tough love to reform them. I don't know, but I just think like taking a step back from all of that, I just think as a mother, if there was some child that was especially problematic, you would have a special relationship with that child, I think. And my only point here is to say that there's nothing you could do that could cause her to turn away from you. I would say, on the contrary, the worse you are, the more she turns towards you. And I think that's very comforting. Yeah, and Tarini is saying, when I worked at a school, the kids that stole my heart were the troublemakers. They needed the love the most. And that's the kind of mother, if we want to speak from an Anava Upaya point of view, that Kali is, I would argue. She's the kind of mother that loves you more the worse you are. So it gives you a sort of poetic license, at least a poetic license, to just be awful. Like Ram Prasad had no problem expressing some of the darkest human emotions when it comes to Kali worship. He wants to eat her, for crying out loud. And he wants to sue her in court and with a single point win. Like, my claim is this. I'm going to pause the recording. Anyway, coming back to Sri Ramakrishna, he was very fond of talking about the way dacoits worship Mother Kali. He would say, beat, bind, kill, one must fall upon her like a highway robber. So notice, only a Kali Bhakta who can speak about God in that way, like willing to relate to God, even if it's to kill God. Like only a person who is willing to kill Kali, arguably, will be able to truly love her. Like or at least love her in this way, tamasic bhakti, it's called. So the tamasic bhakti mode is especially available for Kali Bhaktas. Like we see with Ram Prasad. He's able to be angry at her. We don't feel like we should be angry at God. We feel like God is good and that God is peaceful, and so we should be good and we should be peaceful, which of course sets up this kind of like judgment paradigm where if I'm not peaceful, if I'm not pure, if I'm not good, or if I'm part of the LGBT, or if I'm like, if I'm a criminal or whatever, like this attitude comes from expecting God to be good or God to be pure. But when we project Kali as being impure or beyond purity notions, if we project her as being beyond good and evil, then actually that allows us to relax our own judgments about ourselves, because we've already relaxed judgments about her, knowing that not even the gods can understand her. But if I can do that with her, I can do that with me, meaning I'm as I am, good. Come as you are, soaked in blood, doused in oil, as a friend or as a known enemy. That's another thing. You can practice Shatru Bhav with Ma, this attitude of enmity. Um, which Ram Prasad from time to time did, which Sri Ramakrishna from time to time did. So this sweetness, this like relating just for the sake of relating, which emphasizes intensity over a correctness, feeling over form, force over finesse, I think that's the attitude that as a Kali Bhakta we bring to puja. We do puja with a divine fury. And I think that's worth more than actual like technique. Though I'm now going to get into technique because I think technique is also really important, and I like to set a high standard for technique because one thing you'll notice with the Kaula practitioners is that they're virtuosic when it comes to ritual. But I think their virtuosity, as I was arguing in a different place, comes from their divine fury. Their willingness to use anything and everything, especially emotionally speaking. They're willing to use any emotion whatsoever to relate to Kali. But now puja, as we're going to explore in the next few moments, is the modality for relating to Kali or relating to any deity. And Kali Puja in particular, specifically, is going to be a darker puja in the sense that there are going to be offerings that maybe would violate our sense of dharma. Like, for instance, if you're offering meat to Kali, obviously that implies that you've killed an animal or an animal has been killed for the puja of Mother Kali. Either it's a goat that was actually sacrificed in the puja or just a piece of fish or something. Kali is, in some context, a deity that eats meat. So when you worship her, in some contexts, not in all. Obviously, you can worship Kali in a vegetarian way. There's no problem. But in most contexts, not all, but most, Kali is worshipped with meat. Yeah, or the cucumber is sacrificed. But the cucumber is still a jiva, right? Like, I mean, like, the vegetarianism is complex for Hindus because we actually see jivas even in the plants. Like, do you not kill a plant when you pluck it and eat it? Of course you do. It's a jiva. It's like, it's a being. You're still killing it. Yeah, so there's this element of bali, as we'll talk about in a little bit. There's an element of panchamakaras, which can be offered symbolically. Of course, we gave many lectures on these vamachara aspects, which are sometimes part of Kali Puja, not always, but often. And we said, like, look, there's still a way to interact with Kali in a very Dakshinachara sattvic way. Like, you instead of offering meat, you can offer ginger. Instead of offering wine, you could offer coconut water or some Ganga Jal, like water from the Ganga, or some water. Instead of offering sex, instead of that, you can just offer a white flower and a red flower to symbolize the act of Yamala. So Kali likes menstrual blood. She likes semen. But like those offerings might be considered really diabolical to some people. Like, how can you offer God your semen? How can you offer her your menstrual blood? That's like horrific to some people. So instead, you can use bhasma and you can use sindur, the white paste, the ash, and the red vermilion. Like they will represent they represent many things, but they could represent that blood. People make blood offerings to Kali. Like, you know, they'll cut the head off of what do you call it? A black rooster at the very least, and then give that blood offering to Kali or the blood offering of the goat. Of course, if you're not down to give menstrual blood or any other kind of blood offering, there's the rakta, the redness of the sindur. You can use that to substitute. And of course, the red flower representing prana and blood and whatnot. So if you put the white flower representing semen into the red flower, that's your maituna. Instead of wine, there's coconut water. Instead of meat, there's ginger. Instead of fish, there's like salt or something, or what is it? Uh, garlic or onion or things like that. Like you can offer these things. So there's so many ways to substitute those Vamachara elements. That being said, though, the puja of Kali itself, in the meditation on Kali, the visualization on Kali itself, will have what do you call it? Some of these elements, maybe more disturbing, darker elements. Yeah. So anyway, Sri Krishna, this is very interesting. Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, he says not to do anything that would harm the body because to do so would be to harm the indwelling deity. And so that's why with the modality of Kali Puja, things get kind of murky because if you're going to sacrifice an animal, you are that animal actually. So you're killing yourself. Like as you kill the animal, you're killing yourself. And so it's a very complicated world and a very disturbing world, and that's why we shouldn't do anything without the guru's permission. Like we have to ask the guru. And with regards to that, like, and maybe that's a disclaimer I should have started off with. This is more descriptive as opposed to prescriptive. I'm just talking about Kali Puja in general and some of the elements of Kali Puja. And of course, there's like the in Tarapit, you can see how much alcohol is given to Mother Kali. And Ma Tara in Tarapit. That's a particularly Vamachara expression of Mother Kali. So the worshippers might be drunk, Tara is herself drunk. And so these elements of like alcohol, like the offering of whiskey, in Tarapit it's black dog and what is it, something stag. There's the two kinds of, their black dog is one form of whiskey, like the Jack Daniels of Tarapit. So like there's that. She drinks this whiskey, or in Abhinava Gupta's case, he loves to give draksha, this wine. And of course, mudra can mean a kind of parched grain that one eats as an aphrodisiac, but it also could refer to some kind of hallucinogenic or some kind of drug. So like this world of Kali with its intoxicants and with its alcohol, with its meat and with its emphasis on cremation grounds, like all of that can be really disturbing. But I think in one way, shape, or form, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to offer all these quote unquote left hand path things. But take it in terms of bhava. In terms of bhava, it means that you don't have to worry so much about pure and impure. That's the first thing I think we would point out. It's like nice to know that you can come as you are and like worship as you are. That doesn't mean that we don't learn virtuosity in terms of ritual, but I think you're more likely to be ritually virtuosic if you can relax about rules. I mean, you can learn the rules, but as you learn them, you can relax about them because you know that with Kali, purity and impurity goes out the window. I told you once, I was worshipping with some, I was attending a puja, and there was an Agori kind of a Manikarnika type who was doing this puja. And then after he finishes worship, I was just there sitting observing. And then he looks at me and he's like, "Come, offer some bhasma to Bhairava." There was like a lingam, and he's like, asked me to come and offer some bhasma. And I said, "Baba, I haven't taken my bath yet. I hadn't yet dipped in the Ganga. I hadn't yet taken my bath. So I felt like, let me do that first, and then I'll come worship at your altar." And I remember the look that he gave me. It was so funny. He was holding the kapala with the bhasma inside, so I could come and take the bhasma. And he gave me this look, and he was like, "This is Smashan Basma," he said. And like I like immediately started laughing because my training is like, oh, take a bath, wear fresh clothes, and then, but the fact is, this is Smashan Basma. This is like literally the most impure substance next to menstrual blood, like in the Brahmanical context. So the very ethos of Kali Puja, in this sense at least, it's not the only sense in which we can think of Kali Puja, but just in this sense, it laughs at the idea of purity. It rubbishes our mind-based projection as to what's pure and impure. Abhinavagupta has a very long philosophical analysis of impurity in chapter 4 of Tantra Sara and Tantra Loka. So there it says, very interestingly, it says, uh, there's no inherent impurity in anything, right? Like everything is inherently pure. And Avi, do you mean like, what do you mean? Like BDs? Yeah, I think like all of like basically everything, right? Like everything in this world is from Ma, is in Ma, and can be offered to Ma. But not everything should be offered to Ma, right? Like so like just because everything can be offered to Ma doesn't mean we will offer everything to Ma. So it's not like just because it's fine to offer crack cocaine to Ma, it's not like I'm now going to have to go out and like acquire crack cocaine in order to give. Like, no, I'm probably not going to give Ma any crack cocaine in my puja. Like that's just. But my point is that like that would be a valid offering. Everything is a valid offering, but that doesn't mean just because everything can be offered, everything should be offered. I think, right? Like that's my point. Thank you, thank you. That brings a level of nuance to this conversation. I think it's very important because often when I'm being descriptive in this way, sometimes people very easily take it as a prescription. They're like, oh, therefore I must. No, 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 that's not it at all. It's just the fact that these elements are present in the bhava or the world of Kali points to, I think, a deeper fact. So I'm hoping that we can interact with all of this in a deeper way. That's why I started with the Shambhava Upaya stuff. I want to talk about Kali as pure non-dual consciousness. And now I'm getting into Kali Puja, but I haven't yet started with the puja. Notice I'm easing into the externals. But I think the thing is, most of us are very fascinated with externals. And that's what we want. And that's what you'll get, no doubt. We'll focus on that. But like when we focus on the externals, we're like, oh, what should I offer? No, 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 not quite yet. No, not so fast. Before you ask what should I offer, I would prefer that you ask why. Why am I offering it? Like before you ask what and before you ask how, I think it's very important that you know why. If there's anything wrong with ritualism at all, it's this: empty rituals, meaningless rituals. We're doing everything that we're told to do, but we don't understand why we're doing it. And so now I'm speaking more from a bhava point of view, where bhava meaning mood or disposition or a mental state as you do the puja. The bhava here should be one of fearlessness. There are many bhavas, but you could say with Kali, there's a particular bhava that goes very nicely with this deity, and that would be Veera Bhav. Kali can be worshipped in any form, Divya Bhav, Pashu Bhav, no problem. But Veera Bhav means a kind of fearlessness. One should be fearless when approaching Kali. We even argue that one should be wild when approaching Kali, full of divine fury, like a highway robber falling upon his prey, like that. Kali is bloodthirsty, and to worship her, we ourselves become somewhat bloodthirsty. She dwells beyond all purity and impurity, and to approach that, we also dispense with all ideas of pure and impure. She is that which is beyond the mind-based projection of good or bad, right or wrong. So we too give up all those notions, so we can approach Kali naked, wild, and free, for she is that naked, wild, and free deity. Now, when I say things like this, immediately people think, oh, therefore I should worship her naked. I mean, yes, in some books it says that one should worship Kali free of all clothes. And Sri Ramakrishna, when he did japa, it's a known fact that he would go into the forest and by himself sit under a tree and take off all his clothes, including his upavita, his thread. He would take off his thread and hang it on the branch of a tree and sit there like absolutely naked, worshipping Kali. And once Hridoy, his nephew, approached him and found him there in the forest in the middle of the night, sitting naked without even his sacred thread. And he was scandalized, not because he was naked, but because he had taken off his sacred thread. Like as a brahmana, you should not take off your sacred thread. Like when you're going potty, you like tie it over your ear. Like when you're having sex, you like tie the thing over your ear. You don't even take it off. Is that interesting? A brahmana never takes off his sacred thread. But here, Sri Ramakrishna, for the sake of sitting and meditating on Kali, took off his sacred thread. And when Hridoy questioned him about this, he said like, very interestingly, he said, one must divest themselves of all upadhis, including pride of caste. So that idea that when one approaches Kali, we approach naked, wild, and free, but that doesn't actually necessarily mean that we're like worshipping naked. We could have clothes on. We're not talking about that. Yes, it helps sometimes to externally and physically try to enact what mentally we're going for. But here I'm putting more emphasis on the bhava. Right? Let me rein you all in for a moment. Like we're not yet in the puja part, though I'm leaning into it. I'm leaning away from the Shambhava Upaya consciousness, Kali as consciousness conversation and leaning into puja, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm not yet at any kind of external instructions. I haven't yet talked about what to do. You see, so I'm not saying go kill animals. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying go and sit naked in the cremation ground with your hair wild and free. I haven't. I'm probably not going to say that, and I haven't. At any rate, I haven't said it yet. I'm only talking about the bhava, the mood. The mood of worshiping Kali. Yes, I have sat naked in cremation grounds with hair like literally wild and free, doing all sorts of things. But like that's secondary. What we actually do in the context of ritual is an external reflection of what we feel within when we approach Kali. And now we've talked about Kali in this pure non-dual consciousness way. Now we're kind of zeroing in maybe on Kali as a particular mode of that non-dual consciousness, and we're associating it to things like Vira Bhava. Now we're starting to like enter a bit of attributes. And so to this question of what about other gods on the altar, that's actually a very interesting question, but interestingly, it wouldn't occur in a non-dual paradigm. So in the non-dual paradigm, what other gods? I don't know if there are any other gods. There's only Kali, and Kali is Shakti. So if there are any other gods, then they must be expressions of Shakti. And this is one of the fundamental ideas in the Chandi, in the Devi Mahatmyam, is that if there's Vishnu, then she's Vaishnavi. If there's Rudra, she's Raudri. If there's Indra, she's Aindri. If there's Varaha, she's Varahi. If there's Narasingha, she's Narasinghi. So like whatever male god you present, whatever god you present, she is the Shakti of that actually. So if she's the Shakti of all the deities, then again, by Kali, I mean consciousness, and everything appears in consciousness, there's only one. And more importantly, if by Kali I mean Shakti, there's only one Shakti that is behind every god. So to your point, to your question, what if there are other gods on the altar? I wholeheartedly reject that there are. What other gods? Point to one existence that exists apart from consciousness. Point to one thing that exists outside of Shakti. If it is, it's within consciousness and it appears as consciousness. And more importantly, if it is in consciousness, it's powered by Shakti. Shakti is the energy of consciousness to project, to hold, to devour, and then to project again. So if that Shakti is what we mean when we say Kali, if that consciousness is what we mean when we say Kali, there's only one. And you can call it Vishnu, you can call it Krishna, you can call it Jesus, you can call it Buddha, you can call it Allah, you can call it whatever you want. But whether you say Kali or Krishna, Allah or Jesus or Buddha or Vishnu, essentially we're all just using different names for the same thing, for the same non-thing. So I think that's what we would argue. But that isn't to say that like no, like you're right, like the what do you call it? The Tulsi Mala might be appropriate for approaching a certain kind of deity, whereas a bone mala or Rudraksh mala might be appropriate for worshipping another kind of deity. You're right. Like from a certain point of view, even that view is not rejected. Even that idea that like there are differences that can be maintained. The whole like non-dual tradition is not actually mutually exclusive with a more maybe even polytheistic approach to Hinduism. I think that's perfectly valid too. So the idea of Kali as a sex worker, that's interesting because it's not that she is only a sex worker, right? Like thinking of Kali as like a sex worker is one strategy. that we have in approaching that reality which is all inclusively present in all things as all things. So Kali is also the woman of quote unquote virtue, the high society woman who is like in the Victorian sense of the word, very prudish and very like, maybe even um in some way, shape, or form, the opposite of what you would call the sex worker. I mean, in the context of societal understanding. So when we say Kali is a sex worker, I mean, we're not saying that she's not a Victorian prude. If she is the one which is in all things as all things, then there is no category or no attribute that she could reject. Why then do we focus on her as a black-skinned, wild-haired woman who represents a sex worker? Well, that's one strategy. But also, for me, like there's no Lakshmi compared to Kali. Like Lakshmi Puja is Kali Puja. It's the same thing. But you're right. Lakshmi Puja is focusing on a slightly different aspect of the same deity. So coming back to my idea of that guy who wakes up in the morning and in his pajamas he makes a cup of coffee, and then after the shower he puts on his work clothes, and then after work he like maybe undoes his tie and then has a few drinks, but then 4 or 5 shots in he's on the table, the shirt's totally unbuttoned and he's like waving his blazer over his head. It's like, which one do you want to focus on? They're all aspects of the same guy in the sequence of that guy's day, and they're all referring to the same person, but like which one are you going to focus on? The idea there is like there's a difference maybe in focusing on different forms, and the difference will be accounted for in the way that we approach. So maybe we wouldn't give a particular deity meat, but we would give Kali meat. What accounts for that difference? You could say it's the same deity actually. The deity who's getting a vegetarian food prasad and a deity who's getting like meat prasad, both of them are the same deity, but in different bhavas, in different mood. So yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to think in a slightly more polytheistic way without actually giving into the idea that these are different deities in a pantheon. They're actually all just aspects of one deity, but that doesn't mean the differences can't be observed and enjoyed. So now coming into that more Vaikari kind of language, where like now we're talking, now I'm going to start sounding more like conventionally Hindu. So now when we start talking about doing Kali Puja, we can use a more conventional Hindu understanding. Because thus far, everything I've talked about is Hinduism. It's just arguably a more esoteric or more philosophical kind of Hinduism. But the Hinduism that we interact with on the internet or like that's practiced in the majority of households, both in India and all around the world, is this kind where the deities are appealed to and seen as like living presences. And I think the best thing about Hinduism is that there's an intimacy with God that maybe you find nowhere else. The kind of idea that God is in my house, actually. I can bring God into my house and have an image of God and like wave lights every evening in front of that image and feel the living presence of God. There's like nowhere in the world, I think, is there that kind of like customization, that kind of individual like intimacy with God. Hinduism is not a tradition that's practiced in temples. I mean, of course, that's there, but it's a religion that's practiced in the whole. Like every home that's a Hindu home is unique in that it has a different like selection of deities, maybe, and they all, maybe are worshipped in like a unique way. So you could say, oh, my grandmother worshipped this deity, so that's why I have this deity here, or my wife, I married into a family that they worship Durga, so now there's Durga. Like, the beauty of Hinduism is that it's very plastic. It can bring in many different elements and have them all on the same altar. And then like a football team, you can say I have a team of divinities. It's all very like sweet and intuitive, and that's again not rejected. That's perfectly fine. So now we can speak of it on that level. Having defined Kali as Shepo Jnanam Sankyam iti Gatinada iti Kramat. Now we can speak of her in this way. Now I actually really like this mode of speaking about Kali, like with the background of Advaita and with the background of this very absolute theism. Now, actually, when we think about Kali, it is helpful, I think. And I was making this point last week, I think, in this class, that like it's helpful to think of her as a discrete being. And that's why we use the Swami Vivekananda quote. He said, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, there is a power, not there is power itself and it is Shakti. No, he's not speaking in that refined philosophical way, which we just spent the last hour doing. Instead, he says, there is a power and it considers itself female or a woman. And it can be seen and spoken to the way I am seeing and speaking to you now. Like there is some being, a being. Now I'm transitioning from the idea of being in and of itself to a being. And so I'm going from that which is beyond all qualities to some specific qualities that I'm highlighting. And now I'm coming to this being to whom these qualities are attributed. And this being, a being, is a discrete entity in this universe that can be seen and spoken to the way I am seeing and speaking to you now. So this mode is, I'm going to say, a departure from the one we were just speaking of, because now we accept fully the idea that I am Nishant, who is in this body and who is in this mind. So now the I am, which I'm going to use from this point on, is maybe a more natural I am. An I am that comes more intuitively to all of us. We are all of us conditioned to think, by grace actually, that we are this body, that we are this mind. We all of us feel, for better or for worse, different from other people. And so the I am that we were speaking of earlier, the one that can say, fuck Kali, that I am is the Kali, which is consciousness in which all of this appears. Like that one is beyond any notion of self or any notion of God. That's where self and God dissolve. It's self capital S, but we don't even need to use that word. And Buddha was very wise not to give it a word because it's not something you can name. So Abhinavagupta called it Anakya, which is Kali. So that's the Kali that devours everything. So that's one thing. But there's no differentiation between one thing and another. That's just pure homogeneous consciousness. Chidghana, massive blissful consciousness. Chidananda Ghana. But that's not actually intuitively available to us all the time. There are moments, I think. Maybe sometimes on psychedelics for some people. Other times it happens just in a flash, between breaths or during like a non-dual discussion. Like there are times when we touch that, when we sense ourselves as non-dual consciousness. And there, we're maybe not cognizant of the body and of the mind that we usually take ourselves to be. So you could say in certain states we have, dare I say, like mini samadhis. Of course, I don't want to cheapen samadhi. Who knows what that is? That's obviously like the highest meditative experience. I have no, what can I say? But like that idea of like I am pure non-dual consciousness, which is in all things as all things, it might come to us from time to time, but we have to admit that it's not necessarily the mode that we live in all the time, unless it is. Unless it is. But often we more intuitively feel like people relating to other people in a world full of people. And my favorite thing about the Malini Vijaya Uttara Tantra is that like it presents God in these most like Vedantic, like non-dual way, Obviously not Vedantic, but for various reasons. We don't need to get into that now. Oh wow. Avi, I very much recommend that book actually. That's one of the books that I often recommend first for people getting started with Kali Puja by our dear mentor and friend Swami Bhajana Ananda Saraswati in the Laguna Beach Kali Mandir. I think this is one of the best, most authentic introductions to worshipping Mother Kali. And I think Avi, you'll find, Ma, that almost everyone in this community, probably everyone, if not almost everyone, who wants to worship Kali will start with this book. This is the one that we all get. So yes, I could not more highly recommend that book. It's a great introduction to starting your journey in Kali. But now coming back to this idea that the Malini Vijaya Uttara Tantra, which is one of the central texts that we're using to understand all of this, is not actually, it can speak in the most exalted terms of God as non-dual consciousness, but that, interestingly enough, does not exclude or invalidate this way of talking about God. So now coming to the Anava Upaya. I've skipped Shakta Upaya because it's a little harder to speak about. In fact, everything that we're doing now is called Shakta Upaya because we're using our intellects and we're trying to understand things. So I don't need to speak about Shakta Upaya. It's speaking for itself. But now coming to Anava Upaya. Having discussed Shambhava Upaya, which is one way of worshiping Kali, we'll come now to Anava Upaya. Here, like I was saying last week and earlier this week at our Monday night talk, we should just, I think, go with what feels natural and true. I am a person. I feel myself to be this body and this mind, and now I am a devotee. So, in the sense that there is in this world a being called Kali, and it's perfectly all right. And I was telling you, Jayaratta made a very important point one time. He said, I care about Kali more than I care about God, which I think is the right attitude, or one of the attitudes which is very helpful in this tradition. It's perfectly all right, not even think in theistic terms. Can you imagine? Like, what if I told you you're not worshiping God? What if I told you you're worshipping like exactly what the Christians feared? Some vampirus, some spirit in the cremation ground who will give you power and knowledge and like what if? So what, right? We would say, so what? We would say we love Kali. Does it really matter what Kali is? Of course, Shaktism develops within a very complex Shaiva theological framework. Like we understand Shiva to be the one who performs the 5 acts. He creates, maintains, destroys, he reveals, and he conceals. So when we think of Shiva dancing the Tandava, that dance, the Tandava itself in the Shaiva world depicts Shiva's 5 acts. But that Panchakrityas, those 5 acts, is a kind of dynamism, no? Like Shiva, in his dynamic aspect, is creating, maintaining, destroying, revealing, and concealing. So therefore we say, Shiva Swabhaiva iti Shaktihi. Shakti is the essence of Shiva. Without Shakti, Shiva has no Swatantriya, freedom. Because freedom, in the Shaiva theological sense, is defined as Kartritva. Kartritva being agency, the ability to create, maintain, destroy, and of course reveal and conceal at will is how Shiva expresses his freedom. He's free by virtue of his non-duality, but importantly, he's also free by virtue of his performance of the 5 acts. So Shiva endowed with Chit Shakti, Ananda Shakti, Icha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, naturally then will create. He's Shishtikara, Stitikara, Sangharakara, Anugraha, Daya. He gives grace, and he's also, of course, that which withholds or rather conceals himself. So he's Tirodhanadaya also. So all of this is Shakti actually. Shakti is the one that does all of this. So if there is a God, then God, functionally speaking, is the one who creates, maintains, destroys, reveals, and conceals. Since Shakti is that part of Shiva that creates, maintains, destroys, conceals, and reveals, Jaima, thank you, Avi. It's so good to have you. Jaima, Jaima. See you next time. Jaima. So the next generation of Kali worshippers. Very exciting. So anyway, way past her bedtime and also not a very PG-13 discussion, but it's okay. She's used to it by now, having followed for some time. But now this idea that Kali or Shakti or whatever you want to call her is that which creates, maintains, destroys, reveals, and conceals. Therefore, she is God. So you can, of course, use this very, very refined theological understanding of God, and we can understand Shakti or Kali in that context. Yeah, it's funny. Laleshwari is here now. Lala, it's good to have you. And you're saying the exact same thing that Tarani said. I'm sensing a theme. Oh, wait, there is one. It's Kali. So anytime you come into the lecture, it's like, what are we on about now? And it gets particularly bad this time of year, you guys. Of course, because we're very much in the mob. Hopefully, we'll always be, but especially this time of year. So now the idea of Kali as God is so helpful because we are praying to God, but we understand God in this way. Now, like the reason why Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta is so popular, I would say, the reason why they are so popular is a good reason. It's a really good reason. And why like non-dual Shaivism is also popular for the same reason is because like it's hard to buy God for many of us, it's like just not reasonable to propose God. Or at least it can be, like one can reason out the existence of God, but for the thinking person, post the age of enlightenment, post the age of rationality, it's just like it's not that obvious that there is God. And if you start thinking about it, the moment you start thinking, often the very act of thinking will dismantle God. And so in a more like secular world, a world that's increasingly secular, a world that leans towards the leans towards science, it's naturally a world that's going to question religious axioms because a lot of those axioms are represented by institutions who have lost our trust and our faith. So the people that represent God in this world haven't been doing very good PR for her, So you could say a lot of people are losing faith in God because it's hard to have faith in that being when the very institutions that are supposedly representing that being are so hard to have faith in. So you can't blame people for being more atheistic these days than they maybe have ever been in human history. And also, we don't need God. Who needs God now? We have electricity. Do you know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, in that time, there was not a hospital down the street. That's when you really need God. God is helpful in a culture where there isn't medicine. Like now, because of the marvels of modern medicine, I'm God. I can go and get blood work done. That's crazy. Right? Like I can go get blood work done, and then the doctors will be able to tell me what conditions I'm likely to have later and prescribe medication that will cure me of them. That's way more like that's more grace than God can give me. What can God give me? A bit of solace in a nice like fancy building which was built off the back of slavery. That's what God can give me. A nice quiet time in a chapel that is funded by an institution that like diddles little children and that like oppresses the third world. I don't want your God then. I'll take my medicine. Okay, true. The medicine is also from testing on people in the third world without their consent. But like of the two, I rather take the medicine than the God because at least I can see that, Why am I like it's just so like it's ridiculous. Like, what thinking person could ever accept God? And if you accept God, it's very hard for me to respect you, actually. It's like, have you ever done any thinking at all in your life? Because what is God to you, even? Like, how could you so readily and so easily, as a thinking person, accept the reality? There's so many steps, like so many faith jumps, so many logical leaps that you have to take to be able to posit a being. And the moment you posit this supernatural being, um, like, sorry, yeah, like the moment you posit a supernatural being, like some sky fairy or something, immediately you're confronted with all these like very important questions. Why would an all good, all powerful being create such a world? And if that being is not all powerful, why call it God? And more importantly, if that being is all good, or all powerful, then why say it's God in the sense it's all good? So you can't have an all good, all powerful being in this world without being really, really flippant to the kinds of suffering that people are experiencing. And more importantly, you can raise all sorts of issues about like God's omniscience. If God knows everything, then everything is predetermined. How can there be free will? It's like the whole thing just comes apart the moment anybody does any kind of thinking whatsoever. And that's why when we have debates, like, like BBC had a debate where it was Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry against like two very high up members of the church. It was unfortunate. The church members got decimated. And like Christopher Hitchens isn't even like a respectable philosopher. I mean, like, much love to G, but he's like an editor of Vanity Fair. Like, he's not like a very like sophisticated thinker or anything like that. He's just a cultured person who is very easily able to show how ridiculous a lot of those views are, because not only because of like he's able to capitalize off of the fact that the institutions have betrayed the very traditions that they stand for, but also because the views themselves are sometimes not that thought out. Now, Aquinas did an excellent job. Like that's one of the best representations of theological reasoning in the Western world. But how few people interact with Summa Theologica, like how few people have Aquinas or Anselm. It's like that's not what we encounter in the world of God. We encounter sentimentality. Um, and that's it. We project a God based on our morals. Like a lot of what we say about God has to do with our morals. So it's more true to say we created God in our image than to say that God created us in His. And a lot of our stories about God are, of course, deeply problematic. Like when we look at the Old Testament and we look at its attitude towards women or like its legal structures, it's like deeply problematic. And then even if we want to use the New Testament as a way to like assuage our cultural sense for the Old Testament, then even then we run into problems because the very traditions that are supposed to represent a Christ of like pure love aren't themselves loving. And so what do we make of all of this? So whether it's Islam, whether it's Hinduism, like whatever religious tradition you have, you just have to take on faith that there is a supernatural being named God. I mean, that's why they're called faiths. And for some people, that faith comes quite naturally. They're just the kind of person who intuitively feel and sense the presence of such a being. And they'll say, like, oh, like it's a higher power. And the AA people, which of course, that guy actually did study with the Vedantists for a little while here in Orange County, like they say it's the God of your own understanding, which is a very Hindu way of approaching God. It's like you can't really say what God is, but because of that, it gives a great deal of range, a great deal of freedom to relate in your own way. But like to relate to God is to intuit the presence of something, some higher power. Now the question is, what kind of theology are you going to bring to this higher power? Is it one higher power among other higher powers? Isn't that an interesting idea? That there isn't just like one God. There's like a Justice League of them. So this would be a polytheistic idea that there's like higher powers. And then you maybe sense the presence of higher powers, and then you either worship all of them or you worship one of them. Or you say, there's a higher power, singular. And that's what we're calling God. And you say, oh, it's just my God, whether it's Jesus or whether it's Allah or whether it's Kali, just my God. Or a slightly more refined theology. There is one higher power. I just sense it and feel it, and I relate to it as Kali. But you relate to it as Jesus, and that's also fine because it's the same higher power. Because that's a very refined, I think that's one of my favorite forms of theology is that Hindu theology that argues that like there is only one actually. Hinduism, you can't really say it's polytheistic, but the reason it's so permissive of what seems to be a polytheistic approach is because it describes that one as being infinitely variable. But still you have to accept that there's one. You know, that's not that intuitive actually. So the barrier of entry to religion is faith. That's like a difficult thing. It's like difficult to have faith in something you cannot see and that maybe you intuit, but sometimes maybe you don't intuit. There are times when maybe you feel like God's there, but other times when you think that how could there be? And, like especially when there's personal suffering. So it's hard, but you know what is indubitable is your existence. Like you don't know about God, but you know about you in the sense that you're living your life and you have these problems. So Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta, and even to some extent non-dual Shaivism, the reason they're so appealing, I think, maybe more than ever, is because this is a more atheistic world. And traditions like Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta don't begin with the axiom of God. They begin with the axiom of you and the problems of your life and the promise that it can be better. And so at no point are you asked to believe in some higher power. You're only asked to inquire into your own experience here and now, and thereby come to some pretty profound philosophical conclusions about it. So even in non-dual Shaivism, although we use very theistic language, ultimately what we're trying to describe is consciousness, which is immediately, indubitably available to you. So even then, a person who is not interested in God, who doesn't have a theistic sense, or who might even be traumatized by their early experiences of theism, that person is included because at least they can, think about things in a new, fresh way and go phenomenologically with what's available now. And I arguably, in terms of philosophy, phenomenology is like the only, like, arguably evidence-based one because you can't really argue with your own experience. It's immediately presenting itself. And if you reason based on that, you're on firmer footing than if you reason even based on logical axioms. So you can use logic to understand the world, but the best axiom to proceed from is not the faith-based claim that God exists, which has a lot of logical problems, but just the immediate obvious claim that I'm experiencing something. I am. And that I am, that sense of self, that's what's being focused on in traditions like Buddhism or Advaita Vedanta, and even to some extent, um, Kashmir Shaivism, what people call Kashmir Shaivism. Tarini is saying, the day I got banned from church, I was arguing. Oh, the day I got banned from church was arguing with a Sunday school teacher, and she said I just needed to have faith. Having been raised atheist, I didn't understand that at all. How could I just create faith out of thin air? I didn't know what faith was, to be honest, or how it felt. And that was a huge barrier for me until I had the dream I told you about, right? And like, this is a very good way of understanding Shaktipata too, because we could say Shaktipata is that moment when it's a conversion experience, to use a Christian phrase. It's when we realize there is a higher power, but not based on any kind of reasoning that we do about it, but based on usually some kind of mystical experience that we have of it, which assures us of its existence. There are a lot of people, like I said, professing faith who don't have faith. Because if we had faith, that would tremendously change our experience of the world. So that's the thing. We don't know about God or how God is related to Ganas, as Rajeshwara is suggesting here. Like, we don't know that, but we maybe can, like, provisionally accept the claim, but it is easier to just accept religion starting from this idea that I am, and that's why Advaita Vedanta Buddhism can be really helpful in that way because it just starts from there. Now, the Kashmir Shaiva world, which is arguably a tantric world, is kind of sneaky though, and I would say even Advaita Vedanta because it walks you from what you know and then takes you to something you didn't know about it, which is its ultimate, absolute sacred nature. So, I was having this conversation with some high schoolers in the context of a class, and we were discussing all of this. And from a purely Advaita Vedanta point of view, I was teaching Mandukya Upanishad, and I kept referring to this reality as God. Of course, you could be very technically precise. From an Advaita point of view, Advaita Vedanta point of view, you can't call it God. If God creates, maintains, and destroys the world, even God is an illusion, actually, according to Advaita Vedanta. Don't, like, just go look at Shankara's Bhashya on chapter 2 of the Brahma Sutra. There he says that Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara are all projections on Brahman. So Brahman is not even Ishvara. Ishvara is Brahman plus Maya. So if you want to be very technically precise, Advaita Vedanta is non-theistic monism. On the absolute level of reality, Advaita Vedanta rejects God as an illusion. Although it's very permissive of all devotional modes, that's only insofar as it will get you to the final realization that even God, including the world that God quote unquote creates, and the other individuals, all of them are illusory. I'm illusory, God is illusory, the world is illusory, what is left is Brahman. So, okay, to be very clear, Brahman is not necessarily Ishvara. Brahman is impersonal, actionless. Anyway, but I use the word God because I'm a theist. So I was like talking to these kids and I was like lapsing into the language of God. So one kid, it was very interesting. He was the most argumentative of them all. And of course, my favorite in the class. Like he was not willing to give me any ground on anything, especially regarding the deep sleep thing. He just could not accept that there was any kind of awareness in deep sleep whatsoever. And he's right. It's a very hard thing to prove because you're only doing a kind of backward accounting, right? Like back counting. You're saying like, oh, like I'm awake now. I have an experience of sleeping and I don't remember any dreams, therefore I say it's deep sleep. He just could not accept that I'm conscious when I'm not having any content. So, and he really, really gave me like, I had to fight for every philosophical inch there, and I appreciated that. So anyway, we there was one time, it was such a beautiful moment. It was coming to the end of our summer program, and really it was just like these kids who had all gathered in a living room. A particular mother at the school that I work at like organized this thing over the summer where all these kids would come, and I'd just sit with them in a circle over tea and just like talk philosophy for 3 or 4 hours. It was great. But the summer was ending, and these kids were about to go off to college. I just remember the scene so well. The sun is like setting, the tea is all cold. These are like 3 or 4 of the kids. Everyone else had left. It was like a classroom of 15 or so. Everyone else had left. And it was just these 3 or 4 that were just, they just wanted to keep going. And so I was just going. It was like 5 or 6 hours into the conversation, actually. And then it got to this point where finally this particular kid, he's come here actually, and he actually really enjoyed it. But this particular kid, he just was like, okay, I get it. Like, yeah, there is one consciousness. Like that was okay, it took me months to get there, but he was like, yes, I like he accepted that there's this one consciousness. But he said the only thing I don't accept is that it's God. And so he said, why do you call it God? And here's the thing, I'm prepared for this question. Like the whole Kashmir Shaiva world, like it has arguments for like, okay, define God. It's called Tad Padartha Lakshanam, define God. And then you have a definition of God. Then define consciousness. This is called Tvam Padartha Lakshanam. So if you say Tattvamasi, and if the definition of Tat and if the definition of Tvam is the same, then consciousness is God. You see, like there's so many things I could have said here in this moment to have intellectually given the idea that consciousness is God and you are God. Like I could have done that. Or I could have described God in terms of like dualistic theism and still prove that it's, I could have done any of that, but I didn't. Instead, we all just became very quiet. And all I said was, because it feels sacred to me. That's it. And something really beautiful. It was like a very soft and tender and beautiful moment where he was like, yeah, okay, I can live with that. You know, because he's very strongly atheistic. But this idea of like holding something sacred because it intuitively feels sacred, that's okay actually. And he was a jazz musician, so he understands what it is to encounter beauty and to feel beauty in something. It's like, okay, this consciousness, which I now, in his words, accept, if it's beautiful, if it's meaningful, if it's like rich, if it's like enlivening, then what's wrong with calling it God? If by God we mean that which is sacred, that which is pure, absolute. So, with all of that said, we have really, I think, exalted theological ideas about God. And the beauty of the tantric world is that you can start with consciousness, you can start with yourself, it will take you to God. And if you start with God, it will take you to consciousness. Hence the Sufi proverb, I looked everywhere for God, I only found myself. I looked everywhere for myself, then I only found God. So like you can, but they're both different, you know, like God is kind of, you're going from the Brahman point of view, whereas self is you're going from the Atman point of view. And even if you get to the point where you realize Brahman is Atman is Brahman is Atman, like even there, how you come into it might be different. And the tantric world is so fluid because you can easily play with both. And so now I want to come to this idea that Kali is an other. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's God. She doesn't have to be God. Do you know what I mean? Like I mean, she is, and we approach her as God. We say Kali is God who creates, maintains, and destroys. And not only that, I present Kali, in my opinion, as the highest possible theology. Like theistically speaking, it's one of the most philosophically nuanced and therefore developed, I would even argue, impregnable theological positions. Of course, every theological position will take some leaps in logic and will require some faith, but philosophically speaking, it's some of the best theology I've ever come across. Where Kali is concerned, it's just impervious to free will questions. It's impervious to problem of evil. It just solves all those things so nicely while maintaining God's absolutism. But you know, all of that aside, from this Vaikari point of view, from this dualistic point of view, isn't it sweet just to think I'm a being, and in this world there are other beings? Why should I limit beingness to just plants, animals, and other humans? Couldn't there be more to heaven and earth than is spoken of in your philosophy books, Horatio? Right? So couldn't there be ghosts? Couldn't there be like, I don't know, fairies? I mean, it's possible, like in this world, there are beings that are disembodied and yet still beings that I can interact with. You can just read what's his name? Oh, I'm blanking. The Golden Burrow, the guy who compiled all those stories of fairies in Ireland. He's like a great anthropologist. Anyway, so the golden bow or something like that, where he did study Diana. And anyway, so he compiled a book called Fairy Fables and Myths. He compiled a huge longitudinal study of people in Ireland, most of them identifying as Catholics, right? And they all like were talking about fairies and stuff. Like many of them, these are eyewitness reports of fairies. Now, we take that quite seriously when it comes to the news. We interview people and we ask them, okay, what was your experience of this event? And they tell us in the interview. Thank you, Fraser. Thank you, Janae. Yes, it's Fraser. I was like, no, Fraser. Yes. So, yeah, he compiled all of these like stories of fairies and stuff from Scotland, from Ireland. We take that seriously with regards to the news and with regards to history. You know, the way that we do history, itihasa, is we ask people who were there what happened, and they tell us stories, and then we corroborate all those stories, and we're like, oh, this is what happened in Dresden before it was carpet bombed. Like this was the experience of people in East Berlin. Like we ask people what their accounts of the world are, and we believe them, right? Like generally we believe people when they tell us stuff because it's not like, hysteria, which is a very politically incorrect use, it's like a problematic word, but like that aside, the idea of like hysteria aside, like the idea that like lots of people in a particular place would all hallucinate something is improbable. It's more likely that if lots of people are saying something, then it's correct. I'm not saying it's a fallacy also ad populum. Things aren't just true just because lots of people said it. But there's something about lots of people corroborating a fact that makes that fact more believable. Lots of people have seen fairies. There's a lot of corroboration on things like ghosts and fairies. It doesn't matter what you want to call them, but it's hard to discount. Sorry, it's hard to dismiss that there's a whole flavor of consciousness that is separated by the flimsiest of veils, using William James language here, that like we actually do have access to. It is not part of our mundane reality. So a supra-mundane or an extra mundane reality is available and has been accessed by many people. We can start with that. And with that axiom, we could say maybe because of corroboration, there is within this realm the antariksha loka, if you will, the astral, particular beings, and one such being is called Kali. Of course, we use that being in the most theologically refined way. We say Kali is God, but like, how about this? She's just a being, just a vampire or something. And for better or for worse, we've fallen in love. How about that? Just for better, for whatever she is, even the gods don't understand. She might be God or she might be some lesser spirit. I don't know and I don't care to know. I think that's a very nice attitude. It's like, I don't need her to be God to love her. I just love her. Of course, you can make this argument too. You could say, like, no, it's better when you understand that she's God. And Swami Vivekananda makes an argument too that you worship God through the pratima, but any pratima is good as long as you understand that what you're worshiping is God. Like, there's that view too, that only when you understand that what you're worshiping is God, only then can what you're doing be called like arguably speaking religion. But then again, in another place, Swamiji would say, even the worship of the lowest, he says the lowest fetishism and the highest absolutism are both valid attempts to grasp the ineffable. Because even in like spirit worship and stuff, you're still recognizing some qualities of the divine. Like, I'm worshiping a spirit. Why do I worship it? Well, it can go through walls. I can't. So it's better. It's more powerful because it can go through walls. It's less space bound than me, or it's less temporally bound than me. It knows the future. I don't. That's alone enough justification for worshiping it. If I worship it, I win its favor. It can tell me, something about the future that might help me, or it might go and kill my enemies or something. Even there, in the worship of lesser spirits, so to speak, there is still a recognition that divinity is something beyond time space. It's something beyond the mind. So even there, you have to say religion is being practiced. The lowest fetishism, Jaima, Dimitri Ma, Jaima, the lowest fetishism to the highest absolutism, both are equally valid religions. And I hope now you can see that Kali, she covers that whole spectrum. You can start with like the most exalted, um, like like we just did earlier. Kali is pure non-dual consciousness. I am Kali. You can start with that. Or you can start with spirit worship and just say like Kali is a Dakini. She's just a particular cremation ground spirit. She's like the queen of the Dakinis. Have you seen the 90s movie Queen of the Damned? It's a really right. It's a really kitschy vampire movie, but I love the fuck out of it. And so I'm happy to like awaken that memory somewhere within you, you know. Maybe that's Kali. Maybe like Alia's character is just Kali, right? Like maybe there is Kali who is just the queen of the damned. You know, she's just like a vampire queen or something. Kalidasi is looking up that movie. It's so kitschy. It's like literally like the quintessential 90s film. It takes a while for the film to start because there's like this like goth metal music and the goth rock music in the beginning. It's all these like just oh my God. Anyway, it's worth the watch though, I think. I mean, if you like vampire movies and if you like the 90s and if you like rock and roll, it's based on an Anne Rice novel, which I never read, but yeah, you might like it. It's anyway. This vampire, Lestat, becomes a rock musician because he longs for human company. And the whole movie begins where he's like asleep and he's like, but then I was woken up with the new sounds of the age. New gods were born, and I long to be part of it. Like that. So he becomes a rock and roll musician, and then he holds a big show. And then some of the vampires don't think that vampires should be public, but he is like a very public vampire. It's like very anyway. So like this, the title Queen of the Damned, I think is kind of cute because there's this woman, actually a very young Alia, who tragically dies of a plane crash like 2 years later. It's so sad. But she does a really good job of portraying this like absolute badass, like feminist icon who just wants to rule the world and doesn't feel like she should hide or apologize for anything. It's kind of disappointed that they kill her. I think I thought like Lestat made the wrong. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling it for you, but I think he made the wrong choice there. Like he chose the wrong side. I think I would have chosen differently. But anyway, so what if Kali's that? What if she's just the queen of the damned? What if she's just a vampiress who just rules over this banshee type spirits of the cremation ground? You know, like if that's the case, would you still want to worship her? If you knew she was not God and that there was such a thing as God, wouldn't you rather worship God? I know. Wouldn't you rather worship God than Kali? So Jayarata makes a really important point. He's like, I kind of prefer Kali to God. You know, like what about that idea? Like, if she wasn't God, would she still be worship worthy? And I think many Kali Bhaktas would be like, okay, thank God she's God. That's helpful. But that's not actually where our like. I mean, it's enough that she's Kali. We love her for being Kali, whatever she is. Even gods don't understand what she is. So like, let's just worship that. All my theology aside, I just want to relate to that, whatever that is. That's what I love. And that's what I want to relate to. So I think that idea of even the lowest theology, accepting Kali as like a spirit or like the queen of the damned vampire queen kind of thing, even that's fine. Because that's still a way of relating, that's still bhakti, that's still love. So even in this neo-pagan sense of like transacting with the deity, or how they say like petitioning a god like that, if she's a goddess within a pantheon of goddesses, like Lilith, like Hecate, like that, even that I think what we're going to talk about now, the puja modalities that we're going to talk about now, would work in that sense, in that context as well. And if she's God, and I'm happy to say put that as an if, these puja modalities will work. The important thing is not what she is, maybe cannot even be understood. The important thing is to relate to that, whatever that is. And so you could say puja then, sorry about that, is a modality of relating to God. And now, if we want to speak on this level, we could say it's a modality for opening ourselves up to that world where Kali, whatever she is, has her being. So calling that into this physical realm is the purpose of puja, or sensitizing myself to that realm is the purpose of puja, and it's a bit of both. So what we do with the murti is we have a physical object, a physical statue, and then we do a series of mantras and nyasas, meaning a procedure, a very delicate procedure, in order to bring Kali, who exists in that realm, whatever she is, into the image so she can be palpably sensed. And vice versa, we use the image arguably as a doorway through which we step in order to enter Kali's realm. And so the whole thing is like the meeting of the worlds. And that's why I think the whole Sawain idea of the veil is thin between the two worlds, that idea is important. And there are certain places where the veil is, of course, very thin. And there are certain times when the veil is very thin. So you could say if you go to a Shakta Pita, that's a place where Kali is more readily accessed because the veil is thinner there. Or you could say during midnight or in the smashan, in a cremation ground, the veil is thinner. But now we would argue in the household, during this time, Kali Puja, the veil is thinner. Any new moon is a good time. But literally any time, the only reason we do puja from this point of view is because whether or not the veil is thin or thick, whether it's the right time, whether it's the right place, doesn't matter. It's because we're trying to access that realm. And more importantly, we're trying to bring that realm into this immediate experience on this plane of physicality. And here's the claim. It can be done. There is a really, really rigorous, peer-reviewed, corroborated, developed over like hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, a really developed system for doing this. So like that's why we ought to learn it, because it works. And so anybody who starts doing puja in a serious way, and that's why it can be very intimidating in the beginning. But when we start to do puja, we understand why it's so intimidating, why it has to be so refined, because it works actually. Like you could just go to like some like, um what do you call it, like a new age store and pick up some book on witchcraft, and it would tell you to like call in the directions and things like that. That's cute and all, and it kind of works, but it's primitive. I mean, I don't want to say primitive. It's reconstructionist, meaning it's an attempt to get at a developed system that is lost, and so we're trying to rebuild lineages. So we're going off with very little. I mean, it's my opinion, like that. Like imagine that. So let's say we have like electricity, right? And I really don't mean to be pejorative here, but let's say we have electricity, we have highways, we have this, we have all of this that we have now. Then an apocalyptic event were to happen and all of this is destroyed. But some people have a vague memory of this, so they try to like rebuild it. But naturally, what they're going to have is going to be very different from what like this is. So that sometimes when lineages are broken, we try to piece together what was there in the previous lineage, but what we get is a kind of hodgepodge, neo-pagan, new age kind of attempt at ritual, which is good because it's sincere and has some nice elements in it, but it lacks, I think, the cultural development that we would have had prior to the apocalyptic event. So that's why when we learn something like puja, we have an unbroken tradition. And when we look at it, we see, oh, so many of the elements I'm not saying appropriated, that are intuited in pagan revivalist movement, in reconstructionist movements, are there in the puja movement, except with such a startling level of depth and development that it can be overwhelming. That's why some of the like neo-pagan reconstruction revivalist stuff might be a better intro, because you're like, okay, calling in the directions, I can do that. Like that. That's like a like okay, like that's. I, I understand that. Like there's a sacred sense of directionality, and like I should start with that. I can call them in. Good. Casting a circle. Okay, I can do that. These are like concrete elements, right? They're basic building blocks. They're almost casually dropped in the puja tradition. You call in 10 directions, not four. The circle of fire is already there. It's totally intuitive. There are all these cleansing techniques for inside and outside, purifying the water. There are so many ways to purify water. Like every technique and modality that you find in almost every ritual culture in the world, it's almost nonchalant in the puja culture. It's like almost like, and again, I'm not making a point about like cultural superiority or anything like that. I'm just saying that if a lineage is left more or less uninterrupted, it tends to develop in this very refined and sophisticated way. I know Tarini is calling me out. Not to be oh yeah, I thought Tarini you were gonna call me out by saying not to be comparative or hierarchical, but puja is better. Learn puja. Like that, like the TLDR of what I'm saying sounds like just give yourself a break and like do the thing, do the real thing. That sounds like what I'm saying. And I guess I kind of am. I'm saying like if you're interested in ritualism in any way, like if you're interested in occultism in any way, if you're interested in like approaching God in this modality, as far as ritual modalities are concerned, it's very hard to find something better. But you know what? That's why it's so intimidating, because it's so developed that when you look at it, you're like, what the fuck is going on here, right? Like I think that I just want to like offset some of the intimidation that we get when we encounter puja by making a case for its sophistication. It's like it's good that it's like that. So and that's why I think it's very helpful if you come in through a more neo-pagan kind of way, because I think that sets you up for puja in a better way. I think a lot of people come to puja. I have people who maybe come to us from a more like I've been okay, so for instance, just today somebody reached out and they're saying like, oh, I've been studying Kashmir Shaivism and now they want to do puja. This is going to be a little harder for them, I think, because they're coming in from a more intellectual point of view where they want to like think through philosophy, and now they understand how important puja is to the philosophical systems of Tantra. So now they want to learn puja, right? But they might not actually have an innate ritualistic interest. But then many people from a very young age, they just want to do rituals. They just want to like honor the full moon and the new moon, and they want to make offerings at an altar, and they want to work with beings that are intangible yet they intuitively feel to be real, and they don't necessarily have a very high theology either. They don't need to think, oh, this being is God. Many of these people are disenchanted with the idea of God. So instead, they seek their gods in nature. But nature is now deified. It's not like they're praying to the literal tree. They're praying to a spirit that they feel inheres in the tree. So this idea of like neo-pagan revivalist movement is very important. And as Laleshwari is saying, if you come in through that route, like if you're interested in that at all, oh my God, this stuff is really going to hit. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be so fun because all it's exactly the thing that we love because we offer food and we offer substances of the earth and we turn them into sacrament and then we consume them and we're in tune with the cycles of the moon and with the cycles of nature and our rituals are all timed to those things, not just to the moon but to the time, like to the actual time in the moon cycle where like between in these 48 minutes this particular form is to be worshipped, etc. It speaks to our more polytheistic sentiment from time to time. Like all of that's so cool. That's why I'm like, I'm not saying, like, again, I'm not saying that these rituals are better. I'm just saying that if you are the kind of person who already gravitates towards ritualism in a neo-pagan sense, like if you're interested in like the Western ceremonial magic tradition, that's why I think for a long time I was interested in presenting lectures in that tradition as well, because you can see hopefully how similar a lot of these things are, like how you would map in the Gentile Kabbalah the various Sephiroth onto the body, and how the pathways between the Sephiroth can be used to draw correspondences in the tarot or in astrology. You could, in the middle pillar, and how that would be like a Shushumna Nadi kind of practice, and how you could see the two pathways and the Sefer Bahir, the tree of life. Like you'd say like, oh, like the Gavura and the Gadula pathways, like they're like Ida and Pingala, and you could see so clearly how universal all of this is. And that's why I was interested in teaching lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, all of that stuff. Because if you are in the Western world and you are gravitating towards ritual, I think that sets you up really nicely for a lot of this stuff. Like Aleister Crowley, for instance, was very fascinated with this stuff. But at that time, it would have been impossible for him to learn this stuff to the level of depth that we're able to learn it now. He just didn't have access the way that we do. But I think he would have really enjoyed it and probably benefited a lot from a deeper study of these traditions. But that being said, I think it's really cool that ritualism is such an innate sense with human beings. And it's just nice to note that this ritualism that you're going to come to will be difficult because it's really developed. As Laura is saying, I feel like neo-paganism is like a stream or a creek, and Tantra is Niagara Falls, yes, but the dam is initiation that makes it approachable. What a beautiful metaphor. It makes it hard to see up close. That's a beautiful metaphor. You're right. I did take the Lady of the Lake. What is it? Lady of the Mist, Maiden of the Mist. Right? Take a cruise and it takes you into, like, you go on a boat, it takes you into Niagara Falls. That was so fun. But yeah, so I think like I want to honor this predisposition that we as humans have, this love for rituals, and hopefully encourage practitioners who are coming to this tantra, especially this goddess tantra. Yeah. Oh, and Krameshwari, I know someone who like got involved in all of this because Raja Yoga was one of the required reading books on the list at the OTO, right? So a lot of the modern lodges, whether it's Diane Fortune's thing, Vivekananda, Raja Yoga is like the most mystical text. And of course, that was that time, the 1890s. So a lot of them, they realized like, oh my God, this is so deep. And it's exciting because it wasn't possible to understand how deep this stuff was, especially with Tantra. It really wasn't possible to understand how deep Tantra goes prior to this, like day and age, because the resources just weren't available. Now that they are, though, now that the resources are available, hopefully we can understand from a ritualistic point of view why these rituals are so deep and so profound. Having said all of that, like here's Tarini. Tarini is saying, I felt like I liked rituals because it felt like I was getting something done. Yeah, it was hard for me to feel much of anything just from putting my hands together and praying. And this speaks to something really, really beautiful, actually. The idea that, like, a lot of religion is is not accessible by the vast majority of people who belong to that religion. So take Catholicism, for instance. It has really developed theology, really profound philosophy, like I was just saying with Thomas Aquinas and with Anselm and whatnot. But to access that, you would have to have been a member of the clergy because you have to be like schooled in Latin, which is very hard for most of Europe and most of history, and now even. So you'd have to know Latin. And then not only that, you would have to be high up enough in the ranks of the church to get access to the libraries in which a lot of these tomes were kept. And even now in the Vatican, right, it's like this super like air conditioned, like underground cellar where all the best books are. But if you have access to that, you have access to the best parts of your religion, which is the philosophy of it. And arguably what I love about Catholicism, and as far as Christianity is concerned, if I was a Christian, I'd be Catholic all the way through, right? Like Catholicism is like they have Mother Mary, they've got Thomas of Aquinas, they have all the saints and the intercession of the saints. And somehow Catholicism, although it's the Roman imperial religion par excellence, for whatever reason, its oppression, its ability to like oppress, is mitigated by its ability to also, to some extent, include folk rituals. That's why there's so many Catholics in Ireland who are basically folk magicians, right? But it's they're doing it within Irish Catholic context, which is really interesting. Anyway, um, so and of course it has a very strong hesychastic tradition. Anyway, I don't need to get into why Catholicism is so awesome right now. I think it's great. So is the Eastern Orthodox Church. They're all really great. It's only Protestantism that I probably stay away from. Okay, okay, I'm just playing. But in Catholicism, to be involved in it in any real way, you would have to have access to its philosophy, which you probably wouldn't have access to. And more importantly, to be involved in its rituals, which are incredibly powerful and deep and meaningful, you would again have to be a member of the clergy and you would have to be very high up to be able to get access to the rituals and to the theology behind those rituals. So all you can do is attend and watch from afar. All you can do is put your hands together and pray and hope that this God is listening to you and that your saints are interceding on your behalf or that your priests are doing their job and representing his ministry on earth. Like you, as a practitioner of that religion, can't actually practice that religion because you don't have access to its theology, to its philosophy, to its rituals. So the beauty of folk tradition. Sorry, I was like maybe the spirit of a Catholic padre like possessed me for a moment, and it's calling it fake. Just like it's like fake tradition. folk folk traditions. The thing about folk traditions is that it's spirituality democratized. It puts the power back in the hands of the people because this is something you inherit from your grandmother. It's something that your family has been doing, irrespective of what the institutions of power have been doing. It's something that you can do. Like you can go and sit under the tree in the full moon and draw something and like a pentagram or something and worship that. You can do that. And that's a ritual. Like it's a folk ritual in that it's for the folks. It's for the people, right? Folk from the German word Volk. So it's like people's magic. Yeah, folk magic. Folk, like Volkswagen. So Volkswagen. So it's folks religion. So folk traditions, folk religions, they've been made to seem like bad or worse because they're not the normative religion of the institutions of power, right? So there's religion, which is the approved theology, philosophy, and of course ritual of the people in power, and then there's whatever the fuck everyone else does. But the thing is, if you weren't so lucky as to inherit folk traditions, you might not know what it is to do religion actually, because all you can do is put your hands together and pray. And even the people who are at the very highest of every religion, they know better than to just do that. You know, like they know that you need to like there's more to it. Arguably, as humans who are very form based than that. Maybe the highest practitioner can very simply connect to God in that way. But prayer takes on a definitive form in religion, and that's called ritual. So when we can do something, we can actually put our prayer into action, like beyond just putting our palms together. Of course, there's a lot of that in the puja, but beyond that, being able to like actually draw symbols and worship them and offer this and offer that in a particular sequence, like there's a power to that. There's a tremendous power to that because you immediately get feedback. And so the thing about puja is if you haven't tried it in a serious way and then you try it, it whets your appetite for more puja because you immediately realize that it works. Yeah, I think that's true, Tharani. It's like when we talk to people, like Westerfer's grandmother is a really great example. She's in the clergy, right, in some capacity, and she loves this stuff. And so it was very exciting to think about like when we had our puja classes about 2 or 3 years ago, she would regularly attend Peggy and she would come and she would just like watch and she would be so excited because she does Catholic rituals, you know. And so this helped her a lot understand those rituals. Although she had no intention, by the way, of worshipping Kali along tantric lines, she would still regularly attend these puja classes because they would help her understand Catholic ritual. There's a certain universality to rituals. But that brings me back to my central point though. The Niagara Falls point that Laura was making. The ritualism of every culture is a universal kind of ritualism. It's just that this tantra has focused on it so much, has focused on ritual approach so much that the rituals have become very maximalist. And so it can be easy to be overwhelmed, but also get lost in all of them. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to present a series of padhatis, if you don't mind, if you're still game. I'm going to present a series of padhatis, each in increasing complexity. I'm going to presume that most of you attending this class right now have probably watched many of the videos in our How to Do Puja series, or many of you have attended these lectures for quite some time now. So you know that there's a pretty extensive process when it comes to preliminary purification. So in the beginning, you know, there's like a way to enter into the altar and sit down, and there's a way, like you face north, for instance. We know about Achamanam, the purification, which I'm actually going to go over. But then we know there's Mangalacharana, Achamanam, and then after that, there's all these various things like the exorcism of ghosts and spirits. There's the purification of the seat. Um, Actually, even before that, there's the preparation of the Samanyargya, meaning the Samanya, meaning general, Argya, offering water. So there's a whole sequence of drawing yantra on the ground and then worshipping the gods of the earth through that yantra, and then establishing the vessel of water on top of that yantra and then filling it with water, and then the things that you would do, right, like to consecrate that water, like how you would call in the various rivers of India. So I'm going to assume that many of you here in this class are aware of the preliminary purifications, including Bhuta Shuddhi and Nyasa. So I'm actually going to skip all of those if you don't mind. And the reason I'm doing that is because a lot of padhatis that you encounter, by the way, padhati means ritual manual, or I would say recipe for worshiping God. Like those padhatis, a lot of them presuppose that you know the preliminaries. So if you acquire the Shakta Pramodaha, a book on the Mahavidyas, giving you a lot of like puja padhatis on the Mahavidyas, almost all of them will start with having completed the preliminaries. Having complete, and then they'll start the puja actually after all the preliminaries, assuming Bhuta Shuddhi and Nyasas are all done. And so even this Nyasa, when I present Nyasa, it's called Vishesha Nyasa, specific to the deity going to be worshipped. But that presumes maybe earlier that you've done the Samanya Nyasa, the general Nyasa of like touching the body in particular places. So I'm just going to skip all of that. And again, if you're interested in that, of course can go and watch the videos and all that and catch up on that. But I also think that maybe it's good, it's really helpful, it adds a lot to your puja, but also it could be skipped. I think you can just go straight to it. Just go straight to worshiping Kali. So if you've never interacted with the puja tradition before, um, and this is your first time interacting with it, all I'm going to do is present the simplest of achamanams. Actually, when you look at it, it's not that simple, but relative to all the other purifications, this is a pretty simple one. And I think this alone could be a ritual. So just this achamanam that I'm going to present now, this ritual that I'm going to offer, like this alone could be your Kali Puja, with nothing else. But it's a kind of achamanam which I'm going to say is a substitute. I'm going to just argue it's a substitute for all the other purifications that you otherwise might learn. So let's look at it. I'm just going to pull it up. Um, it's an older document, so maybe we'll edit it as we go along. Shani Deva composed it, which is very beautiful. So this is called Invoking the 15 Attendants, but it's specifically meant as a mantra achamanam. So hopefully you can see the screen. Yes, it's there. Okay. So mantra means, as you know, a sacred formula or a sacred sound that you can either articulate aloud or inwardly contemplate. Mantra. Now, achamanam means something like sipping water for the sake of purifying yourself. So the general idea is that before we do any kind of puja, before we approach the spiritual realm, if you will, the antariksha bhava, it's important to like purify, or maybe I guess a better word for it would be sensitize. So here we do the symbolic act of sipping water, but first we have to charge that water. So what we're actually sipping is not water, but pure power, pure mantra. So this is a very quick way to, like, I'll just put it this way, create holy water, holy in the Kali sense. So I guess in the unholy sense, you're gonna create unholy water. You're gonna create Kali water. That's actually a good brand. You can sell it like Kali water or something. So you're gonna create Kali water, and then oh, in California, like in Santa Barbara, like that, Ojai, whatever, you can go into these new age shops and they'll sell you really expensive water. And you ask them, like, what's the water? And they'll be like, oh, no, this is a bottle that we kept, a glass bottle that we kept out during the full moon. So it has the rays of the full moon. So that's why you're paying $38. Sorry, $33.33 for it, That's why it's the moon. I mean, like, it's not like that's not true. Like, yeah, it does carry the vibrations, but So the consumer capitalist version of this aside, not all water is the same, because now you can insert like a homeopathy idea here, the memory of water, etc., etc. Yeah, I know. So this idea is like the water is going to be spoken to. You're going to charge the water with an impression and a memory. So much of puja is charging water, actually, which I think is really interesting. So this ritual is beautiful because it teaches you how to charge water, how to ritually consecrate water. So here's what you do. The word kamandalu, there should be an N here, kamandalu, means water vessel. And now let me show you. We would have in our tradition the kind of water vessel that makes it easy to pour. So I'll hold up the screen now, a kamandalu. So this is one version of the kamandalu. But notice it looks like a plant watering thing with a little spout. I'm a little teacup, hear me shout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. Here's my snout. Yeah, Gretchen, that's it. So this is like I guess a little teacup. So the good thing about it is it makes it very easy to pour. Yeah, I'm a little teacup, short and stout. Did I just say I'm a little teacup? Hear me shout. Whoops. Freudian slip, Kali slip. I don't know. I'm a teapot. Hear me shout. So here's this teapot shouting because they squeal, right? Like when the tea is done. And that's what I was thinking. Anyway, so this idea, it should be easy to like use it to pour. So it doesn't have to be exactly this thing, but something you can use to pour. It's no big deal. Sometimes when I'm doing puja, my kamandalu is literally a plastic water bottle. I'll buy a plastic water bottle. It's like that's my kamandalu. For so many homas up in the smashan and stuff like that. Maybe I don't have this, or I'm on the beach and I'm doing a homa on the beach. I might not have my implements. It's okay. Just something you can pour water out of. Does the substance matter? We argue, like, of course, copper, brass, these are all things that hold energy very nicely. Just like the logic of a SIM card, like silicon, germanium, like they use certain things in order to be able to hold energy. And sometimes the copper SIM card, right? There's like a particular gold, silver, like these are all things. So anyway, this is simple brass, panchalogam. It doesn't have to be. With my left hand, I pour this water into my right hand. And now one hack here is you can stick your thumb behind your middle finger. And when you put your thumb behind the middle finger, it creates a little cup like this. Can you see? So if you pour the water into the cup, it doesn't spill out. So I guess you can even call this a little mudra. And don't worry, when you guys are here, we can practice it because I'll be giving you a lot of what is called the Amrita, the nectar. It's called Charanamrita, the nectar of mother's feet. So when you go to temples after a puja, it gets offered to your hand. And over here, you'll get a lot. There's a lot of Panchamrita that's always flowing. So very quickly, we learn how to keep it in the hand. So like you offer your right hand and they pour the Panchamrita and then you sip it from your hand. So it's just like that. So this skill will be very good actually because it'll help you in temples receive Charanamrita also. So you make this little mudra where you stick your thumb behind the middle finger. So now you have a little cup. And then you pour the water into that little cup. And then you look at it. And as you look at the water in your cupped palm, and let me go back to the padati here. You look at the water in your cupped palm and you say the Mula mantra for Mother Kali, which of course is usually given during Diksha. It's a somewhat secret sound, but it's quite popular nowadays. And in this academic context, of course, we'll say it. It's cream. So looking at the water, you say cream. Now feel that the water has become charged with the Mula mantra of Mother Kali, with her Bija mantra. Then you sip the water. Of course, in terms of etiquette, we like to do this without slurping. Having sipped the water once, now you wash your hands. You pour a little more water into your palm and then just shake your palm out like that. So just to wash it, rinse it. Now a second time. So this is mouth rinse number 2. Pour the water from the kamandalu back into the palm. Again, look at it and again say cream and then drink it again. Sip it once more. Wash the hands and now the third time. Pour the water into the hands, look at it, say cream and then sip it a third time. So basically, you've sipped water thrice. Why? From a Buddhist point of view, you could say it's body, speech, mind. From the Hindu philosophical point of view, it's the stula, the sukshma, and the karana. So physical, subtle, and causal, the 3 bodies, if you will. So to Tarani's question, I do say it out loud actually. So one thing is all the puja can be performed mentally, and we'll get to Manasa puja in a bit. But actually, there's a power to saying these things out loud because in the puja context, we're accepting maximal duality, maximal diversity. So we're expecting some Vaikari expression also. So I do say these out loud. I go cream, sip, rinse, cream, sip, rinse, cream, sip. Now, after the last sip, before rinsing your palm, and can you see my screen also? Or is it just okay. So you use the edge of your thumb and wipe the upper lip from right to left and say as you say Om Kalye Namaha. And then again the bottom lip from left to right saying Om Kapalinye Namaha and now rinse. Yes. So after 3 sips, before you rinse the 3rd sip, you go Om Kalya Namaha, wipe your upper lip. Om Kapalin Ye Namaha, wipe your lower lip. And then rinse. Now, Tattva Mudra looks like this. So the thumb goes into the base of the ring finger. Touch the upper, just above the upper lip, and you say Om Kulva Ye Namaha. Touch the lower lip. Om Kurukulvaye Namaha. And then thumb to the index finger like this, and then touch your right nostril and say Om Virodhinye Namaha. Touch the left nostril with the same mudra, chin mudra, I guess. Om Viprachittaye Namaha. Then right thumb to the ring finger like this, and then touch this to the outer corner of your right eye. Om Ugraye Namaha. Then touch to the same mudra to your left eye, outer corner of your left eye. Om Ugra Prabhaye Namaha. With the same mudra, touch the right ear. Om Deeptaye Namaha. Touch the left ear. Om Nilaye Namaha. Then touch the thumb to the little finger like this and touch just below your navel and say Om Ghanaye Namaha. Now rinse your hand. Again, Tattva Mudra, touch your chest. Om Balakaye Namaha. Then either with these fingers together like this, or just like with your hand like that, touch the crown of your head. Om Matraye Namaha. Touch the right shoulder. Om Mudraye Namaha. And finally touch the left shoulder. Om Mittaye Namaha. And then rinse your hand. So a very simple ritual. It involves charging water and sipping water. But notice what's happening. After you do this sipping, you're doing a nyasa actually. By nyasa is meant touching certain parts of the body while intoning certain sounds. Nyasa means to place or to consecrate. It's a very sophisticated practice in Tantra, and it's what makes our practice so embodied because there's so much like spatial awareness, bodily awareness. But these names might be familiar to you. Some of you who have been studying Kali for a long time, you might have noticed that these are the 15 Kalis. Yeah, I'm going to put this document in the thank you for asking. Yes, I almost forgot, but I'm going to share this document in the chat so you can download it. But check this out. The 15 Kalis are, of course, super secret. Like, they're like the inner parts of the tradition. And one thing I love about the 15 Kalis, they're actually called the Yoginis. Panchadasha Yoginis. Lalita has 15 of them. Kali has 15 of them. Lalita and Kali are like mirror images of each other. One is the full moon, one is the new moon. So just like Lalita's not concerts, attendants are very beautiful and nice, Kali's attendants are very fierce and terrifying. There are 15 terrifying Kalis. They're secret Kalis. And also, maybe because they refer to a part of our tradition when we would go to the cremation ground and worship these terrifying spirits called Dakinis and Yoginis. They are very fond of blood. In fact, their dhyana mantra, Sarvashyama Sikaraha Mundamala Vibhushita Tarjaneva Mahastena Dharayantya Suchishmita Digambara Hasanmukya Swaswa Bhartra Samanvita. There are these dhyana mantras that describe them. They're naked, garlanded in skulls, holding swords, asi. Sometimes they're depicted as holding an accusatory finger out like this. It's interesting. They're holding out their hand with an accusatory finger, and they're holding swords. They're black, of course, wild-haired, banshee type spirits, usually kind of drunk. So they're drunk. They're very fond of intoxicants. They're very fond of sexual fluids. They're very fond of sex. Arguably, they're like kind of unpredictable. Tarani is like, oh, hey, that's just my friend group at the rave. Tarani's like, wait, that's just my job as an afters host. Yeah, you very much know the spirits of the night. But that's it. That's the vibe of these Dakinis or Yoginis. And of course, they possess humans also. So a human can be possessed by a Dakini. And that's actually why you do a ritual to bring a Dakini into the body of a woman and you worship the woman. So this is a very important part of our tradition. And the Yoginis, of course, in their dhyana mantras and whatnot, evoke that cremation ground culture of fierce and unpredictable energies. But of course, in the Kaula sense, when you interiorize all of this stuff and you understand the cremation ground to be within, and you understand these Dakinis to be psychic or psychological forces, you would say then that they are empowering energies of enlivenment. So they are your 15 sense organs. You'd say the 5 organs of perception, 5 organs of action, and the 5 pranas. So now, rather than seeing them as external forces to be contacted externally in the cremation ground, they are internal energies that, when propitiated, when pleased, will imbue you with their energy and power, and when displeased, will draw you out into the world and suck you dry of all your energy. Because they are your senses, they want to rush out. And they're wild. They just want to devour everything. And hence the sex metaphor. They're really aroused because they want to see and they want to hear and they want to touch. But if you don't know how to propitiate them, you'll be destroyed. They'll drag you into the world and whirl you about in samsara and have their way with you. But if you propitiate them and if they're pleased, they might withdraw from the external world and flow back into you and possess you. So when we do this ritual, I have in mind the early Kapalika, one of the founders of our tradition, the saint, the Shaiva saint, who is in the cremation ground inviting possession. So you would see this very much in the modern Bon tradition, which of course has been absorbed into Tibetan Buddhism. The idea of saying, "Come, come, ye hungry ghosts, drink this blood, eat this flesh, possess this body." So this idea of Grihana, Grihana Imam, come, take this. That's kind of, in my opinion, the bhava here. From that more traditional sense, you're saying, "You 15 yoginis, here's my mouth. Here are my eyes. Here's my nose. Take it, take it." You're saying, like, this is my body. Come, take it. I give you my eyes. I give you my ears. There's so many fairies, by the way. You make deals with them, they ask for your eyes. Stuff like that. And if you might go blind. Are you okay with that? Like, if they actually come and take your eyes? Like, that's the thing. You're offering your senses. And you could say that when you offer the 5 items in puja, you're offering a symbolic depiction of your senses. Here you're saying, come, see through my eyes, hear through my ears, smell through my nose. So in one sense, in a more like, dare I say, folk sense, this is that tantric ritual of becoming possessed. And of course, we do it at the start of the ritual. Why? Because without the energy of these dakinis and yoginis, without their blessing, don't even try to worship Kali. You won't make it through the 5 hour long puja. Kalidasi and Tarani, and those of you who are coming to LA are like already preparing for this marathon. But like the blessing of the yoginis and dakinis is the blessing of enlivenment, energy, vitality. So the thing I love about this, mm, beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, so the thing about this Achamanam is it's purification, but it's also a possession ritual in the sense that you're asking these energies. My God, conservative Christians, beware, right? Like this already smacks of like everything your church warned you about. I'm sorry. But like in one sense, you're inviting these spirits, these banshees, to come into your body, take over your body, and do the puja for you. Because you know why? Like this is important. They know how to do it. Like these yoginis are Kali's friends. So they know her better than we do. So we want them to come and drive the vehicle for a little while and worship Kali. So the best worship that we ever do in the context of puja is the worship that we don't do, that beings do through us. So I want to worship Kali, and therefore I want to hand the car over to someone who knows how. So this is where like a possession kind of logic comes in when we do this achamanam. But you don't have to use that bhava. Instead, you could say, "Oh, these are the energies of my own senses, and by brushing, by touching, what I'm doing is I'm purifying these senses, and I'm saying, may my eyes only see God, may my ears only hear God, may my nose only smell God, may my tongue only speak about God or taste God." May my arms only act for God. So there's like very various ways of understanding this. But again, we don't have to understand it on a Shaktopaya level. We just have to do it. So hopefully that ritual will something to start you off, right? So like that's level one. How about that? Just a simple Achamanam practice. After you do that, you can just sit and feel the presence of the yoginis. And you could say, I, Kali, at my heart, I'm now experiencing the yoginis that are emanations, my mandala retinue flowing out of me, like all of that. Beautiful. It's just such a simple meditation. Okay, now let's level it up a little bit. Not to say that, this next thing is better, just different. Here's Kali Puja in 16 steps. So this was from last year, I think. We made a very simple Kali Puja, again, Shani Deva's document. I'll share this also. And I just want to show you the steps. So the 16 steps that we thought of in terms of like the main things in Kali Puja are as follows. The Pita Devata Nyasa and the Pita Shakti Nyasa. And so this says Nyasas Cha. Cha just means and. But basically, we did a very simple version of this, where we just did Mriga Mudra, which is deer mudra, where we touch our thumb to the 2 middle fingers of our hands. And then we just touch our heart with that Mriga Mudra. And we say, Om Pita Devata Bhyo Namaha. And then Om Pita Shakti Bhyo Namaha. The word Pita is a tantric way of saying Tirtha or Sthana. Pita means throne, actually. Pita. Not the pita bread that you put pizza on, but the pita is the pizza bread that Kali gets put on. I don't know what word in English pita, but it means throne. Like I'm sure there's like a word in English that like would somewhat be homologous with this, homonym with this, but I know I would hopefully not projectile G, but it's good to see you, Shambhanatha, because I don't want to project her away. It has the connotation of sthana, meaning to stand, to stay. It's like I want to fix her there actually. Pita means throne. In Bali, when you go to the temples in Bali, they typically worship their deities in the form of pots or in the form of seats. Just thrones. So Pita means seat or throne, and it's where the goddess will be established. So you want to create a set and setting for her to come. So you could say, like, if you have a friend who only comes out at night, it makes sense to invite them at night. Or if you have a friend who likes black tea, when they come over, oh no, no, oh I see, throne, no, throne as in Throne, not throne, throne. But yeah, you want to maybe serve her black tea, right? Throne. Damn, you guys, that's some linguistic mysticism. What's the link between throw and throne? Anyway, so Pita means throne, as in Throne, and it's where the goddess will come and sit, right? So Devata, and here Devata Bhyo, it's in plural. It means the deities of that throne. So Pita Devata Bhyo means Om, salutations to the deities of Kali's throne. And again, Shaktis are the female forms of that deity. So Om Pita Shakti Bhyo Namaha. Now, this can be super expanded. So in the bigger Kali Puja, you'll see it's Om Adhara Shaktaye Namaha, Om Prithivye Namaha, Prakritye Namaha, Kurmaya Namaha, Antaya Namaha, long. And one of them is Smashanaya Namaha. Om Smashanaya Namaha. You praise the Smashan, the cremation ground. And also, interestingly, Manidvipaya Namaha. I praise Manidvip, the bejeweled island in the celestial regions in which Mother lives. Om Parijataya Namah. Parijata is a particular kind of tree which tends to grow in this heavenly realm. So Om Parijataya Namaha. Om Kalpa Vrikshaya Namaha, which is the wish fulfilling tree. And then Om Manipitaya Namaha, the bejeweled throne. Like there's a whole expanded like visualization here where you see a bejeweled island with wish fulfilling trees and parijata trees with a kind of bejeweled throne. All of that is worshipped actually. And also the cremation ground is worshipped, the jackals are worshipped, a retinue of munis and devas are worshipped. Like there's a very expansive visualization here. Also with the Pita Shaktis, there's like Ichaya Namaha, Jnanaya Namaha, Kriyaya Namaha, but also Anandaya Namaha, Manonman Namaha, Paraya Namaha, Paraparaya Namaha, Aparaya Namaha. There's a whole like I can visualize a trident, and on that trident there are like lotus flowers, and then there's Para, Apara, along with Bhairava Sadbhava, Ratishekara Bhairava, Navatma Bhairava. Like it's very, very, very intensely complicated in just this. But we can just condense all of it into these two mantras. Of course, you might lose some of the visualizations, which we'll study another day. But for now, just for the sake of the ritual, you can bring Mriga Mudra, your thumb into your middle fingers like this. Just touch your heart and just think about the set and setting which Mother Kali likes. Just visualize the cremation ground, visualize the jackals, visualize the funeral pyres. Like really try to create the scene in your mind. So before you can visualize Kali, visualize the set and setting, the scene, and just say Om Pita Devatabhyo Namaha, Om Pita Shaktibhyo Namaha. So there you go. That's step one, called Pita Devata and Pita Shakti Nyasa. Step two is called Pranayama, which just means breathing technique. But this Nadi Shodhana is one of the main pranayamas. And what's beautiful about this is you're using the Mula mantra to do it. So for this, I should probably show you how to count on your fingers. So I'm showing my left hand here because I'm going to use my right hand to close my nostrils in a little bit. So taking your left hand, you can count on your left hand. So with my thumb in the middle of my ring finger, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I can, of course, count to like 16, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So just knowing where in your fingers these numbers are can be helpful. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now I don't have to count in my mind with numbers. I just have to touch my hands. And while I touch my hands, I can say the Mula Mantra, Cream. So coming back to this pranayama, we're supposed to breathe in for 4 beats, all the while saying cream. So as you breathe in, you go cream, 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 cream. Then you hold the breath for 16 beats. And again, you don't have to say 1, 2, 3, 4. You can say cream, 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 cream. That's 16. Then again, you exhale for 8 beats. So you can go cream, 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 cream. It's quite quick usually. We just say cream, 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 cream. But instead of counting, you use your hands to keep count, and the whole time you're doing a kind of japa with the Mula mantra. That's okay, right? Like that makes sense. Now, let's add the nose. So in Nadi Shodhana, you're purifying the two nadis, the Ida and Pingala. So you start by closing the right nostril. Now, I'm doing it in this kind of Iyengar way, like where I have my elbow up like this, and I'm like making a mudra, and then I'm like hooking the nose. Why I want to keep my chest open, all that. There's like a way to do it, but I'm just going to show it this way. Just a simple way. There's no need to like learn this particular mudra. Like we do that sometimes in our yoga classes. We don't need to do that now. Just with your thumb, close your right nostril. Yeah. And then with your right nostril closed, for 4 beats, we'll inhale, chanting cream. You can count with your left hand. So let's do that. Inhaling 4 beats, cream. Now close both nostrils, hold for 16 beats, cream. And then exhaling through your right nostril. So close your left nostril, exhale through the right. 8 beats, cream. Inhale through the right, 4 beats, cream. Hold for another 16. Exhale through the left, 8 beats. One last time, inhale through the left, 4 beats. Hold for 16. Exhale through the right, 8 beats. So as you can see, 4 beats through the left, hold for 16, 8 beats out through the right. Then 4 beats through the right, hold for 16, 8 beats out through the left. Then 4 beats through the left, hold for 16, 8 beats out through the right, and that's it. So it's left, right, it's left, right, right, left, and then ends on right. So you start on left, so you end on right. Now, left, of course, is Ida, right is Pingala, and this sequence is supposed to purify those two so you can end up in the Shushumna. Here's the thing though. It doesn't have to be 4, 16, 8. The text often specify a ratio of 1, 4, 2. So if the 1 is 4, then 4 times that will be 16, 2 times that will be 8. I inhale for 8, I typically hold for 32 and exhale for 16, right? So yeah, Kalidasi would know this. Nadi Shodhana, it's like what we learn as like, teacher training is like that's the one that we do, like the important one. So that's going to help a lot. All of these foundational ideas, it's helpful to come in with some knowledge of them because now we apply. So we apply Nadi Shodhana in this puja, but specifically notice it's using the Bija mantra cream. So this should walk you through it, like this whole thing. So after doing the pranayama, and again, there's also this idea. So instead of doing Nadi Shodhana, you could just sit for a few moments, take slow, deep breaths, and just chant Kareem a few times. Or just like relax. That will do the trick also. If you just like relax and center yourself, that's what Nadi Shodhana is actually for. Okay, so having done that, let's go back to the table of contents. Having done the pranayama, now comes a series of nyasas. So steps 3 all the way through to step 9, these are all called nyasas. And this is what makes the ritual very complex and also very beautiful. So coming to the first nyasa here, this is called Rishi Adi Nyasa, the installation of the Rishi, etc. So the mantra, you would say it like this. Om Krim Shrima Dakshina Kalika. Oh, sorry. Here would be Om Krim Shma Kalikaye Devataye Namaha. You know how I feel about the Kalikaye, so just imagine that's not there. So it's Om Krim Shma Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha Ityasya Mantrasya Bhairavarshi Ushnik Chandaha Shrema Dakshina Kalika Devata Hrim Bijam Hom Shakti Krim Kelakam Purushartha Chatushtaya. Actually, there should be a Chatushtaya Siddhaye Viniyoga. So this should be a long A. I'm sorry, there are a few corrections that we should have made. I did not really edit this document, and I'm going to try to fix it for you, but this is what we have now. Purushartha Chatushtaya Siddhaye Viniyoga. So basically the mantra is saying, Om Krim Shima Dakshina Kalikaye Devataye Namaha. This is the mantra. Bhairava is the rishi who composed it. The meter in which it is composed is Ushnik. Kali is the deity to whom it is ascribed, specifically Dakshina Kali. The bija is Hrim. The power is Hum. The Kilaka, which means like the hinge of a door, Daryl G, basically the mantra should be Om Krim Shrima Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. It shouldn't be Shrima Dakshina Kalika Ye Devataye Namaha. That, remember, I was trying to fix that redundancy. The reason I said you know how I feel about it is because we just had a conversation about it. I think Monday or something. So I was saying like, yeah, no, the last video, I was saying the mantra that we get in our padati is Om Krim Shrima Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. Not Kalikaye Namaha, or not Kalikaye Devataye Namaha. You know, it's Srimad Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. So basically, anytime in my documents you see a ye after the Kalika, just ignore it, okay? You already have it here. Not that it's wrong, it will work. It's grammatically correct. It's the right form in order to agree with Namaha. Namaha means salutations. So, of course, Kalika must become Kalikaye. So, you can say salutations to Kali. But instead of saying Kalikaye Devataye, we're saying Kalika Devataye Namaha. So, I can preserve the name Kalika without having to take it through another Sanskrit grammatical form. You know, I just want to preserve like Kali's name, if you don't mind. And that's what we got from our gurus. That's part of our padati. So, for traditional reasons, we don't want to say Kalikaye. We want to say Kalika. It's her name, Kalika. So Om Krim Shama Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. Ityasya mantra, this is the mantra. Bhairava is the rishi, etc. etc. So now we're going to install, having chanted this, and by the way, it's for the purposes of attaining the four goals in life. But now we're going to install this stuff. So with Tattva Mudra, which is where your thumb goes into the root of the ring finger, touch your forehead and say Om Bhairavaya Rishaye Namaha. Then with the same mudra, touch the upper lip and say Om Ushnik Chandase Namaha. Touch the heart. Om Krim Shimadakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. Touch the perineum, which is, some people will touch the genitals and then the perineum, but we learn to touch the perineum and say Om Hrim Bijaya Namaha. And then touch either the thighs or the feet with both hands and say Om Hom Shaktaye Namaha. By the way, those of you who studied the Karpuradi Stotram, you know Krim, Hom, Hrim, like that, right? So now you wave your hands over the whole body like this. So this is called Vyapaka Nyasa, where you just wave your hands over the body and you say Om Krim Kilakaya Namaha. So you've installed the Rishi, you've installed the Chanda, the meter, you've installed Kali in the heart, and you've installed the Bijas in the Muladhara Chakra, etc. Like in the perineum, in the feet, and of course the whole body is pervaded by the energy of Kali in the form of the mantra Krim. So we have that. Okay, that's called Rishi Adi Nyasa. Rishi Adi Nyasa. Isn't it so beautiful? It's like so embodied, right? The body is so involved. Okay, now the next nyasa is called Kara Nyasa, which is the consecration of the hands. So here you would touch the thumb, sorry, the index finger to the top of the thumb like this, and you would say Om Kram Angushtabhyam Namaha. Angushta just means thumb. So like Tarjani means middle, index finger, Madhyama means the middle finger, Anamika means the ring finger, Kanishta means the pinky finger. So basically, these are all just names of the fingers. Angushta, Tarjani, Madhyama, like that. So these are different sounds you get, bijas that you get in the, say, Vashat and Voshat, Swaha. These are all Vedic bijas. Very important in the Vedas. So it's an installation of Namaha, Swaha, Vashat, Hom, and Voshat, as well as various forms of the Krim mantra being taken through the long vowels. Am, Ing, Om, Aing, Om. You know, so like Kra gets added to these long vowels. So we take first the thumb, so index finger to the top of the thumb. You're going to install the Angushta, the thumbs first. So you say Om Kram Angushtabhyam Namaha. Then touch the thumb to the index finger and say Om Krim Tarjani Bhyam Swaha. Then touch the thumb to the middle finger and say Om Krum Madhyamabhyam Vashat. Touch the thumb to the ring finger and say Om Kraim Anamikabhyam Hom. Then touch the thumb to the pinky finger and say Om Krom Karnishtabhyam Vo Shat. So feel like you've installed these mantras into the hands. But now comes this very beautiful moment. I'll demonstrate it here with the left palm flat like this. Touch the thumb to the index finger in the right hand. Place that in the middle of the left palm. Now feel like you are tying a string around the left palm like so. And as you do this, you chant Om Kra Karatala Prastabhyam. And when you get to Astraya Pat, smack the back of the wrist together. And for Pat, take two fingers of the right hand and clap it into your left palm. So all together that would look like this. Om Kra Karatala Prastabhyam Astraya Pat. Om Kra Karadharabhastabhyam Astraya Pat. So I tend to do it quite quickly as if I'm really like wrapping my hands. So Om Kra Karadharabhastabhyam Astraya Pat. So the idea is you lock the mantras into your hand. You tie the mantras into your hand, as it were. So putting all of this together now, it would look like this. Om Krim Shmakshkalika Devataye Namaha Ityasya Mantrasya Bhairavarishih Ushnik Chandaha Shrima Dakshinkalika Devata Hrim Bijam Hom Shaktihi Krim Kilakam. Actually, Krim Kilakam Purushartha Chadushtaya Siddhaye Viniyogaha. Touch the forehead. Om Bhairavaya Rishaye Namaha. Touch the upper lip. Om Ushnik Chandase Namaha. Touch the heart. Om Krim Shima Dakshinkalika Devataye Namaha. Perineum. Om Hrim Bijaya Namaha. Feet or thighs. Om Hom Shaktaye Namaha. And then finally, Om Krim Kilakaya Namaha. I should have actually this Kilakam. It should be Kilakam. I'm sorry. I'll try to fix some of I mean like I should have edited this, but I'll try to fix some of the transliterations and send you a better version. But anyway, now coming to this. Om Kram Angushtabhyam Namaha. Om Krim Tajanibhyam Swaha. Om Krum Madhyamabhyam Vashak. Om Kraim Anamikabhyam Hom. Om Krom Kanishtabhyam Boshat. Om Kra Karadalabhastabhyam Astraya Pat. That's called Karanyasa. So now the hands are consecrated. Now coming to this. Anganyasa. So now we consecrate the limbs. So with either Tattva Mudra or with this Mudra, touch the heart and say Om Kram Hridayaya Namaha. So this is the heart. So Hrit means heart. So Hridayaya means the heart. So Om Kram Hridayaya Namaha. Now these forms, Hridaya being male, Hridayaya agrees with Namaha. So the Namaha is salutations to the heart. So you're actually praying to Kali's limbs here, especially because there are three eyes. So we're praying to Kali and we're imagining our body is Kali. So this is another kind of possession practice, actually, where we're quote unquote assuming a god form, where we're like stepping into Kali's form by saying, I praise Kali's heart, which is in the form Kram. So Om Kram Hridayaya Namaha. Then the forehead, Om Krim Shirase Swaha, touching the crown of the head, either with Samana Mudra or with the thumb like this, Shika. Om Krum Shikaye Vashak. With Samana Mudra, you can touch both arms like this. Samana Mudra is bringing all your fingers together. Om Kraim Kavachaya Hom. And then with these three fingers, meaning without your index finger, just your middle finger and your thumb and ring finger, touch the corners of your two eyes, and with your middle finger, touch your third eye and say Om Krom Netatraya Voshat. Isn't that interesting? You touch three eyes. And then again, the same thing. Om Kra Karadalabhastabhyam Astraya Hat. So there's that same action. So what you've done is you've consecrated your hands and your limbs. But interestingly, all these nyasas are almost as if to imagine your body has become Kali's body. Now, a series of other nyasas. So these are special nyasas. So the first one is the forehead. Om Namaha. Then the perineum. Stream Namaha. Then the genitals. Aim Namaha. The navel. Krim Namaha. The heart. Aing Namaha. The throat. Kling Namaha. The between the eyebrows, Swong Namaha, the right shoulder, Ong Namaha, the left shoulder, Shring Namaha, the right thigh or the right foot, Hrim Namaha, the left thigh or left foot, Klim Namaha, and then the top of the head, Krong Namaha. So these are all bijas, but you're installing them in the various parts of the body. So basically in the chakras, but also in the limbs, in the right arm, left arm, and in the right shoulder, left shoulder, and the right thigh, left thigh. Okay, so you have these mudras. Then comes an even more interesting set of mudras, which are some of the main mantras for Mother Kali, Krim, Hrim, and Hom. So here are the Bija Nyasas. So touching the top of the head, Krim, touching the middle of the eyebrows, Krim, and this is also actually in the middle of the eyebrows also, Krim, and then the navel, Hom, the upper lip, Hrim, the perineum, Hom, and then wave your hands over the whole body, Krim. Was that too fast? So it says though, it says on the document where to touch and what mantras to say. The only thing is I would say this would be the middle of the eye, yeah? So this would be like same as this. These two would be kind of in the middle. So you kind of do this twice, and then there are a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, touch with Tattva Mudra, exactly. So, when you do any touching, you can do Tattvaya Mudra, you can do Mriga Mudra, and interestingly, some some text will say this mudra too. Abhinavagupta, he does, I think his nyasas with this mudra, with thumb touching the ring finger. So I do Tattva Mudra, that's the way my guru taught me, but you can also do Mriga Mudra, and of course you can do this mudra. It's various ways to touch. So yeah, good question, Shambhunatha. It's Tattva Mudra, and this one is Tattva Nyasa. This one, interestingly, is you're waving your hands, so you don't have to be in Tattva Mudra, they can just be palms open. The first one you do is over your legs, and you say, Kam Atma Tattvaya Swaha, then wave the hands over the belly, Ram Vidya Tattvaya Swaha, and then wave the hands over the chest and face. Im Shiva Twaya Swaha. You can see Kam Rang Ing. That's just cream broken down. So it's deconstructed cream. So Kang Rang Ing becomes cream. Basically, you're just sweeping cream over the whole body, and you're doing the Atma Tattvaya, Vidya Twaya, Shiva Twaya. You might recognize that from the Achamanam in the Parati. Like if you've been learning that Parati, it's like Om Atattvaya Swaha or Aim Atattvaya Swaha Clean. Aim Hrim Clean. You saw that version. Now it's Kam Rang Ing because the whole thing is cream, right? How beautiful. The deconstructed cream mudra. Okay, this is one of my favorite things. So these nyasas are pretty intricate. They involve touching the body in specific places and saying specific mantras. I don't need to say too much about them though, because I think they're pretty explanatory, self-explanatory. The text will tell you what to touch and what mantras to say. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Now you're going to show, you're going to show mudras to Ma. And there are a few different mudras here. I should demonstrate them to you. And you're going to actually show these mudras to the deity, to the image. So this is called pradarshanam, showing, and mudra means a gesture. So you're reflecting Ma's gesture. I know I've been already speaking for quite some time now. I think maybe about 3.5 hours probably. And I really appreciate your patience and your attention. Many of you, like Asha Devi and Kalidasi and Dalit Ma and all, have been here since like 6:30 in the evening. So as you can see, there's a lot to cover, and I'm just kind of going for it. So I could obviously spend another hour at least, if not many hours, just talking about how significant this section is, but I'll constrain myself to just this one sentence. This is a moment in the puja when you reflect Ma to Ma and ideally create within yourself the bhava that would resonate with Ma. It's a pretty long sentence, but it was one sentence. So there you go. That's all I'm going to say about it. Now let's do the practice. You're going to show the mudras, but you're dancing. Just think like you're a dancer. You're going to do the mudras because you're dancing like Ma, like you're going to be Ma, if you will. You're going to reflect her back to her. So here we go. Khadga. First mudra is called sword mudra. And again, if you Google these, there are some variations to it. This is just the way I learned it from my guru. So the first one is Khadga mudra. It basically looks like prana mudra. So your ring finger and your pinky finger, just tamp it down with your thumb. And here you go. Khadga. Khadga means sword. So hold this up. Khadga munda. Khadga mudra. Then there's this munda mudra where you just stick your index finger up like that and take your left hand and clasp it around this thing. So it looks like a person's top knot, and this is the person's head. So you're holding a skull or a head right now. So Khadga mudra, and then Munda mudra. Then there's Vara mudra, where you extend your right hand with the palm slightly inclined like this. Then with your left hand, you show Abhaya mudra. So this is what Sri Ramakrishna, Thakur Sri Ramakrishna, actually, he did these two mudras when they worshipped him as Kali. So somebody, I think Girish put a garland around his neck and he went into Samadhi and he held his left hand like this and his right hand like this. So he was showing this mudra when he was in that bhava. So you do them at the same time, Vara mudra and Abhaya mudra. Now, if you want, some people will stick their tongue out here. You stick your tongue out and give her Lelihana mudra, or you do this. This is Tattva mudra, but it can also be Lelihana mudra, and this mudra also is called Lelihana mudra, which means tongue mudra. So even the tongue is one of her things: her sword, her head, her vara, abhaya mudras, and also her tongue. Isn't that beautiful? So mudra pradarshanam, showing mother her mudras. Yes. Okay. So having done all of that, next up is the dhyanam. So this is what we started this whole adventure off with, a meditation on Mother Kali. So by now you've entered into her bhava, you're resonating with her. You've done this long, extensive series of nyasas. You've visualized the cremation ground and created the set and setting with it. Of course, you've done pranayamas, everything to prepare you for this moment, the meditation of Mother Kali. So there's so many dhyana mantras out there. In the simple Kali Puja book, there's a beautiful one. Meghangim Vigatambaram Shavashiva Rudham Trinetam Param Karnalam Madrimunda Yugba Baidam Mundasram Bhishanam. This is another one. This is a different one. This one is Shavarudha Maha Bhimam Ghoradam Strama Sanmukhim Chaturbujam Kadagamunda Vara Bhayakaram Shivam Mundamala Dharam Devim Lalajhivam Digambaram Evam Sanjintayat Kalim Smashanalaya Vasinim. What I like about this dhyanam is it has her lolling tongue. Some of them don't feature her tongue, but this one does. This one says her tongue is sticking out. So she's mounted on a corpse. She's very terrifying. She has fangs, but she has a pleasing, smiling face. She has four arms, holding a sword, a head, and these various mudras. She is Shiva, very auspicious, garlanded in a munda mala. She is that naked goddess whose tongue is lolling out. One should meditate upon Kali, who dwells in the cremation ground. So this is one version of the Dhyana mantra. In this, because this parati is like short, we only gave the short Dhyana mantra. In the next parati I'm going to show you is one more. There's a longer Dhyana mantra. So once you've done that, now it's time to bring her into the image. So one thing it should be here. Manasa Puja, sorry. So after the Dhyanam, the next thing you do is Manasa Puja, which we haven't described in this document because it can be a very extensive and like elaborate process, as you know. Hrit Padmamasanam Dadyat Sahasra Achutamrita. You learned all about that in our Manasa Puja classes. But basically, the basic idea is this. Once you visualize Kali based on the Dhyana mantra in the meditation visualization mantra, once you visualize her, it's time to worship her in the privacy of your own heart. It's a very powerful moment. So everything you would otherwise do externally, you now perform internally. So you would offer her flowers, incense, fire, food, basically like in your mind, just worship her in the most elaborate way possible or in the simplest way possible. I have not described the Manasa Puja in this document just to keep things simple, but also to invite you to like do what you want here. Make her any kind of offering. Be creative and personal in this moment. Now comes the evocation. My bad. So invocation would have already happened by now. In other words, you have already brought her into your heart. Having worshipped her first internally in the heart as your very own essence nature, now you're going to project her outwardly, externally. You're going to project her, as it were, into the image that you see before you. This is called evocation. To be technical, invocation, you brought her into the heart. Evocation, you're bringing her into the space. This is one of my favorite moment, I think. I love all the moments, but this moment is when we all feel it. Prior to this, we're feeling something, but it's very personal, it's very private. This is my actual role as a pujari, like my actual job, beyond just connecting to the goddess, which is my passion and my love, you could argue my hobby. It's not my job. My job is to make sure that the goddess that I feel in my heart is there in the image for others. That's the job of the priest. Your job is to, bring the deity into the room in a way that's palpable and real for others. And this is that moment where what's in there in your heart is now brought into the image. It's called avahanam, inviting. So here's what we do. We just say the simple mantra. This is all you need, actually. Om Krim Śyāmā Kālī Bhairava Saite Parivara Gana Parivrite Shrima Dakshina Kalaka Devi Avahayami Sthapayami Pujayami. In fact, you can just say these three words. Avahayami Sthapayami Pujayami, which basically means please come, please stay, and please be worshipped. Isn't that beautiful? You're like cajoling her, she's like a deer in the forest, and you're holding out this apple, and she's so sensitive. She's so skittish. These energies are so elusive that you're like, with great tenderness, just be like, Ma, here's my apple. You very sweet deer. Please come here. Please stay here. And please let me pet you a little bit, because deers are like, like they're so scared. They like run away. So like that energy is so subtle. You're begging her to come into the image, to stay in the image, and receive the worship. But of course, there is an extended sequence. There always is. And this is the one with the mudras. So now let me show you the various avahana mudras. Basically, it's like Tattva mudra and a few others. So we say Om Krim Shri Mahakala Bhairava Sahite. So along with Mahakala Bhairava, Parivara Gana Parivrite, along with the Parivara, meaning the family of yoginis and dakinis and all of that, surrounded by all of these. So Om Krim Śyāmā Kālī Bhairava Saite Parivara Gana Parivrite Shrima Dakshina Kalike Devi. So now Tattva Mudra like this, you make this hand like this, you go Eha Gacha. Basically Eha Agacha. Please come here, please come here. Eha Agacha. and then flip these mudras. So these were up like this. Now flip them. Eha tishta, eha tishta, stay, stay, and then flip. Do these mudras. Thumbs are over the like this, like this. Say eha sanidehi, eha sanidehi, and then put the thumbs inside the palm. Eha sanirudyasva, eha sanirudyasva. Palms open like this, thumbs over the middle finger. Eha sammukhi bhava, eha sammukhi bhava. And then maybe palms together, you can say Atra adishtanam kuru mama pujam grihana. Atra adishtanam kuru. Please be there. Oh mother, atra there. Adhishtana, please be established there. So that, and mama, my, puja, grihana, accept. Please accept my puja. So you're saying, please come here, ihagacha, please stay here, please be close, please look this way. I like this, samukhi bhava. Look over here. Face me and stay there, like be there, so that you can accept my worship, or please accept my worship. So how beautiful is this? You're just like, come on, just just come here already. Let me just love on you. It's like so beautiful, this moment. Now, this is where I kind of get a little bit, sometimes I get a little bit temperamental here during the puja. This might take a while for me, because sometimes if I don't feel like she's there, like I get a bit like, kind of like, this is a moment where you should expect to see her in the image. And so yeah, it can be a projection. You can project and you can imagine that she's there, but I mean, after doing puja for a while, you start to realize, like, no, it's real. Like there's really a change in the image or in the room if this is performed correctly and if it's done. So these are complex mudras. I actually don't know what they're called. I know this is Tattva Mudra, but I don't know what a flip Tattva Mudra is called. And I'm sure you know there are names for these mudras. I just, when I learned them, my Gurudeva never told me the names of these mudras. He just like showed them to me. And I think this is so interesting, because you know what the thing is now? We want to go on the internet and like look up the names of the mudras, but you're gonna get into trouble if you do that, because what you're gonna find is that Yoni mudra means like 12 different things at least. You know, there's like, if you Google the names of the mudras, you're gonna get in trouble. And this is why I think Tantra cannot be learned this way. Everybody wants to Google the names of the mudras. I'm sorry, but that's not the way that you're being taught. A living lineage holder is showing me these mudras. I learned that from my living lineage holder, my guru. And so like that's where it ended. I wasn't like, hey, what are these mudras called? I could have, but he didn't tell me, and I didn't think to ask, because now I know them. So I guess the name would be helpful in communicating it, but I'm not going to communicate these mudras by their names. I'm going to show you, right? Therefore, when you get this parati, if you don't have me showing you the mudras, what will you do with the parati? You know, it doesn't really help. So a lot of the tantric resources require a guru. You can't access them on their own, because so much of this is orally transmitted, it's demonstrated. That's why, unfortunately, this is me covering up my own lack of knowledge here. But unfortunately, I don't actually know what these mudras are called. I just know how to like do them. So take that as you will. Having done this, we go like this: put, 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 or put, put, put. Clap 3 times, in 3 levels. So bhu, bhwa, swaha. So put, put, put. So you're clearing out the 3 realms. Take water in a flower. So ideally, there's flour dipped in the water, or you have some kind of wand, like a kusha grass wand. You take it and you sprinkle it in all 10 directions. So, and while you do that, you go put, 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 and then down and up. Put, put. So all 10 directions, meaning the 8 cardinal directions and one above and one below. This is our calling in the directions kind of thing. So we're like sealing the space, so the energy won't leak, you know. The idea is that once the energy has come, it can easily leak, but we want to hold it in the space, so we do this kind of thing. And then we say, oh, and now here are some mudras whose names we do have. So Dhenu Mudra would be Dhenu Mudra. Okay, we're not going to go into this too much. This you can Google. This might be kind of common. Yoni Mudra, Akarshini Mudra, Bhutini Mudra. Okay, I'm sorry, like this would take a very long time, I think, to go through all of these mudras, but this I don't mind you Googling. And of course, many of you are going to be here in person sometime soon, and I'll be happy to walk you through them in person. They're kind of tricky. And you know, we had that class, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago, where we walked through the mudras, and my God, it took a while, right? And that's good. It should. Like we're taking our time. These mudras are no, you know, yeah, I know it's exciting. These mudras are no like simple thing. They're very profound, because they change the way your mind works. They like restructure the flow of electricity, I think, if you want to use modern language about it. So like, I mean, they're special, the way we do these mudras. Again, Akarshini Mudra, Bhutini Mudra. There's a guy on YouTube actually who shows mudras, and these are like Bhutini is just, basically it's Yoni Mudra, but you're like holding down It's like you're holding down the middle finger, Bhutini Mudra. So these can be learned online, but you're showing the mudras. There's another mudra pradarshana. Dhenu mudra, Yoni mudra. I like Akarshani mudra. It's kind of like come here, and then Bhutini mudra. It's kind of cute, right? It's like come here, and then Bhutini mudra. It's like you're on the dance floor and you're summoning somebody out to the dance floor with you. You're like, come, we're getting down. You know, you do that. And having done this, you chant the Kali Gayatri mantra 3 times. By the way, it could start with Om and end with Om, or it could start with Cream and just end with Prachodayat. So it should be Cream Kalikaye Vidmahe Smashana Vasinye Dhimahi Tanno Ghore Prachodayat. While you chant the Kali Gayatri thrice, ring the bell. So all the while you're ringing the bell, you're saying Om Kalikaye Vidmahe Smashana Vasinye Dhimahi Tanno Ghore Prachodayat. Om Kali, illumine my mind. O dweller in the cremation ground, guide me. Like that. Oh, thank you. I think that's a wonderful thing. Anahata is saying mudra with the palms down is called sthapana mudra. That makes perfect sense because that's exactly what we're doing. Sthapana. Prana sthapana. We're trying to establish. Saying, ihatishta, ihatishta. Please stay here. Please stay here. That's sthapana mudra, right? And I think we intuitively do this mudra when we tell people to calm down. We're like, calm down, you know, like relax. Sthapana mudra. A lot of these mudras, I call them like the Oliver Twist mudra because I'm like, please, sir, can I have some more? That's what I'm always saying to mom. Like, please, ma, more Shakti. So now, having brought her into the image, this is where it becomes so beautiful and so personal. Now it's time to worship her. So she's there now. Like the feeling is that which was in the heart, which was felt within, is now projected outside, and now she's possessed the image. Ideally, the image is alive, like she's possessed it, and she's here in the room with you. What will you do if God is before you in the room? You worship her. You can't help but offer her flowers, right? Like that's like instinctual. Like when somebody beautiful is before you, you instinctually want to give them flowers. So now comes a series of items. This is called the Panchopachara Puja. Of course, in the bigger Parati, we have the Dashopachara Puja, the 10-item worship. And in the bigger Parati, we have the Shodashopachara Puja, the 16-item worship, which is where you're offering like makeup and like kajala and alta and sindura, but also a mirror and clothes. She's getting clothes and uttariya, and like it's very elaborate, as if she's like a bride about to get married. Like we do the shingara, 16 shingaras, like all of that stuff. But here I know it's so beautiful. Here's like a simple worship though. We don't even do the foot washing or anything like that. Here's just 5 items that depict arguably the 5 bhutas, the 5 elements, which therefore also mean the 5 senses, the 5 chakras, etc. So here's the first thing. Just perfume. Now, typically we spray the perfume on a flower, and this would be the mantra. Again, please discount any kalikaye, okay? It's just kalika, at least per parati. So here's nothing wrong though with kalikaye, just matter of a matter of lineage preference. Anyway, here we go. We offer a flower. We say Om Krim Esha Gandha Shrema Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. So this is a flower with some perfume or fragrant oil. Put this at the feet of your murti or at the picture or by the lamp. Then I should have mentioned, by the way, with this whole process, you're bringing Kali either into a picture, which is a 2D thing, or into a statue, which is a 3D representation, or into a human, if you're doing that Kaula Yaga style, or into like a lamp or something, or just into a yantra or whatever, like something to hold mother, right? It could literally be a drawing of a yantra on a piece of paper. Like tantrikas have done this for centuries. Just draw in the sand and literally invoke her into the sand. That's no problem. I like to invoke her into skulls. Like skulls are a pretty good thing. Like bones are like kind of good to hold. Like there's anything. You can use so many things. But anyway, so I have a murti, so I invoke her into the murti. I also have a yantra, so I invoke her into the yantra. At any point, you can choose which thing to invoke her into, just something to hold her. So when you're offering these things, presumably you're offering them to that into which she just got invoked. So if it's a murti, you put the flower either at the foot of the murti or like in a plate in front of the murti or on the yantra. I don't know. So now, having offered that, the second offering is flower with sandalwood paste or just any fragrant flower. Om Krim Idam Sachandana Pushpam Shima Dakshina Kalika Devataye Namaha. Then if you have a rose leaf, they kind of look like vilva leaves. Or ideally, if you have a vilva leaf, you can offer that. If you're offering a vilva, here's the mantra for it. Om Krim Idam Sachandana Vilva Patram Shri Madakshana Kalika Devataye Namaha. And if you have a rose leaf or some other substitute, it would be Om Vilva Patra Artha Tripatram. Here is a three-petaled leaf in place of a Vilva leaf. Or, by the way, you can offer sesame seeds. Black sesame seeds are an agreeable substitute for Vilva leaves. Then offer incense, offer fire. To offer incense and fire, you just like wave it thrice clockwise around the deity. Of course, you can be very specific. You can wave it thrice around the feet, thrice around the heart, thrice around, four times around the face, sorry, and thrice around the whole deity. Look, you can do it in various ways, but basically you're just offering incense, offering fire. I've learned to ring the bell while waving incense, while chanting the Gayatri mantra. So, Kalikaye Vidmahe Smashana Vasinye Dhimahi. So, that's typically what we do. We wave incense, we wave light while we chant the Gayatri. Then you can offer some sweets, you can offer some wine. Here are some mantras for that. And finally, when you close, you say this closing mantra. Om Kali Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Papaharike Dharma Artha Moksha Sampattim Dehi Devi Namostute, and you just offer a handful of flowers. Om Krim Esha Sachandana Pushpanjalihi, or Sachandana Pushpa Vilva Patranjalihi Shrima Dakshana Kalika Devye Voshat. See, this mantra is correct. Shrima Dakshana Kalika Devye Voshat, and we typically do this 3 times. Voshat is a Vedic mantra, feminine form. It's for offering flowers typically. And yeah, we have a same kind of like thing here. We have notes. Anyway, this should be kind of explanatory. Basically, all that this does, all that this does is give you mantras to say while you are making these offerings. This is what takes your puja to the next level. Beyond just putting a plate of sweets in front of Ma, which you can do, no problem. You can now do it with a mantra. Some of you who've been following along with this class, you know there's an even more complicated way where you draw a downward pointing triangle, you worship that triangle, mandalaya namaha, you place the plate on top of the triangle, you sprinkle it 3 times, vangetasme naivedyaya namaha, and then you have all those mudras, those very complicated and beautiful pranaya swaha, panaya swaha, vyanaya swaha. So like notice you can scale up your puja by adding more elements. Though here I am omitting it. I am omitting those like pranaya, apanaya, vyanaya, udanaya. I'm omitting all of those things just to keep it simple. Just put the plate in front of mine and say Om Krimidam Naivedyam Shumalakshana Kalika Devataye Namaha. How beautiful, isn't it? It's just so simple and sweet. And anyway, so those of you who want to just do this, like you can skip everything and just go straight to this. Like I think it would be perfectly fine if you just worshipped your Ma with these 5 items using these mantras. Isn't that so beautiful? Now, one thing we've added, and I'm very fond of this, is the worship of the yoginis. We started with the yoginis, so it's time to end with the yoginis. So, sorry, no, these aren't the yoginis, my bad. These are just like the whole list of attendant deities, starting with Kali's 6 limbs, then gurus and whatnot, then Bhairava, then Kali's yogini. So here it is, Kali Devyam Badi Panchadash Yogini Bhyo Namaha. There's the Ashta Shaktis, there's the 8 Bhairavas, there's the guardian deities like Indra, Agni, Yama, etc. So anyway, like also Shavarupa Shiva, Shiva as a corpse, and then Mother Kali's weapons. So these are all mantras that you can say. You can offer a single flower or a flower petal with each of these mantras. And these mantras are like to worship the retinue, the attendants of Mother Kali. So having worshipped Mother Kali, you now worship her 6 limbs, which interestingly are considered to be her attendants. Isn't that kind of sweet? Like Kali is an energy, and her limbs are like emanations of that energy. They're not thought of as being one with that energy. They're emanations of, proceeding from that energy. Then, of course, these are siddhas. This is from the Sri Vidya tradition. We don't need to get into it, but this is like, Mitresha Mai, Shashtisha Mai, Udisha Mai, like that. That's a very Sri Vidya idea. Then, of course, the Guru, the lineage of Gurus, they're worshipped too. And that's all in the Bindu. And then, of course, Bhairav. So this whole sequence is just retinue deities, Avaranas. We don't need to get into it in detail. You just say these mantras one after another and offer the flowers. Then comes Japa Samarpanam. So chant your Kali mantra, the one that you got in Diksha or any other mantra that you like, and maybe do at least 1 mala or any number of malas. So having worshipped Mother in the image, having brought her into the room, a very subtle way to interact with her energy is just to close your eyes and with your mala, with your rosary, just chant her mantra. Do 1 round of the rosary or 10 rounds of the rosary or 100 rounds of the rosary, whatever. But when you're finished, with a little water in your right palm, pour the water at the feet of your image or on the yantra and you say this mantra. Om Guyati Guya Goptri Tvam Grihana Smatkritam Japam Siddhir Bhavatu Me Devi Tvat Prasadan Maheshwari. Which says, Oh mother, you are the protector of the secret of all secrets. You are the Goptri, the protector of the Guya Ati Guya. And what is the secret? Your mantra. You should never, this mantra should not be chanted aloud. So to Tarini Devi's question, almost every other mantra in the puja is chanted aloud except this one. The mantra that your guru gave you. That is never to be chanted aloud. And even, by the way, even if it's part of the puja at some other point, no one should know that's the mantra that you're doing japa with. So this is when you chant the Guya Ati Guya, the secret. Who is the one who protects the secret? Mother. She protects the secret of all secrets. And you're saying, Oh mother, you who are the secret, and you who are the protector of the secret, please accept grihana, this japa, which helps me remember you. So please accept this remembrance of you. Make me perfect, Siddhir Bhavatu Me Devi, which can happen only by your grace. Tat Prasada. So by your prasad, by your grace, O Maheshwari, O ruler of the cosmos, I will be perfect. So please make me perfect. Like that. And having done japa, having given up the japa, having offered the japa, which means offering up the fruits of all your spiritual practice, you can now just do a prayer. This is called a pranamaha, a closing prayer. So it goes like this. Om Mahamaye Jagan Mataha Kalike Ghora Dakshine Grihana Vandanam Devi Namaste Parameshwari Om Grihana Vandanam Mata Sada Vijaya Vardinihi Pada Padmam Sada Vande Sthanam Dehi Padambuje. O cosmic deluder, O mother of the world, you are the terrifying southward facing Kali. Please accept my prayer. Grahana Vandanam. Take this prayer. O Devi, O Parameshwari, salutations to you. Please accept this prayer, mother. Please, you who are always victorious, grant me, allow me to always be by thy lotus feet. I'm always praying to thy lotus feet. Pada Padmam Padambuje. So this whole thing is a prayer. Having done the worship, having done japa, now to Tarani's point, we bring our palms together and pray. So now it should hit, right? Like prior to this, if we just do this, Oma, we might not feel it. But like after all of this, after doing all the japa, after doing all this puja, after doing like all these invocations and meditations, now she's in the room. Like usually when we pray to God, like it's like, I'm not gonna be non-dual here, God is everywhere. Like usually God's not in the room. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like we're talking, but we haven't picked up the phone and we don't know what number to dial. You know what puja is? It gives you God's number. So you pick up the phone, you dial the number, and now you have her on the phone. Now you can pray to her. Now it feels like your prayers are actually being heard. That's the power of puja. And having done all of this, the final thing you do is you fall to your face, or like, you do a full prostration. Of course, in the temple, women do this differently from men. Like that, it doesn't have to be a full shashtanga. Like women might have their knees up. I don't know. It's like whatever. Just like fall before her, and you say, Om Shrimat Sura Sura Radhya Charanam Buruhadvayam Chara Chara Jagadhatrim Kalikam Pranamamyaham. I bow before you, Kali, you who are auspicious, first among the divinities worshipped by gods and demons alike. I take refuge at thy lotus feet. So these moments like are the final moments of the puja where you can really just like get into it. At this point, it says optionally you can do a 5-item worship of Bhairava or Shiva. That's I think omitted from this particular padati. So it was just supposed. But by the way, you've already kind of done it here anyway. So you've worshipped Shavarupa Shiva and Bhairava already here. So I didn't include it in this padati because I wanted to keep things simple. One other thing that I didn't include that actually now that I'm looking back at it might be nice to include is the prayer of forgiveness, where you're like, okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, ma. Vidhihinam, kriyahinam, mantrahinam, yadarchitam. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what the right mantras are. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. I don't know at all what I'm doing. Please don't be offended. It's like vidhihinam, kriyahinam, mantrahinam, yadarchitam. Maya, but, not Maya, but, niveditam bhaktya, being offered with devotion, paripurnam tadastu me. Please accept it. May tadastu. May it be fulfilled or complete. Paripurnam, exceedingly full, may it be. Tadastu me. May my puja be complete, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but because I did it with devotion, please forgive me. Like, that's your cop-out mantra, and it's very important because we probably butchered it. There's a way that she likes to be worshipped. She told us in the tantras, but in the game of broken telephone, the message was not properly conveyed. I am an idiot, so I don't even understand it, even if it was properly conveyed. So this idiot child is working with what he has and he's trying to worship you and probably sucks, so please. please forgive me. It's like a beautiful, beautiful mantra. Bye, Achintya ji. See you Wednesday. Yes, Jaima, Jaima. So, there are longer versions, by the way. Bhaktim, Heenam, like there's all these like I have no devotion, like etc. etc. There's like long forgiveness mantras. By the way, in the longer Kali Pujas, one of my favorite things, there are mantras of forgiveness with literally every item offered. So when you offer like fragrance, you're like Vanaspatera Sutpanno Gandhadya Sumano Haraha. Mother, what the fuck? Like literally the mantra is like I could gather all the fragrant woods of the world and make an incense. What would it be worth to you? You are the very fragrance in that wood. So how can I offer fragrance to the source of all fragrance? Or when you bathe her, you're like, how can I bathe you? You are purity itself. How can I bathe that which is eternally pure? Or when you offer fire, you say Agni Jyotish, Ravi Jyotish, Chandra Jyotish, Tata Evacha. I could offer you the moon, I could offer you the sun, I could offer you the fire. Of course, Ida Pingala Shushumna. But mother, you are consciousness. You are the light that shines upon it all. So like each item is prefaced, not prefaced actually. It comes, you usually offer it and then you pray. But it's this there's a disclaimer. Isn't that beautiful? And so the long puja, it's so sophisticated because every moment of dualistic worship is countered by an admission of futility, and more importantly, an admission of non-duality. It's remarkable, really, how detailed it can be. But this is a simple mantra. I'm going to suggest an even simpler version of this forgiveness mantra. Just this, kshamasvame, which just means forgive me, right? Like, forgive me, mother. I know not what I do. Kshamasvame. 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 Just forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. That's it. So you can like that bhava, it's just I think captured in just the word kshamasvame. So having said that, that's the whole Kali Puja. It's a short one though. It's a simple one. And this is Kali Puja in 16 steps. Of course, some of you want to maybe do something a little more elaborate. So one thing we've added now is we've added this, an extra few steps, 5 steps, I think. So everything up to this step 15 you just saw. Actually, no, there's some extra stuff here. But Mahakala Bhairava, we've added the Bhairava Puja. So we have a meditation on Bhairava plus the worship of Bhairava. Invocation of Bhairava plus the worship of Bhairava. But then also the worship of Shavarupa Shiva, I think. Oh wait, no. I have Bhairava's eight forms, the 8 forms of Bhairava in all the directions. That's nice. And then Shavarupa Shiva. Okay, yeah, we have a Shavarupa Shiva puja here. So there's a whole puja for Shava Shiva. And then the Bali. But this is not the Bali as in the animal sacrifice or vegetable sacrifice. I did not include that. This is the Panchamakaras. So this is meat. This is the offering of meat. It doesn't have to be an animal that you kill, it's just meat that you give. Or the Panchamakaras. So this whole thing, I've added the Panchamakaras, and of course I've added Uchishta Chandalini because that's a very important part of the puja. So I have this maybe slightly more extended document with a little more left-hand path stuff. The 16 parts Kali Puja. And this one is cool because it has the Shani Deva put in the yantra. So this is really cool. Look at this one. It has the yantra puja. So if you don't mind, I'll give you all three. I'm going to present the Mantra Achamanam, the first document I showed you. Then I'm going to present you with the 16-step puja, which everything should be the same up to this. Like you've already seen all of this, by the way. What's new is that there's the yantra, and then as you do the avarana puja, this is slightly more advanced because it's showing you where in the yantra those avaranas are. So in the first document, you don't know because it just lists them. In this document, it like actually walks you through the yantra and shows you where they are. See? And oh, by the way, each what do you call it? Each Nitya Kali is worship. Each yogini, Kali, Kapalini, Kulla, Kurkulla, Virodhini, Viprachita, each one gets a puja, a flower petal. So, etc. You can see the 8 Bhairavas, their consorts, the eight Shaktis, all of that. 10 directional deities, you can see where they are. Also, we've put in the Mahavidyas. So you can worship Chinnamasta, Dhumavati, Bagala, Kamala, Bhuvaneshwari, Matangi, Tara, Shodashi, and of course, Kali and Bhairavi. Like there's all these, like, what do you call it? Like, what do you call it? Mahavidyas. Yeah. So there are Mahavidya worship and then the gates with the Ganesh, Matukas, Yoginis, Kshetrapals. Anyway, this should all be quite explanatory. Like the document will walk you through. And I'm just gonna drop that now, if you don't mind, in the chat of this Zoom meeting. Okay. So I'm gonna attach the file, and then you should be able to just like download it from the. Tell me if it's not working anyway. Where are we? Tantras, Kali. Our Padatis. Okay, so the first thing I'm putting in here is the Mantrachamanam. So this would just be that very simple ritual that we started off with, just rinsing the mouth. Then this is the 16 steps, Kali Puja in 16 steps. This next one is the Kali Puja in this is the OG Kali Puja for the Sangha. This is 21 steps, has Uchishta Chandalini, has the Panchamakaras, and has a few more additional elements. But then I'm gonna put one more thing, and this is the biggest of the documents. I didn't walk you through it right now, but this has like you'll see when you open it, you'll see. And this is the biggest Padati. So I put 4 things in the chat, in the Zoom chat right now. These are all living documents. Shani Deva did much of the editing. We're still, of course, moving things around. So there'll be better versions of this moving forward. But these should, I hope, help you. And I just really wanted to point you to these resources. So if you go to here, I'll show you on our Patreon. Wait, let me just go into the collections over here. Okay, so if you go into the Patreon and click into collections, here's what you'll find. You see, you'll get this Kali, the goddess of the Tantras. So if you click into this one, Kali, the goddess of the Tantras, you'll notice all of these videos are there for you. Like they'll keep you company at the very least. But let me show you something here. There's a particular video that I want you to know exists because it walks you through Kali Puja. Okay, here, how to worship Kali mentally, Manasa Puja. This is a very important video because it walks you through Manasa Puja. Also, how to meditate on Kali gives you the Kali Dhyana mantra. This is a complete Kali sadhana, which walks you through some of the stuff we discussed today in an abbreviated form. If you want to know who the 15 Kalis are, here's the video for you. And this is from last year. So last year we did how to perform Kali Puja. Of course, you want to know more about the yantra. There's this, the Vamachar stuff you can understand there. I just want you to know that this playlist exists. Yeah, so in the Patreon, in the collections, there's like, look, like it explains Vamachara type stuff, and more importantly, it gives you, I think, a lot of philosophical background for what we're doing in the puja. Also, the substituting for animal sacrifice if you don't want to do that. So all of that's there for you, right? But there's another playlist that I think is equally important, if not more so, and it's this one, how to do tantric puja. So this playlist, of course, I know all of you in the room are aware of it, but this playlist will walk you through literally every step of that more extended padati. Padati means ritual manual, and it's a very, like I said earlier, complicated and involved process. So this will walk you through literally every step of that padati, and then some. It also has, of course, a lot of extra elements, and there are some repeat things. So, for instance, this how to perform Kali Puja as well as how to worship the Kali Yantra. These 2 videos are repeated. They were, of course, already there in the Kali playlist, but these 2 together, the Kali playlist plus the how to do tantric puja playlist. By the way, how to do tantric puja basically is how to do Kali Puja, right? Like the Padati that we're studying is the Kali Puja Padati. So all of these resources are there. They're available for you. Just click into them in the Patreon collections list, and they'll be like, at the very least, at least they'll keep you company for Monday nights, New Moon, Kali Puja. You just watch whichever one you want, and hopefully that will help you think about Ma. So I guess that's all I have for you today. Thank you all so much. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shri Kali Arpanam Astu. Jai Ma Kali. Jai Ma Kali. Jai Ma Kali. Jai Shri Ram Krishna. Shri Ram Krishna Arpanam Astu.